spoken to Lemon Bird before, so I don't really know what to expect. So I'm going to hand it over to Jared now to moderate the debate and be in charge of the channel for the rest of the night.
Greg, you are in for a treat because Lemon Bird, otherwise known as Alright,
now it's time for the World Martial Arts
he's a
Competition!
special.
The World Martial Arts
As a matter
Champion
of
will be
fact,
decided
since
by
this
this
is going
match!
to be quite the debate, and before going live, we already talked about it. Let's let Lemon Bird introduce himself to get things started.
We're living on a disc, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Well, I'm Lemon Bird, and life is the lemons you make bird, and looks like the flat Earth can have something to it. All right. You can't have pressure in on the Earth without invoking gravity. Usually, you have pressurized containers that are enclosed, which leads to the possibility of a flat surface covered by a dome firmament. Gravity just doesn't make sense as curvature of space time or something pulling us through space. If you've ever swung anybody around you like a little kid or something, you swing them around you,
Woo!
or the orientation relative to you remains fixed. That's the way that gravity would pull objects. If gravity was doing any sort of pull at all, it would maintain an orientation toward the object doing the pulling, and no sort of spin around the axis would be possible because you have two poles that are in opposition to each other. A spin that's going one direction and a pull toward the object that's going in another. So a spin around the axis would not be possible. Otherwise, you could spin somebody around you, and they would be, spinning around on their, on an imaginary axis while you're spinning, somebody around you. Other than that, NASA's videos look like they have layers of digital manipulation and photo editing. It may be real data, but they may choose to wrap it around a deceptive globe model that does not comport with actual reality when you look with your eyes. What else is there? And the deception may be perpetrated by essentially Luciferian Satanists who want to draw people away from the Creator God in his obvious handiwork toward science and making science God.
Wait, he's arguing for Christianity or the creator at this point in time?
Alrighty then.
Okay, right. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. First question is, do you know what a pressure gradient is?
As the pressure goes up, the pressure gets less and less going up toward the dome, starting the pressure column.
Okay. Explain to me how there is a pressure gradient within an enclosed system like that.
Well, also the electric potential goes up as you go up further and further up in the atmosphere. There may be some sort of electrical excitation of the gases.
There may
be.
So you're at this point you're just postulating. You're saying I don't really want to hear there may be. Throughout this debate, I would like you to only say things that you know to be fact. I don't want you to say things like it may be this or that may be something, because I'm going to jump straight in and go, well, no, you can't use that as an argument, because if you don't know, then you don't know, and I do, and that's where I draw the line. So the pressure gradient cannot exist like that.
Container is at saturation, because if the container is not at saturation, with say living organisms at the bottom of said column, there may be something totally different going on at the bottom of the column.
Again, you just said there may be. You just said there may be something different. I'm not accepting that. I don't want to hear there may be this, because
and that would have to be uniform in a container, but that may be a bad assumption.
Okay, well, I'm going to ignore it because it is an assumption. The fact is, if we were in an enclosed system like that, then there wouldn't be a pressure gradient, and there is. But that is irrelevant because you keep saying that there can't be a pressurized system next to a non-pressurized system without a barrier. Bullshit. How does an airplane
Yeah.
make lift?
It moves the air and creates
No.
a pressure differential by the movement.
It has a pressure gradient. There is high pressure and there is low pressure. Okay, next question. Tell me how a storm is moved. What's the difference between where there's storm and where there's not storm?
I would have to speculate. The storm probably gets started by a mixture of moisture.
Right, okay, you're speculating, so I'm just going to cut in there. The main difference is that there is another pressure gradient. You've got high pressure and you've got low pressure.
Come back, you
There's your pressure
moron.
gradient, there's your high pressure and your low pressure system next to each other with that container. That is now 2 examples of what you've asked me. But again, that's irrelevant because we have a pressure gradient.
You're assuming that nothing else can move the air inside the container. You have living organisms inside the container that are transpiring and respirating at the bottom of the pressure column, for one. And another thing, we have the electric potential that increases as you go up, which may excite the gases in different ways. There may be a bunch of different interactions here that we are not factoring in.
Maybe, again, maybe. You don't
No!
I can explain
You
exactly
fucking
what
piece of
gravity
shit!
is on Earth. And you know what? I
Oh
have
my...
invoked
Wait, I
gravity
lost.
because gravity is a perfect explanation.
That's even
Before
worse.
we argue about gravity, I want to ask you one question.
Well, it doesn't matter. He was not allowed to touch the
Downward
fucking
accelerated
ground.
Force of 9.8 meters per second squared.
I would go to the medium. I would agree, yes, but I'd say that that's from the medium. It's not from a force pulling.
Oh,
from the
I'm
center.
Okay,
pissed.
The problem is...
I was so fucking lucky that it was...
It's 9.8 meters per second
Like, I
squared,
just started up the
right?
game,
What that squared means is
and the
acceleration.
exact game, or
Acceleration,
But
the exact
requires
right
force.
tournament with the
So,
perfect,
can occur if
difficulty
you go down
basically
to the
just
medium and
spawned.
no, because there's no force. Acceleration.
And I messed it up.
Effective force as
Right.
you go downward through the medium.
Right,
So
okay, alright, let's
either
talk
way
about the
can
medium
happen
thing,
with
right?
or without gravity.
So, right, you say for...
So
I'm
pissed.
assuming what you're saying is the reason something falls is because the medium below it is less dense.
Okay, all I did was I went
It's
into
an interaction
duel.
between the object in the medium and the medium it's in, be
Right?
it air, ether, water,
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay, so is it because the thing...
Maybe I'm lucky and it's still the same
Is
seed.
that the reason?
So all I did was go into duel,
Yes or no would do that, please.
Yeah.
go in
Okay,
there.
well, okay, I'm just going to tear that
I
apart. then,
don't
because
remember if it was
the
once or
medium
twice.
Above it is
I think I
ether
went
less
into the
dense.
twice.
So, if it is moving through a medium to the next level...
But I think that doesn't even make a
it's gonna
difference.
go up.
It only makes a difference if I
So,
leave
according
this
to your logic,
completely.
if it is falling through the thing with less density, it's not going to go down, it's going to go up.
Bands of
Please
rotation.
be the same.
stars, if
Please
they're
be
rotating around
2.
it,
Come
if
on,
they
2, 2, 2, 2, 2,
big
2.
enough, they will appear
No.
to bend down towards the horizon
Fuck
like
you.
the train tracks. If the stars are circling above us, above or around the dome, say, and the bands
Well,
of
at
rotation
least
get
it's the
large
same
enough, they
tournament.
will appear to bend down to the horizon from great distance like the train tracks.
Why is it
And so
different
that
for the
gives
North
you your
Star?
opposite rotation there.
What
was that?
Why is it different to the North Star to the South? You know,
On the flat model, the North Pole is basically
on the what? Sorry, on the
innermost-
did you just say flat model? Can I see it?
yeah. The flat model is the general layout currently is the North Pole is in the center, with the northern region centermost, with a small rotation of stars in that region because they're right above you and they have a small circle that they make.
That's not a model. A model is
The
something
bands
that
of
accurately.
concentric rotation will get wider and wider, and for a little ant on the Earth, looking at these great bands of rotation, depending on how you look, that band of rotation will no longer go in sync with its actual rotation. It will appear to bend down toward the horizon and effectively reverse.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Okay, point of order there. You're not using the word model in the same way that everyone else in the world uses the word model. A model is not what you've just said. A model is something that accurately purports with reality, including distances and all the physics that we experience. There is no flat Earth model, so please don't say those words unless you're going to present me with something that I can 100% use to navigate around this world without crashing into a mountain and dying, okay? So there isn't any such thing.
Well, the distances aren't there. I can't give you the distance to the Antarctic edge, but the general
Oh,
layout is there.
2.
The central North Pole with the
Perfect.
continents radiating out, surrounded by water and an Antarctic ice wall, with the firmament touching down somewhere beyond. That is the general layout. There's the waters above of creation. I go to
What?
physical flat Earth model.
Fuck this nonsense.
The waters below, limitless water in the deep with the Earth on some sort of pillars. Topography, Earth topography, seismic topography appear to reveal an Earth that has foundations that reach far down, sort of liquid thing, be it water or whatever, with these pillars inside of some sort of a substance. But
Right,
when
I'm gonna
use
have to stop you there. I'm gonna have to stop you there. Lemon I'm gonna have to stop you there. What you just said about seismology, all right? Are you a seismologist?
No, I am
Right.
not.
Well, okay. So, what about the people that are seismologists and have used the science of seismology to actually map the interiors of our planet and accurately measure it? What about all the science that is based around that? What about all the people that have trained and studied and worked hard to become experts in their field of seismology that would say that what you've just said is complete and utter bullshit? There is no seismology evidence that would say we're on pillars. That is a most ridiculous claim I have ever heard. Seismology 100% confirms that we are on a globe. And you cannot dispute that fact unless you are going to go and get me a seismologist that agrees with you, because they use this science. They have built machines to test and accurately measure earthquakes and the patterns that earthquakes create with the waves and you can use those to pinpoint any location on the globe. The science of seismology that the people that have trained completely disagree with what you say, and I don't think you can do that.
Well, I mean, how much more do you want, bro? I mean, these people are probably under deception.
Right. Okay. Right. I'm going to stop you again there. Right. If you're going in the indoctrination level, I've got to just.
Filter.
Right.
Now, if you look at the current model. With,
No, sorry. I want to address what you just said about the indoctrination first. Lemonbird, please. Lemonbird. Lemonbird, please. Jared,
hold on. What?
I need to address what you said there about indoctrination and stuff. Okay. They've probably just been told this blah blah blah. I've got a really big problem with that whole indoctrination thing, because answer me this, right? If you need to get a plumber out and the plumber comes to your house, are you going to say he's indoctrinated because he's gone through training and education and hard work to become qualified to be a plumber?
I wouldn't say that.
Right. Okay. If you need your electrics fixing in your house, if you need electrics fixing in your house and you call out an electrician, are you going to call that electrician indoctrinated because he's been through education, he's got a degree in electrical engineering, he knows that the world is round, and he's studied the actual sciences of the world? Are you going to say that this guy is indoctrinated because he's the guy
I almost lost.
knows how to fix your electrics? The same
I
goes
almost
for
fucked it up
everything in the
again.
world. Education is not indoctrination in any way.
It depends. If it doesn't allow you to make new observations without having to wrap it around this model that you already have, if you can't make new observations and go to new places, then you're heavily indoctrinated. This idea that the seismic plates, that the tectonic plates would be pushed apart by lava is tantamount to saying that you have two plates of steel that are pushed together that are going to be pushed apart by a tube of toothpaste being extruded through the plate. It's absurd.
No, okay, well, I need to wait. If you're gonna,
how are they going to be moved apart by shifting lava? I mean, there are even problems with the tectonic model.
Right, there's not. You're making assumptions here. You're making complete assumptions here because you're not giving me any figures. You're saying
I just killed about 100 people.
But it can, and I can go and get the figures that show the pressure required that everything is causing, that can show you the motions of the lava and everything that is actually, the mathematical model that explains how it all moves.
Finish you, Buster!
Because of things like seismology, which
And I killed another 100 people.
does not show flat Earth.
I love this scene from the anime.
These things cannot happen on a flat Earth unless you can explain to me.
I think it's Vegeta. It's actually like this tournament. Like the Spopovich and Vidal thing. Where Vegeta is like, yo, Goku, catch this. And he just fires something
That's a really
at the
stupid
crowd.
question Because do you know how big
Yeah.
the planet
Very,
is?
very funny.
The curvature of the Earth, you're going to need to take your submarine down, aren't you?
Well, you're not going to be sailing in a straight
No.
line. That's not how a submarine would navigate. You would be going up and down in altitude. You would be changing your pitch, and you wouldn't just be going like that. If you were sailing straight forward, your navigation system would keep you perpendicular to gravity the same way that an aircraft gyroscope does, because it uses gravity to detect what is down. So there is systems on board that naturally adjust for this because they are working, because they're in relation to gravity. So no,
Oh,
you
no.
don't have to manually tip it down. You have to make sure that you are correctly using the data and the controls from the information you're getting around you. And
Thank you for your participation.
You can't dismiss gravity unless you can give me a proper reason for a downward accelerating force of 9.8 meters per second squared, which you haven't done.
The interaction between the medium and
No, I've already explained that that's not right, because it would go up with that logic. So things don't go up, so you can't use that.
Maybe we're under another medium of some
No,
sort.
we're
maybe
not.
It's the ether that's causing the force inside of this air.
The ether
that we're
doesn't
in, as opposed to
exist.
just the air
The
itself.
ether, right? The
You may
people.
have purified ether at the top with ether that's
You
denser
may
with air
have,
at the
you
bottom.
may have, possibly, there may be interactions, possibly this, you may have that, this, no. I can give you hard facts, you're just giving me complete wild speculation. You haven't
Wait.
got anything to actually chew into here. You're literally doing flirt, you're doing flirt 101, right? You are just doing the, you're doing
I
the-
thought 2 was the correct one.
Perspective and see what new conclusions, if any, can be drawn.
But you're coming to the wrong conclusions because you're ignoring actual
I'm
evidence.
confused.
Maybe you're coming to the wrong conclusions because you haven't been given all the evidence that's out there.
No,
The evidence that
okay,
proves
right.
that we're not moving.
Here's the
Areas
thing, right? I have a
of,
degree.
Of curvature over miles when you use laser tests, microwave tests, infrared tests that can see for thousands of miles.
All right. Oh, stop. Lemonbird, stop. Lemonbird, stop.
Gavel.
Lemonbird, right.
Lemonbird.
Please
you
tell
can't
me-
Shotgun bullshit like
Please tell me what infrared is.
Light rays is
I'm
the
sure.
red spectrum that are not normally available to our eyes. It filters out all of the light haze that you normally see, and you can see, light rays that are available.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Right now, I've got a follow-up question. Is infrared light susceptible to refraction?
All light is, I believe.
Well, okay. And these infrared photographs that you are talking about, which, by the way, the people that took them don't say the Earth is flat. Okay, they were never intended to be proof of flat Earth, because they're actually examples of perfect conditions that you only get, in on certain times. And when you do the math, which there's many videos, I mean, basic research here.
Oh.
Those pictures and videos of infrared and stuff proving flat Earth have been debunked many times using math that purports to reality. And the reason that people know this math purports to reality is because they practically use it to purport to reality. For instance, I've got a degree, one of the 2 degrees I've got a degree in physics, a first with honours. Okay, and to get that degree, I didn't just sit on my ass and learn a bunch of equations. There was a lot of that, yeah, but the reason you had to learn those equations is so that you can practically demonstrate how physics works in the real world. To get my degree, I had to do physics-based experiments to prove that the mathematical formulas are correct, to prove the downward accelerating force from 9.8 meters per second squared, to prove the spin of the Earth, to prove the Coriolis force. I've done experiments for all of these things, and I've got the qualifications to back it up. And it's not just indoctrination, because I've physically done the experiments myself required to get a physics degree to show that I can practically use the knowledge I have acquired.
Fair enough.
So,
It's like you guys just keep on writing reach-arounds and workarounds around this model. I just drop the model and go with the flat.
you don't have a
That's
model.
just me.
No,
you
you
can go with the round if you want, but I'm going to go with the flat. I'm sorry.
but you're wrong. You can't give me any evidence to show that there is a flat Earth, because I've taken apart all your evidence so far. But not that there's been any evidence. Everything you've said has been a basic misunderstanding or misinterpretation of something. You admitted to me that you don't have any expertise in any of the areas required to accurately determine the reality around us. Actually, what are your qualifications? What's your level of education?
Just a flat Earth researcher.
No, that's
I'm
not
good
what I
at
asked.
social
Flat Earth
stuff
isn't
and flat Earth
education.
facts.
What is your level of education?
I've done some college work.
Okay, to what level? Give me just what level? Have you done maths at any level? Calculus?
Oh, don't tell me
Pre-calculus,
it's.
Not a
matrix
whole lot.
theory? Do you have any?
It's
calculus,
stuck
any
at two.
knowledge of the physics and
Fucked up.
I've done secondary school, high school level, but not at the university level.
Right, if you've got a triangle with sides of 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
Equal sides, equal angles, 60, 60, 60 on a flat plane, on a round
Wait, no,
circle,
what is that?
over, whatever. They try to say it can have 180, 180, 180, but at that point it's not a 2D
no.
triangle.
That wasn't what I was asking.
Point of correction.
Wait, the next one is the cell one, right?
Geometry you were trying
Yeah.
to refer to, you can do a 90, 90, 90.
Yeah.
180, 180, 180 would be 3 opposing straight unimpeded lines.
I mean, you can't argue the fact that if you put a triangle onto a globe, that's what happens. If you put
Yeah.
if you put a triangle onto a sphere, then that happens, right?
Three.
Yeah, but
Three.
the
Yeah,
thing
but
is,
yeah.
Come
but
on,
no,
three.
I just want.
Give me
yeah.
three.
draw an angle
Yes.
to, on one
Thank you
plane.
very
You'd be
much.
drawing an angle on another plane that's no longer 60 degrees on one plane relative to another. It's absurd. It's just another way that you have to mangle the mind around a globe.
No, again, putting a triangle.
I
onto
just
a sphere
realized that I
is
don't even
just a
have to do
simple
the
thing. There's no mangling.
non
It's just simple
ring out
and
thing.
It's done. There's nothing complicated or super confusing or.
I had
like,
to do that for
strenuous
the
trying to
achievement,
do
but
some
not
rules
for
or trying
to unlock the
confuse you.
character.
It's just simple, basic maths and geometry that, frankly, I'm surprised that most of you people can't do. I was impressed that you managed to get the internal angles of a triangle because that puts you leaps ahead of Sleeping Warrior. There's a reason why the Earth is spinning. It's because that's how it was formed.
And so this energy has maintained for billions of years with no slowdown.
No, actually, it has slowed down. If you go back to the Jurassic period, the days were actually, I think, a few minutes longer. If you go even further back, the days, shorter. And the further back you go, the shorter the days were, because as time goes on, the spin of the Earth is actually kind of slowing down. But that's more to do with the friction and
Ooh.
created by the moon.
Oh wow, that worked.
Because there isn't really.
I wasn't sure which one would win.
Force in space when the Earth is spinning. The only reason why something would stop spinning, for instance, if I put the spinning top on the table, that would stop spinning because there's friction on the table and there's friction in the air. But in space, there isn't that friction, so the conservation of momentum is going to continue unless there's an opposing force to stop that. So.
Well, I mean, even the a vacuum of space is ridiculous.
In what
I
way?
mean, how do we have a vacuum that's full of planets, dust, water, radiation, all sorts of ice? I mean, how do you have a vacuum that has stuff in it? It would just equalize. It makes no sense.
Explain to me what a vacuum is and what it does.
Nothing in it. Anything next to a vacuum would equalize toward the vacuum until the vacuum does not exist, and everything is nice and equalized.
Okay, and what happens if there's some kind of opposing force?
Vacuum is a void elemental. As far as I can tell, there isn't much that can resist a vacuum once the vacuum gets started.
Now, commence operation. Vacuum suck.
I'm going to ask you a direct question, and I want you to tell me yes or no. Are the words "the Earth is flat" in the Bible?
No.
Well, there we go then. Your whole thing is debunked. I win.
Sphere in the Bible. That bad logic, then you lose too.
No, because it doesn't say anything about the shape of the earth in the Bible. That's not what the Bible's about.
Stretches it out. Nobody knows the measure of the
I'm
earth.
sorry.
Lyman Bird. One side is using the Bible to support their position, the other side is not. So please, don't use a false equivocation like that.
Yeah, but he's just doing doubt. He's not really inserting anything. It's just negative vacuum force. It's like the
I'm sorry.
magical force.
There is no negative. You can't have a negative vacuum force. What are you even talking about? You're making up things now.
Whatever you want.
There's no negative
Where's
pressure.
the objective reality here?
I've explained to you where the objective reality is. The objective reality is you can test, measure, and observe that we live on a globe that is spinning and travelling throughout our galaxy. That is the testable, observable, measurable, objective reality that we live in. And I've explained to you how that is so.
The 2D object.
Say again?
How about the circle of the Earth? A circle is a 2D object.
Which would be your horizon.
Yeah.
Circle from the sun.
Yeah, the horizon is a 2D shape. Right, let me explain to you. Wait. I am going to answer what you're talking about there because I'm pretty sure the passage you're referring to is about the circle of Earth. Okay? Now, when you actually look into the original translations of that, it is actually talking about the circle of sight of Earth, and it's talking about the horizon that it can see. Now, the horizon is a cross section of a globe. Cross section is a 2D shape. It's a circle. It's flat. Across the horizon is flat. Now, the Bible doesn't say it's flat. So, unless you can show me the exact no, Lemon Bird. Right, I'm not going to let you use some false equivocation here. Okay, I'm not going to let you try and strawman us. I'm not going to let you try and use interpretations. Right? No. Please, I am talking.
Object what you say and use faith to shore up my perspective.
You don't have a perspective.
Don't have anything positive to put into the vacuum void. No, thank you.
What the hell did you just say?
What you are misunderstanding how reality and physics actually works. I want to stick to the Bible right now because unless you can show me the words in the Bible that says the earth is flat, then you do not have a claim about the Bible. Because 99.999% of the people that follow the Bible also don't think that the earth is flat. Okay? There is such a small idiot fringe. Hey, I'm talking. If you talk over me again, I'm going to get really fucking pissed off at you, okay? Because you're being a disrespectful, arrogant idiot, and I'm getting annoyed with you. Stop talking over me, okay?
Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
If you can't show me the exact words in the Bible, the earth is flat, you cannot use the Bible and God as proof of the earth being flat. Stop being so intellectually dishonest.
The prescription, my enemy. The Bible appears to point to a flat earth.
No, it doesn't. 99.99999% of people that subscribe to the Bible disagree with you. You're making shit up. You are making your own assertions out of a storybook. A storybook written over 1,500 years by 40 people. A storybook that constantly contradicts itself. A storybook that the second half is pretty much just a copy of the first half, written from a different perspective. A book that says it's okay to beat your slave to death. A book that says that God got angry and wiped out humanity with a flood that there's not any evidence for ever. A book that has no scientific merit and should never ever be brought into the arena of the question of what shape the earth is. You cannot use the Bible, and I'm not letting you. Silence.
I was sure you'd be better than that.
Well, whenever you're ready, Craig, I did grab a question from the live chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
That I think would be the perfect ending for this.
Okay. And then we can read off the super chats.
It is primarily a question for Lemon Bird, but you're free to answer it.
Okay.
Oh, you ready to hear it now?
Yeah, I'll do it now as Lemon Bird.
So this is from Lint.
Where's Pasha?
Or
Oh no, wait,
How do these
I'm so
people not
stupid.
drown in the rain?
Pasha was for the Yamcha
Yep.
I know, right?
or Yamchu thing. Uh,
I don't know. Did you have an answer for that, Fight the Flat Earth?
Yeah, I've got an answer. Because of technology developed by people that believe the Earth is round. Because most people do. I bet all the people that make umbrellas know that the Earth is round. So the reason flat earthers don't drown in the rain is because the Earth isn't flat. I've got another question for you though, Lemon Bird. How do you tie your own shoelaces?
One lace in front of the other.
Yeah, I probably don't think you can. Like, I think we have to start bringing this to an end because it's been an entire clusterfuck of Lemon Bird getting 100% owned by me. And I think even you can see that, Lemon Bird, because I've answered all your questions. I've responded to all your idiotic assumptions. I have proven that the Bible is not a flat earth book. I have destroyed every silly little thing that you have to say about the earth being flat. I have proven that you don't care about the truth, that you're intellectually dishonest, that you have no knowledge about the things that you're talking about. You have no intention of learning about
Rank
the
3,
things that you're
please.
talking about. You don't care about what anything or
Come
anyone
on.
says.
No, that's
For
no.
some reason,
That's
with
not a
your
lot of
stupid
money.
monkey brain, it proves
Ah.
the earth is flat. You are a fucking idiot.
Well, it doesn't really matter. I can reset it.
Here, you save and load game data. It's a good idea to save often.
Flawless victory. Fatality.
Well,
No,
thank you
I'm
so
sorry.
much
there's no response to that, really. What you can do is
for
you
proving that you are a materialistic atheist who will believe anything but God, including the absurd heliocentric falsehood. But good luck to you and yours.
Well, I've just proven that everything you said there was complete rubbish. Again,
Not really.
yeah, absolutely. Frankly, Lemon Bird,
No.
I've made you my bitch.
You've got no chance. Why don't you just fall down? Got some.
I have made you my bitch
Flat Earth,
so hard.
Don't fight. Join the Flat Earth. Don't fight it.
Well, no. Let me explain.
Sorry, but
let me explain about my name
hang
for a
on,
second and fight the flat earth.
Sorry, Lemon. That sounded really right.
Yeah. Let me explain to you about what fight the
Wait,
flat earth is.
what did he
Fight
say?
the flat earth is about stupidity and how it made you my bitch.
Really.
Yeah, absolutely. Frankly, Lemon Bird,
No.
I've made you my bitch.
You've got no chance. Why don't you just fall down? Got some.
I have made you my bitch so
Flat Earth,
hard.
Don't fight. Join the Flat Earth. Don't fight it.
Well, no. Let me explain.
Sorry,
Let me explain about my name for a second and fight the flat earth.
Sorry, Lemon. That sounded really right.
Yeah. Let me explain to you about what Fight the Flat Earth is. Fight the Flat
Oh,
Earth
God.
is about stupidity and how it shouldn't be a thing. Because the tools for you to find out these things are there. But what I've discovered in my 2 and a bit months of being on YouTube as an anti-flat earther is that flat earthers have no intention of doing research. Flat earthers have no intention of actually looking objectively at things. Flat earthers are dishonest and either lying about what they think or unwilling to learn. So, I'm sorry, but that's why I fight the flat earth, because that kind of stupidity is dangerous. If you want to keep it to yourself, if you want to live in a shack in the woods and believe the earth is flat, brilliant, go and do that. But the second you people want to come online and push this as truth, then I'm going to come online and I'm going to rip apart everything you say. Nothing that you have said here today would give anyone any indication to even want to look into flat earth. In fact, if there was any people watching this that weren't sure, they would 100% now be a globe earther, because you've not presented anything or any kind of reason for people to believe in the flat earth or even to want to look into the flat earth. I encourage people to look into the flat earth because that's what I've done. But I can tell you now, Lemon Bird, you have never looked into the flat earth. And I don't care what you say, That is a fact.
Thanks for having me on. We gotta fight this 500-year Jesuit deception to lead people to atheism and away from Christ, or at the very least form an irreconcilable tension in the Christian to either reconcile with the Holy Scriptures and God, or try to reconcile with man's science. Some people fall under this pressure, buckle, and become atheists. Some manage to maintain faith, but it's a toss-up. And maybe we can bring people back to God with the truth, flat earth or no.
Okay, is that it?
Join the flat earth.
Yeah, people aren't going to do that. Well, my closing statement.
Alright, this
is,
character.
I encourage people
Oh,
to never.
I'm not sure, but I think Dodorio was actually less shit in older games. Do I remember this wrong?
And
Because he feels really bad in this game. But I'm pretty sure he was not that bad in the old one, like in 2.
increase their understanding of why things are the way they are.
At least I think he wasn't that bad in the second game.
With an open and honest and intellectually honest position, there is only ever one outcome that you arrive at. Whether you are religious or not, I'm an atheist, yes, but whether you are religious or not, if you actually look into this from an intellectually honest, neutral position, and you follow the evidence through, instead of just accepting some nonsense someone's told you on Facebook or YouTube, then you will always arrive at the conclusion that we live on an oblate spheroid with a circumference of 25,000 miles. This spins at 0.000694 RPM, travels around our sun, which travels through our galaxy, which is expanding through the universe. Every bit of technology that has ever been invented has been done by a globe earther. All technology that is invented is helping society understand the world around them. Yet there seems to be there seems to be this attack on stupidity. Attack on intelligence at the moment. There seems to be an attack on, oh, you're smart, or you think you're smart, so you're stupid, and that is so retarded.
Explode.
The Witcher 3 Complete Edition was broadly a success when it landed on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S late last year. The ray-traced ambient occlusion, the RT global illumination were both excellent, and to play The Witcher 3 at 60 frames per second on PS5 was a real breakthrough on the Sony console side, which till that point had been stuck at 30 FPS max. But certain aspects of The Witcher 3's re-release fell short of a true next-gen experience, specifically in its frame rate, and also stability, where crashes were
the draw distance on Xbox. What the fuck?
PS5's ray tracing mode often dropped under 30 FPS, quite substantially in fact in Novigrad, while its 60 FPS performance mode fared much better. And then on Series X, we had a kind of reverse problem, a better optimized 30 FPS ray tracing mode, but then a 60 FPS performance mode that fell below PS5's level in areas like Novigrad. Coming to the rescue then for PS5, Series X, S and PC is patch 4.01, an update that promises specific visual and performance tweaks. So here are the key bits in the patch notes. On next-gen consoles, it boils down to optimizations to the ray trace global illumination, which should, in theory, benefit the frame rate. And secondly, for console, we're promised high quality screen space reflections on PS5 and Series X too. As for PC, well, Alex Battaglia is handling the PC changes later in this very video with a cameo appearance. The promise though in the notes is of a new performance mode for the Ray Trace Global Illumination that aims to boost frame rates by sacrificing the RTX GI's range and precision, plus a fix to its SSR setting. So a lot to take in there, I realise, console and PC all in one video, but I'll say up front, having focused on just PS5, Series X and S myself this week, which we'll be focusing on first, I've had no crashes so far since installing the update, which is a good start really, given that was issue number 1 at launch. But what of the frame rate on patch 4.01? Is it improved on PS5, Series X and S as CDPR promised, or are some modes in fact downgraded from the launch build? Let's find out. To kick off then, let's focus on those visual upgrades mentioned in the notes. CD Projekt Red's notes mention improved SSR, screen space reflections on console, not that there was any real problem with them before patch 4.01, but now apparently they're even better. Again, this only applies to PS5 and Series X in their ray tracing modes where a newer, superior form of SSR is enabled, so Xbox Series S doesn't get any benefit here in other words, and the upgrade is pretty self-evident. On patch 4.01, reflections appear at a higher resolution on Series X here, for example, more accurate, sharper and cleaner. I'll also say the visual makeup is otherwise unchanged from the launch build. In terms of native resolutions, yes, PS5 and Series X continue to target 1440p in the ray tracing mode and target 4K in their performance modes, with dynamic scaling in place for both. Though the key point is this SSR technique isn't active in the performance mode and only on the ray tracing mode. But yes, otherwise, shadow quality, textures and draw distance settings are the exact same on patch 4.01 on both PS5 and Series X. So ultimately, the SSR upgrade is the most substantial update visually, and you know what? Again, I'd have loved to have seen ray tracing mode and in the ray tracing mode and target 4K in their performance modes, with dynamic scaling in place for both. Though the key point is this SSR technique isn't active in the performance mode and only on the ray tracing mode. But yes, otherwise, shadow quality, textures and draw distance settings are the exact same on patch 4.01 on both PS5 and Series X. So ultimately, the SSR upgrade is the most substantial update visually, and you know what? Again, I'd have loved to have seen ray traced reflections here, but this even more improved SSR approach is definitely welcome. Anything else? Actually, one thing, before we get to the performance. To improve the frame rate on the 30fps ray tracing modes on both consoles, which weren't great on either PS5 or Series X, something had to give visually. On update 4.01, the patch notes mention optimized ray trace global illumination, which appears to take a similar approach to PC's new ray traced global illumination performance mode. All of which means to claw back performance, the ray tracing for GI on console is adjusted, and so in this snapshot, both consoles now appear to have slightly less accurate coverage for the GI. Note in this tavern, for example, before the Blood and Wine expansion, the floor is less thoroughly shaded. Switching between the launch build and patch 4.01, the global illumination is applied with less accuracy now, and crucially, less range to the distance, all of which causes missing patches of coverage in light bounce on the floors here, but ultimately it's still in effect. And this is the price to claw back performance, a tighter lock at 30fps on Series X and PS5. To kick off, let's start with the good news, the ray tracing mode. On PS5 and Series X, the issue on the launch build was a struggling 30fps reading in the ray tracing mode, especially for Sony's console, which often held in the mid-20s. It was actually quite hard to recommend on PS5 at launch, and rarely did it hit 30fps in Novigrad or busy outdoor segments. And, well, patch 4.01 goes some way to fix that. Actually, I'm genuinely impressed by the uptick in performance here. It's not perfect, I'll say that up front. I mean, there are still dips just under 30fps when the Red engine is taxed with these inner city sprawls, but the changes to the ray trace global illumination do actually have an impact, with a 3 to 4 FPS gain in most areas. Side by side, the comparisons between the launch build and 4.01 shows quite a marked difference, and we're now getting a much tighter lock at 30fps. Whether it's the Novigrad run on horseback or even battling bandits, PS5's at least closer to the mark.
That's still not... Oh my god, it's still not a lot.
For PS5, there's still lingering issues, of course. Major cutscenes, for example, with lots of alpha effects.
A-locked. It is still not locked.
And yes,
What the fuck?
Crookback Bog is still consistently shy of a 30 FPS lock, but
Oh, come on.
it's getting there, step by step. It's an upward trajectory for PS5. Now,
Well, I
personally
guess
speaking,
it's not
I'm
the
still
last. It will
only
not be the
playing Witcher
last
3 on its
patch.
performance mode right now, since the high input latency of the ray tracing mode and those remaining sub 30 drops are still a pretty big distraction for me, but your mileage may vary. Which is a shame because the ray tracing extras, plus the better SSR on the ray tracing mode are gorgeous. Now, if we switch over to a similar test on Xbox Series X's ray tracing mode, again comparing the launch build with patch 4.01, we also see a big upgrade. The fact is, Series X was generally better at locking at 30 FPS in most areas, in battle, in cutscenes, so in those cases, we just get served the same old 30 FPS line as before. But, and this is a big but, Novigrad City is now vastly improved on patch 4.01.
Oh, what? It's better in
Novigrad's
Novograd?
Hierarch Square, with all the performers in the
The
center,
Xbox struggled
was
in
an
Novograd
unusual
a little
problem
bit.
area for Series X and dipped even below PS5's level at launch. As
Yep.
for the latest patch, 4.01, well, here we get a huge performance boost by up to 4 or 5 FPS, which is just incredible.
Wow. 5 FPS. What the fuck?
The heavy bustle of the Hierarch Square isn't 100% there, but it's a real exception, in that it pushes Series X to this sub 30 FPS drop. But as for every other area, honestly, it's just superb. The route uphill in Novigrad, for example, and even the infamous Crookback Bog now run at 30 FPS, so good news all round for both PS5 and Series X. The ray tracing mode does take a visual hit, but those gains in frame rate are really well worth it. As for comparing the two consoles directly on patch 4.01, well, this is the situation right now. I think it's pretty straightforward,
Give me
in that
the
Series
shot.
X still has this clear, pretty
Gimme.
consistent lead, except now the advantage is maybe less pronounced on 4.01. The gap is narrowing. You'll still see a divide in the readings most starkly in the Novigrad route, putting Series X ahead by 3
Thank you.
FPS. So overall, Microsoft's machine is much more enjoyable now as a 30 FPS experience, and while we're here, a quick note on Xbox Series S's own 30 FPS quality mode. Series S ran beautifully at 30 FPS at launch and still runs as smooth as ever on the new update. The only drawback there is the continued lack of ray tracing features, but performance is still as strong as before. Nothing
Yeah,
to
the
report
S
then,
actually
and
had
all
the best
focus
version,
really
like at
is on the
least
two premium
performance-wise.
consoles. For all the benefits of update 4.01, there is also some bad news. The ray tracing mode is improved, yes, but the downside is that the 60 FPS performance modes on both PS5 and Series X are now worse, and significantly so on Xbox Series X around Novigrad. And I'll say up front, the cause isn't exactly clear either. The side-by-sides before and after the patch show no obvious changes to its visual settings, so starting off with Series X as an example, the Novigrad run shows a drop by as much as 8 or 9 frames per second on the new patch. For the entire route, by foot or horseback,
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh no, no. This is the only mode I care about. And they fucked it up. Oh my god. How? How did they fuck up the performance mode? Jesus.
the drop-off is
I wanted to block 60 so I can finally play the fucking game.
impossible to ignore now. Frustratingly, in many areas where 60 FPS was possible at launch on Series X, it's now closer to the 50 FPS line. And
God.
likewise, battles outdoors are now missing that tight 60 FPS lock on Series X too. All of which means if you're struggling to use the 30 FPS ray tracing mode for any reason, the performance mode is becoming a less appealing backup option as of the new patch. Certainly 50 to 60 FPS is still viable, especially on a VRR supporting display, and I will say most areas outdoors beyond Novigrad still run at 60 FPS on Series X, but there's a sense we've lost a chunk of performance here in a crucial segment of the world without any real benefit. Next along is PS5 on its 60 frames per second performance mode. Interestingly, most of the Novigrad route is actually identical between the launch build and patch 4.01. Especially once we hit the Hierarch Square stress point, the performance level is squeezed to a matching 53 FPS here. So at bare minimum, it's unchanged on PS5, no improvement. The problem? That'll be the areas outside the city. The battles with the bandits now run at a significantly lower frame rate now, by as much as 10 FPS. Even simple horseback routes as well, in the countryside, take a hit to the mid-50s, where before PS5 was a locked 60 FPS. Again and again, I noticed this was no accident. Patch 4.01 genuinely downgrades the frame rate, and we lose ground even in cutscenes. So yes, if you've noticed your frame rate dropping more often on PS5 since the patch, you're not mistaken. As far as the consoles are concerned, PS5 and Series X, there's a sense we've taken one step forward and one step back. Patch 4.01 boosts the frame rate in the ray tracing modes, but lowers it in the performance modes. And comparing the performance modes on both consoles together on the latest patch, the summary is this for 60 FPS play. PS5 continues to run better around Novigrad, while outdoors areas, battling and cutscenes run better on Series X. Hopefully CDPR has a way to restore it to the performance level at launch, because for PS5 at least, it was much easier to recommend. And I'll take this moment to mention the Xbox Series S version as well. The 60 FPS performance mode is neither better nor worse on the new patch from what I've tested, and it still runs at a dynamic 1080p. Sadly, Series S still struggles to hit the top 60 FPS mark around Novigrad. Beyond that though, as before, it's a reasonable showing with drops in a few select areas. But yes, that's the console situation. But what of PC? Well, who better to ask directly than Digital Foundry?
Don't care about PC.
My world martial arts competition is about to begin.
How do you feel about the ban list? Are you excited for BA format?
It would have been BA format if they hit those gosh darn bestials.
And they
I
hit
can't
them.
believe they didn't touch those. They didn't touch them. Like how?
Yeah, they banned all the cards that you would banish.
I'm surprised because like they hit every tier limit except Rhinoheart because obviously he's an ultimate rare, by the way, which I just learned today. It's just pure shame. It's shameless. It's shameless. Anyway,
I mean, like how much clearer can you be than like, hey, buy Cash Tira.
That's the annoying thing. Well, the really annoying thing, personally, the thing that really irked me was the fact that it's effective from Monday when there's a YCS this weekend. It's like, why are these decisions like being made this way? Because the whole purpose and entire like reasoning behind a YCS is that they're advertising mechanisms, right? They're there for promotion of the game, of the product, and how are you promoting the game by showing tier mirrors from last 4 hours?
I hate to say it because I think that he's so wrong so frequently, but I gotta agree with Sebto. He had a tweet that was like, I hate when they do this shit. Now I don't want to watch any coverage. Why would I possibly watch anything?
Dude, I was like so hyped to get my Uber like Eats delivery and just chill, have a long night with the boys, like on stream watching the YCS. And I'm not going to do that for tier mirrors. Like, no.
Cool.
Like, I
mean,
do that,
even if it was tier mirrors, you could be like, well, you know, that's the format. And now it's like, well, you're the last person who's going to have to, like, chain 1 Agido, chain 2 Agido, chain 3 Kelbeck, chain 4 Kelbeck. Like, it's never going to happen.
Yep. So, yeah, that's, like, as of right now, that's my biggest concern and annoyance is that's the case. By the way, I was looking at views on banlist reactions. Like, when did you become, like, the Team Samurai of reactions? Like, I don't get it.
I don't either. Well, it makes sense. If you're wondering why like yours is lower, you don't do TCG anymore.
Maybe.
It is kind of weird to me though that Simo's still do really well.
Well,
It's
yeah. What the fuck does
he
that
doesn't,
guy do? Like,
he doesn't do them either. In fact, I think the actual reason that I became the Team Sam of Banlist Reactions is no one else plays fucking TCG.
yeah, maybe it's those like same old rehashed thumbnails that we keep fucking up, right? That's the problem.
That's true. Hey, what was
your thumbnail game is really strong.
How was DK's Banlist reaction? Why does he do this?
Wait, he has a banlist reaction? Wait, he does? Well,
Yeah.
I've never. Why is it 30 minutes? What does he have to say for 30? No offense, DK, but what does he have to say for 30 minutes about TCG?
Maybe he reads them
Mine
on
was
stream.
5 minutes.
I
He
don't
goes
know.
to like Road to the King and like looks up the actual metagame breakdown to like try and understand first, then like does a reaction live. Dudes, have you seen Ruxin's yet?
No, I've been saving it.
Oh my god, I've been missing out, dude. Like this is the content that like Yu-Gi-Oh's been missing.
Ruxin's Banlist videos they're so good.
He's completely like just what's the word open about it. Like he's just straight up like I don't know what this means. Like it's fantastic. It's so good.
I loved the one like 2 or 3 ago where he was just like reading the name of the card and he was like, wow, that one changed. So it was, the one I liked was he was like it was a card went to 2 on a previous list and then went to 1 and then was banned. Oh no, it was Hauck. It went from 3 to 1 to banned, right? And so he did the one where it was banned. He was like, oh my god, Hauck. I mean, it was like, oh my god, it was at 3 and then wow, and they took it to 1. Oh my gosh. And then it became a lot weaker, but then they banned it and now you can't play with it at all. And that's really going to be bad for decks that were playing Hauck. And I was like, why would you even upload?
Dude, my fucking like I was watching it today and my favorite part was like the intro because he says in the intro he says, alright guys, let's look at the ban list. We're going to find out what they banned, semi-limited and limited. Like, yep, that's how it works.
That's what happens. He's not lying.
It's like you'll see a card and he's just like, wow, oh my god, barrier statue. So this was first printed in Cyberdark Empire.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like
Ruxin's a type of Yu-Gi-Oh player that I think Konami thinks is like 90% of Yu-Gi-Oh players. Like, they just skim all the tier hits, and then they're like, oh my god, they unlimited Yada Garasu! Oh, fuck! This card was first printed in Invasion of Chaos.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Havnet? Yeah, okay, anyways. Oh my god, what? Yeah, my boy! Like, I mean, you can tell, right? Because that's literally on the
The
thumbnail.
unlimited
Ronin
Yada
Totem ban was
Garasu.
so
Oh
fucking
my
funny.
god!
He was like, Ronin Totem, oh my gosh. That's such... I mean, I've heard of that card. That was... Did they play it in tier? Yeah, because it's a water? Yeah, I guess so. But, oh, look. Oh, but Substitute,
No
too.
way.
They
No
banned
way.
Substitute. Man, frog
to go
decks are
watch
really
this.
getting hit hard.
Oh my god. I have to watch his last one then. What the
So
fuck?
good.
That's
It's so
amazing.
good. And then I made fun
Yeah.
of him. And so in the next one, he made fun of me in the video knowing that I would watch it. And I was like, oh,
Damn.
He's
Got
a
him.
his videos, they're true. And they don't do well. Like, they're sandwiched between videos of his that do well. But he's like, for the bit, I have to upload the
Yeah,
Banlist
yes.
reactions." Yeah.
No, I think he needs to keep doing them. They're fantastic. Like, just keep bringing up, like, product rarities and stuff as you react to them from now on.
Whoa, barrier statue
but-
story. This was only ever a comic.
I'm gonna start this ban list. I will say has definitely completely reignited my interest in TCG. Like I can't
Really?
wait to like start labbing and playing again IRL. The only concern is I guess I have of the format is that I take massive issues with cards that are so centralizing to a format like a Rise Heart. And I trying to think of like recent formats that sort of did that, and I want to say like Draco was one of the worst offenders in recent years that at least immediately sparked to mind. Because when you have something like, for example, Masterpiece, that is like the format builds around Masterpiece. Do you know what I mean? Because of how centralizing it is.
Yes,
Colossus
Gumblar.
is probably a good example as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Colossus.
like Gumblar too. Like, so these cards are like, they exist in a way that they aren't really just in a vacuum. They are like the vacuum, do you know what I mean? They are the black hole that everything has to revolve around.
Yeah.
So that's what is like probably the only bad thing about this upcoming format is because this new Kashtira deck, like everything about Kashtira is actually cool. Like it's actually like a kind of interesting deck, but like a Rise Heart is no, that card is just unfun. Like
I
dude, like a walking macrocosmos that can be I don't think it can be protected, can it?
mean,
From
it's
Shangri-La?
a big guy.
He is a big B, he's a very large man.
And I hate Shangri-La too. Honestly, God, I think you were right on about this on Twitter when you were like, the stupid fucking extra deck rip. The high roll hands that get to do it 3 times. It's just like, well, what do you want me to do? People are like, well, it forces you to deck build in a different way. It's like, yeah, it forces you to show up with flu. Like
That's the. It's like, oh, this makes deck building interesting. Yeah, now I have to play like 2 copies of my boss monster.
Whoa,
to,
it's
like,
so
not,
interesting to
you
go
know?
to tcgplayer.com and add another Zeus to my cart. That's so interesting. The color me
Yep.
interested.
Literally. Now you just get. Maybe we just
What?
play extravagance at this. Just play a deck that runs extravagance, because that's how it feels like, I guess.
Fuck it, yeah, right.
Oh my god, man! The annoying thing is, like, I've been so personally fixated on a Rise Heart's macro effect that I didn't like. That is also like a really another frustrating factor. Is I just need to play more copies of cards in my extra deck that are important.
Yeah.
And that's kind of frustrating. That's like really frustrating. So. Yeah. So anyway, you seem to be pretty bummed out about the whole thing.
I guess I'm the only person around who liked tier limit. I'm just collecting haters, man. I'm on Twitter and people are like, well, if it isn't Tier's biggest cocksucker, and I'll agree to that. But
you know what the ironic thing is? Now I've never been more interested in tier limit as I have now, because now tier limit looks actually interesting to deck build, because this is like the fun part of a format.
Now it's like you just want to play a deck after it's good. That's what you want.
Like, maybe in a way it's like a sort of hipster thing, like I gotta play like the underdog deck, but also, man, you can't say like playing like the exact same deck as everyone in the room is like yes, that's good in some ways because it's like very skillful back and forth mirror matches, but people need to understand that like deck building is half this game. It's like arguably the most important part of this game.
Well, yeah,
right?
the argument would just be like, this is like, there are formats where deck building matters way more than individual play, and there are formats where the alternative matters. Like, you want to hit that sweet spot, but I don't know when the last time we did was.
He did this with Adamantipator as well too. Fuck. Yeah,
No,
Vlad, listen, like, but that's the thing. Adamantipator was.
Right?
I did play a little bit of full power Adamantipator, but that's the thing as well. It's like those decks like that are not interesting when they're at full power.
No,
because that's like I like deck building, and like you can't deck build Tirashizu. It's literally just like you just copy paste list. There's no room for effort.
Got like
dude, I swear
maybe
to God, like
4 flex slots total.
Dude, the most interesting thing about Tirashizu at like full power was like, I think Hani, like, what, did he win a YCS or go deep in a YCS? I think he won a YCS, right? And he was like, I played 2 Shirin instead of 3. Because of some arbitrary reason that probably makes sense that I just don't remember. It's like, I don't give it, that's not interesting! Like, what? 2 Shirin? Oh my god, fuck a doodle do, buddy! Like, yeah, so I just find that really boring. Whereas now, like, tier limit seems interesting to build, so I'm kind of excited to maybe give that a shot.
Okay, be honest. Do you like tier limit now? Because now when you lose with tier limit, you can go, oh, I just milled better.
No, now I just get to, I can blame all my losses on winning the dice roll and getting shifted, or losing the dice roll and getting rise hearted.
Well, that would have happened anyway.
No, this is like the best part of the lack of personal accountability to my technical play and skill as a player. I get to just completely nullify any sort of criticisms about me as a player.
Just blame the bad deck.
Yep, dice roll, shifter, or ice heart. Yep.
I will say
that's the only defining factor.
I don't know what I'm playing for Vegas. Probably like Math Mech or something. But I'm gonna show up to London with the most ignorant deck you've ever seen. Like I don't know what it's gonna be. It's gonna be like Abyss Actor.
Joseph, I understand that you have like the absolute like lowest respect for Europe, but can you like not? Like, can you not like?
I'm gonna go to Europe and they're gonna beat me to death. They're gonna knife me 400 times and I'm gonna top with like a blue eye structure I found outside the venue.
Right, yeah, sure. And then, like, the only person stopping you will be, like, maybe Joshua Schmidt, because he's, like, I guess, sort of good for, like, European standards.
Well, no, in Europe, I'll be playing up against a guy who will just, like, be wearing, like, the poker player sunglasses, like, staring at the deck, like, and doing, like, sleight of hand on it. and I just won't catch it.
Yeah, in like a very, very thick, like Dutch accent, like NBT, yeah, the Yuki
MBT,
YouTuber.
penis, right?
Yes, you're the gender YouTuber.
No, I'm ready to go to London and get my ass clapped. I talked so much shit about UICSs, I'm going to show up and get fucked. I'm not... In my defense, I'm laying the groundwork down. I have not practiced whatsoever for London, and I do not intend to.
Okay, hang on, you're taking the easy way out here.
And I lost because I lost my die rolls, and I got shifted, and I got a rise hearted, and
Yeah, understand. Okay, you can't take the tournament excuse if you're not going to play tournament here.
Maybe I'll play Flu. What if I play Flu and I just like bring Bear statue away?
Dude, what about Plunder? You're not interested in that? I thought you liked that deck.
Yeah,
Plunder.
Is it?
It's
Have
just
you
like
seen George?
it's like you being like, yo, like, what if you played Evil Swarm? I'm like, yeah, what if I played Evil Swarm? That'd be crazy.
Bruh, they're not even. Bruh, yeah, maybe if Evil Swarm had a fucking double helix, like, yo, chill. Like, come on, any pirate players in the chat? Like, come on, that thing is nuts.
It's okay. It's fine.
And you get to. By the way, don't forget, this isn't Master though. If your stupid little illegal cash tournament series that I'm reporting to the IRS right now might have.
Wait,
clouded
that's
your
literally
memory,
not
but-
illegal. It's illegal for Konami.
So yeah, the point is Brave Engine is at full power here, not like Master Duel. So
That's true. That's very true. I will say, I think that Plunder is the pick for Vegas because it's the first week after the list. But London will be like week 20. You know, we'll have figured out that it sucks ass by then.
did you see my? I'm inviting all YouTubers to do this, but did you see like I just made like some absolute nuclear takes on and predictions on Twitter? Did you see that?
No, what?
Yeah,
Oh,
so I just like put
this
up
was
a
the one that
bunch
was like, Flu will never top again.
Yeah, Flu won't top. Tier Limit will be dominant in Top Cut for YCS Philly, which is in like May. So like I invite you to just, you know, put out like some absolute absurd takes. Like, you know, Marine Cess is gonna win like Vegas or something. You know, make sure you like put that out there.
Marine Sauce.
You top this. Yeah, I'm telling you, Despia has a solid chance of winning Peru.
I think Despia is crazy right now. I think the Bestial branded deck is really good.
See, I don't know though, because I was playing against Scarlon, and she's like the only like semi like relevant Despia player since the deck died, and she just said to me that, oh yeah, if you just like attacked over the fusion, you won. And do you know what my play was?
Yeah.
I specialed Fenrir and didn't do anything else.
That makes
And
me
apparently-
think that the deck is ass.
And she was all like branded fusion, set the trap card, and then she was just like, yeah, you should have just attacked the Brum girl or whatever. And I was like, huh.
That was a specific
Okay.
game state where he interrupted me and I misplayed and
Yeah, well, that is true. If other thing happened, other thing would have happened. That's not wrong.
Bro, if my opponent didn't play card, I would have won.
Yeah, there it is.
Legend.
Yeah. So anyway, that's the ban list. Is there anything else that was like super important and relevant on it that we want to talk about?
Finally, they hit Scythe. That was nice.
Yeah, some people. I got a couple of comments and were like, "Why are you being such a big baby about it? They hit Scythe, be happy." And it's like, what? Like, yes, I'm happy, but this should have happened like a year and a half ago. Like, no, when was the last time you saw Scythe on the field? Like Master Saga. That was
crazy. Konami's got shooters. You know, sometimes I'll load up a comment section, and there will be someone who's like, "God, can't you YouTubers ever be happy? They hit Scythe." I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who are you?
Yep. Oh, good.
Really bad week
let's
to
see
be
what
a
else
Fluffle player, though. Master Duel ban's totally awesome. TCG bans Scythe. What are they gonna do now?
It's like I was reading through the takes on Reddit, and that was actually hilariously like one of the top comments was like, "Damn, Fluffle just can't catch a break, huh?" Like,
Been a bad week.
yes, that was on the radar. Fluffles.
We had 3 Fluffle players go 6-2 in the fucking MCS. Thank God none of them topped, because they would have won the whole thing.
Good lords. Good heckin' lord. I can't believe you did 15 side deck cards instead of just using open collection.
I just didn't want people moving to dog shit.
Dude, the admin involved of like trying to like take deck lists, like CBA with that. Just let them do what they want. Let them cook.
I honestly think, I mean, ours was a hassle even with 256. If I was hosting like 2,000 person tournaments like you, I would just put a gun to my head.
Wait, did you do 256? Was that it? Why did you cap it so low?
That's what we thought we could handle.
Well, like, admin-wise?
Yeah.
Dude, you gotta come up with better systems for this. Like, the administration of a tournament should never be an issue. That should be, like, priority, like, nothing. Like, it shouldn't be on the list of priorities, because, like...
Did you play the
you look
2000,
at the
like, front to
You
back?
love machine, please.
What do
Yes.
you mean front to back?
Thank
Like,
you
it
very
starts
much.
at 8 a.m. and ends at, like, 10 p.m.
Are you...
Oh god, and now the mission 100 bullshit. And the worst thing is, even if I get through all of this,
Attendance tournaments, if you play them over the course
I
of,
still
like,
have
5
to
days.
farm so much
Oh,
money.
no, it's just the weekend. Like, day 1 Swiss, day 2 Top Cup.
Hmm.
Big words hurt. To be fair, Joseph just said some big words that didn't mean anything. Come on. Like, what? Did you do these tournaments ace?
Problem is that I have to buy
So
all
just
these
tournaments
items.
that aren't live.
And like
Wait, so
He's pretending it meant something.
like the average of them
No,
is
tournament
like
organization
10k.
should not be an issue, Joseph, because you can
Actually,
use
no,
people
it's
do
more.
manual
It's
things
more like,
themselves. Like there's like systems in place.
I don't
that
know,
you
like
can,
around
people,
14k, I guess.
register and report. Like there's no.
Because half of them are
necessary
21k
admin
and the
involved
other
in it.
half is 11k.
Like if you use something like Battle 5, use something like
Then there is a few in between.
Why? That's how you.
Apparently there is
I think
one
Battle Five
single
has a lot of negatives to it.
Joseph, we've used it
non-expensive
for, like,
one.
Almost every tournament. I'm on like we're like double-digit tournaments now.
And there's
Some of
never
them have
been
been,
any issues,
like-
right?
No,
There's
there
never
hasn't.
been a time when Skrelp had to do them all by hand after round 1.
Well, that wasn't a Battlefy issue. That was I can't say too much, but that was shall we say a different software that.
Oh,
we
I thought
were
it was
supposed-
Battlefy.
No, it's Battlefy is what saved us. That's the thing.
That's funny.
Yeah, like. So yeah, we unironically we had like a literal like 1.5 hour delay on the very first Challenger Cup because of some issues with the software, and then eventually it was just like, yeah, we can't do this. We're just gonna fucking use Battlefy. And then everything was fine. And like that's why it's so good because you don't need like freaking 50 moderators or something. You can literally host like 1,000 person tournament, and it's all just easy sailing. People just run it themselves essentially. It's great.
How do you
15,
do
16,
1,000 person
17,
tournament, though?
18,
Like, how many
19,
rounds of
20,
Swiss is that?
21.
Have we done a 1K? I feel like
21.
we've done a 1K, maybe not.
And that's not all of them. I think the other ones
Well,
are
no, we haven't done it yet, but
Oh.
I mean just like
Shan-
past tense.
Shanron.
I think it's 8.
things.
No, 7 or 8. Yeah, and then top 32.
Goes to top 32?
I will have to
512
summon
top
this
32.
stupid dragon at least 10
I don't think I've
times.
done a 1K. 1K would probably be top 9.
Oh my god.
Also, in general, I don't think any of the 1Ks hit capacity, so they probably weren't even, like, I'm pretty sure the 1Ks that were hosted by other creators didn't even hit, like, 500, so. This is such a bad take from far. What do you mean? I am explaining what the software did. Like, how is this a take? This is just an
No,
objective fact.
I don't know. I think that... I don't know, I like 256.
Oh my god, and I just remembered I have to do this survival garbage again.
I think it's
Who is far from
Oh
the
no.
well, the more the
Oh.
merrier, I guess, that's the
I
fun
think the
part.
less the merrier.
Ah.
I think less is only good if it's like invitational based, right? That's when it's like pretty good, I think. Because then you have like specific like when you do like 32-man events, where you're
18
only
minutes.
fighting, like bangers, then obviously that makes
The
a lot more
last
sense
time
than
took
just,
me 18 minutes.
256 MBT viewers. Like,
25 minutes
four
or
good players
24.
Yeah, that's true. If that. Oh, man.
And 3
I
of them
will
are
say-
from my Discords.
Did you see... Well, yeah, and they all did so well. Did you see how mad the other streamers got?
What do you mean?
Who entered the MCS?
In what context? Like, mad about what exactly?
Oh, Coder specifically. Did you see his list? Listen, is Coder here in chat?
Distant
Coder's list
coder.
was so bad. And then
Okay.
he was like, I can't believe that this happened to me. I audibled onto dog shit at the last minute.
What did he play? Like, it was a math mech?
Oh, there was Math Mech in it. It was Prank Kid Math Mech.
Huh?
So here's how it works. You know Maxi, which is legal in Master Duel?
Yes.
What if you had a 0% win rate if that card even showed up? Right?
Did he play Zero Ash or Call By or
Played
anything?
Ash or whatever, but like, how is that deck supposed to do anything? It didn't go great.
Well, it's like OCG / Macedo meta is weird, right? Because like, remember when like Drytron and stuff were the best deck, but like that obviously just get hard to get destroyed by Maxi. I don't know, it's weird. It's like it's almost as if like you ignore it. Like you don't play pick decks around those cards, right? You just play your deck and deal with it.
I think you should probably ignore it in terms of like deck selection, but I think your deck should have like a, oh fuck, here's the Maxi line. Like Sword Soul and Math Mech, I guess, are the good examples. Also the only two good decks. Brandon
What did Gage
already
play?
doesn't care about it. Gage played a deck that I can't believe wasn't good. Striker. Striker had a 0% conversion.
Strike?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I felt bad for him too. Like he prepped and everything, and it just didn't work out. It was like,
you know what's really like
just, like,
upsetting?
stupid
Gage
shit.
is like not bad. Like I've seen Gage play like modern
Gage is-
constructed, and like,
he's, like,
when
really
he
good.
puts the effort in, he's like fine. But he just seems to make these weird choices when
Yeah.
it comes to picking a deck.
Gage has the disease that made Coder play Prank and Math Mech, which is a day before the tournament he'll be like, I gotta play something else, and he'll pick like the most dog shit list you've ever seen, and then he'll get clapped with it and go, how could this have happened? It's one of those things. You know how sometimes you have friends where like they'll say something like that, and you just have to you have to be like, listen, shut the fuck up, and they go, oh okay, and then they're fine. It's
Yeah,
like that
like,
kind of
I'm-
thing. He just needs someone in his ear to be like, Gage, no, don't do that.
Stop it.
You
Bad
are not going
Gauget.
back to the Airbnb tonight if you take this to the YCS in the morning, kind of thing.
Striker has
So,
the unfortunate position of losing to the same stuff as Runic. I don't believe that at all. I don't remotely believe that.
What, like removal? Maybe.
Cosmic?
An MST. So thoughts on the skull emoji, huh? That's a
It's
crazy
fun.
emoji, isn't it?
I think, and Gage showed up in the comments. He was like, I didn't care. I think it's fine. I think it's fine that he got mad that he lost. Like, if you're trying to take it seriously and you got clapped, like, that feels really bad. But he was also all in the Discord like, oh, I'm fucking you all up. Oh, it's over. For like a week.
I'm fucking you all up.
And he got
I don't know, like,
I will say he didn't come in last. There was one person who dropped before him. He got 255.
wait, so Gage almost dropped dead last?
Second to last, so he's fine.
That's hilarious, but also really disappointing. I'm so sorry, Gage.
Yeah, I feel awful about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm sure. I actually talked to Dyer afterwards, and she was like basically fine. It was just, you know, in the moment it was like felt bad and stuff. But
Yeah, I think
here's the
people
thing,
have
right?
to realize we're all kind of fucking babies. Like, when we get shown up and lose, we're gonna get mad about it.
Yeah. So it's weird though because like I've tried to just embrace the I don't care thing anymore because like you just have to cry about it, I think, to an extent, right? I think when you reach a certain size and you get big enough, like people are just gonna be sitting there waiting for you to fail or like waiting for you to like, you know, fuck something up. You know, and then someone gets to be in the chat and be like, actually,
Actually,
here's the 50-step combo that
that
you
was
do,
the
and it's
wrong
the
ratio.
exact situation. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you just kind of have to like embrace it at some point.
There's a legion of people ready to pounce on Gage. There.
Yeah. The irony being that I feel like you're the biggest culprit of inducing that.
Yeah, for
shall we
sure.
say.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that.
But yet when far from it, caused some issues with certain people. Anyway,
I think that the same way that you gotta ignore people who are like, you're washed up, you don't know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! You gotta ignore people that say that shit online. They are just, if you know they're wrong, you know, who cares?
Well, I don't know how you feel if you take part in any different series and stuff. Joseph, why have you got a video on your feed that's watched from beginning to end called Tutorial How to Eat? Like, you have watched that video from beginning to end. Open mouth.
Blowing.
Like, you've watched this beginning to end.
I'm watching it again right now.
The worst part is that I know that video. I've seen it. Oh no.
Like, you have watched that video from beginning to end. Open mouth.
Blowing.
Like, you've watched this beginning to end.
I'm watching it again right now.
Hate it.
Comar.
Oh,
How do you
God.
say eat in Spanish, chat? Comar? I am currently live on Twitch. Call it comer. There you go.
Comer. That's it. Good job, chat. That's it. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna watch the retro series.
Oh, Troll Despair progression. All right, see ya. Have fun. Bye, chat.
Yeah, some of us are still, you know, trying to suckle the teat of SEMO. All right.
Yeah. Hope we see another Raid Shadow Legends plug into the action.
Ooh.
That's what I look forward to.
that was so funny. How did he swing that?
See ya.
Peace. What a nice young man.
Oh.
Alright, just so that we're clear, I fully expect this to be a train wreck.
This is just video, or mostly video stuff, I think.
Alright. Sup people, just so that we're clear, I fully expect this to not be a thing. But we'll see. Alright, Leo, you there?
Yes, sir. Hey, so, first of all, I'm glad that you responded to my text. And,
We're off to a great start already.
Flat Earth model for, can you hear me?
Yeah, you might be going at a Wi-Fi range.
Well, yeah, because I'm leaving my workplace, so it is a dead location here. I don't know if you can. I'm actually using my phone. I'm in the car right now, heading home.
Yeah, I can tell because I can see it right now.
Don't.
Oh, you can see me? Cool.
Yeah.
You can see me? Can you see my sun setting?
God
here
damn
to
it,
the left,
fucking
right?
Flurf idiot.
Yes.
All of them.
Yes, it's
Anyway,
Nito Burrito.
Wait,
cool.
no, wait. Actually,
Cool.
is he
Well,
just
I do
talking?
appreciate you connecting with
No.
me.
Of course, he's not just talking, he's actually moving a thing.
And so, yeah, so I do have issues with the ISS being a real object orbiting in an atmosphere, whatever. I don't I don't disagree that there's something up there, but what it is, I don't know. Is it something spiritual? Is it something being
Spiritual.
played on us? I don't know.
The fuck?
And that's why I asked those questions about the light, because I've recorded the ISS here I live here in Austin, Texas. I recorded a flyover at night. The ISS coming out of uh, the southwest, and I recorded with my phone. This thing
Ah,
was
my
kind of
cat
like a
is doing
random
stuff on
thing,
my door again.
and what
She wants food.
it was. I remember someone telling me that there was a flyover Texas, and I remembered at the last minute, so I told my son, let's go over here to the spot and see if we could see it coming, because I wanted to record it. Well, lo and behold, I see a light coming in the far distance. At first, it looked like a jet, a plane. I live near an airport, and so I was like, that seems kind of low, and it wasn't moving quite fast either. I was like, and I understand perspective and all that, but I was like, well, to me, it didn't look any different than a high flying aircraft at night. The difference was that there was this illumination on it. There was a light that was around it. So with the naked eye, you can't make out what it is. So I couldn't tell if it was the ISIS or not. Again, to me, it looked like an airplane flying at night. So I had my son go to the live feed on NASA to see if we could see live footage of it recording the Earth. Nothing was there. I'm like, well, this doesn't make sense. If they're flying over a continent, why are we not seeing a live stream of the lights over Texas? So I was just like, what's going on here? Why don't they say it's a live feed? All you see is the little map of something they show over the continent, going its flight path or whatever. But in reality, I'm looking at a light in the sky. That's all I see, and that's all I recorded. So I didn't have a telescope. I recorded it with my phone. It took about maybe it was a 5-minute recording from when I started to where I couldn't see it anymore. So, based on my field of view, like where I'm at on the ground, it looks like an airplane. And I'm like, how could I, rectify? Like, how can I justify that? How can I?
How your question is, how do you know it's not an airplane? That's the question you're trying to
Right, right. And so, but so then, I mean, so that kind of mixes in. Well, how can I trust that it's the ISS?
Well,
I saw your videos; they're pretty good. But so then I just start like, well, wait a minute. So is magic. Magic's pretty good, and it's deceptive. They can do things to make it look appear like there's something up there. How do we know they're not doing that? How can we trust that they're not doing that?
well, because
there's where I get. So that's the gray area that I'm at. I'm like, well, that doesn't.
well, let's see if we can ungray your area a bit.
Okay,
because
that's fine.
If you were to watch my videos, you would have seen not one but two separate videos where I actually measured the altitude, the size, and the speed of the International Space Station. And unlike you, I did use a telescope. I was actually able to see the shape of the thing, and it is the most unaerodynamic craft that can possibly exist.
Right.
If you were to look at an airplane, it has a distinct shape to it. It does not look like ISS. And given the fact that we were actually able to measure it, we know exactly how high it was. It was 400 kilometers in altitude, which is around 250 miles or so.
Right,
Airplanes cannot go that high. We also measured its speed. We measured it traveling at 4.7 miles per second. And airplanes can't go that fast. You can go to the SR-71 Blackbird and it will not get anywhere close to that speed. So it's at an altitude that is impossible for a plane to reach. It's traveling at a speed that's impossible for a plane to achieve, and it doesn't look like an airplane when you look at it through a telescope. And all of this coming from our own observations without having to go through NASA at all.
Yeah. Again, I made an observation with my phone and my own eyes. Yeah. So, but you can understand it being mistaken for an airplane if it's just a light in the sky. Do you agree? I mean, at first, without knowing, because we see airplanes all the time at night, and they have lights, some flash. This one didn't have a flashing light, so that's what made it just unique. But it was a bright light around it, and so that's why I was asking what.
I've never actually seen the ISS.
On the outside of the ISS,
I've never
and
looked. Like I've never tried to see it, but
right on its panels.
Correct. What you're looking at there is the reflectivity of the International Space Station when it's in the rays of the sun. So even though it is dark where you are, the International Space Station is high enough above the Earth to see over the curve and get illuminated by the sun.
Yeah, it just gets
you can
light.
actually see examples of this happen at Cape
Dot.
Canaveral, where
Quote
a
shot
rocket
at
will
it.
literally launch while it's still dark outside, and as it gets higher and higher, it will start to get illuminated by the morning sun even before the sun rises.
Right. So check this out. So I've seen airplanes in the daylight perpendicular to the sun rays, and they look like a light just similar to what you're talking about. And they last for about maybe several seconds before it curves out of the way where the light's not hitting directly on the fuselage. So that's why I was asking you, well, how come we don't see it during the daytime then? When the sunlight is greater, and if it's up there, I mean, it should be a big mirror in the sky reflecting, and we should be able to see it during the daytime as well when the sun is directly hitting the sun rays. Why don't we see it? That's why I'm asking. Like,
for the same exact reason. For the same exact reason, you don't see planets in the daytime.
Right.
For the same exact reason.
What the fuck?
The reason, even
extremely
though,
bright.
like, for example,
well, but you're saying that planets reflect sunlight. I don't agree with that either.
Let me explain something real quick. Hang on, let me explain something real quick. This Jupiter is very prominent in the sky, as is Mars is very prominent in the sky, but you don't see them during the day for the same exact reason that you're not going to see the space station all that easily during the day as well. And also during the day, being that the space station is a lot closer to Earth, usually that would put the sun behind the International Space Station, not getting direct sunlight. What you're looking at night is that the sun relative to you is off to the side, out of the way, and it's not blinding the sky with its light, and only the International Space Station becomes illuminated at that particular point in time. Now, I said that one thing that I would do to help illustrate this point is that I would draw it out for you, and that's something I am going to do right now. Now, again, this is going to be a crappy drawing. I don't expect this to be to scale, so just understand that. So what I'm going to do is this. Okay, so I don't know how well this is going to come through on your cell phone, but we're going to do our best. Okay, so tell me if you can.
Okay, you're gonna put it up right.
Yeah,
I
tell
see
me if
circle,
you.
Yep.
Okay, you see the circle and you see the. Okay, so this star represents the International Space Station. Okay, we're gonna place you as this red circle right here, or this red star right here. So this red star is you. This star up here is the International Space Station. Now, if I were to have sunlight, we'll make this sunlight a yellowish gold color. If I were to have sunlight going over here in this direction, that direction, blah, 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 what you would see is the following. You would see that the light would stop right here, tangent to the surface of the Earth right here on top. So you would be in darkness, but notice how the International Space Station is still getting light.
Because you're seeing the elevation. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, the International Space Station
But what if I was
high enough.
Well, what if that circle was a little bit lower than where you're saying? Because what if it was what would be midnight?
You can't see the ISS at midnight.
Yeah, so
once it passes a certain point after sunrise to sunset, it enters Earth's shadow, and as a result, it also becomes no longer illuminated. I mean, you could technically see it, but the exposure required would be insane because you'd be looking at something that reflects no light because there's no light reaching it.
Also, transits are a thing.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I would have to look up, the ISS flyover times and see. I mean, for myself, if it could be recorded that late at night, because when I recorded mine, I think it was like around 8 o'clock in the evening. So that means the sun was already set, way wrapped around. But again, I would have to get the globe and put my position and do kind of what you're doing right there with the circle, and put an actual light, big light, far away, and
Here.
see how
Do you see
light.
that?
Uh-huh.
Do you see that map right there?
Yeah, Tampa. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is actually a prediction of when I'm going to be able to see the space station on Friday. Now you'll notice that the path takes it right into my field of view, but yet I can only see it when it gets really close to Tampa. The reason that is the case is because it's actually coming out of the Earth's shadow at that particular time. Before, it's actually still in the Earth's shadow. So if you were to be in Tampa and you were to do an observation of the space station, you would see nothing, and then all of a sudden it would start illuminating right there in the sky, already above you. So the Earth's shadow does actually affect the visibility of the space station. That's going to happen again on Friday.
Okay. Well, I'm like, what, 5 states over? What was that? Yeah, I'm in Texas.
Yeah.
I think we're on the same. If you're in Tampa, I'm in Austin. Are we in the same line?
Probably
anyway,
not.
So, I mean, so that's what I am objecting to, is the way light works that high. Because again, I've seen Venus. We were talking about lights in the day. You won't see a planet, but I mean, I'm seeing Venus.
Saturday.
I have photos of Venus. The sun rising, and it's still shining.
All right, here you go. I found one for you. So on Saturday, On Saturday at 5:36 in the morning, you're gonna see the International Space Station just suddenly appear when it's directly over Texas. It's gonna be, close to Dallas. So Saturday at 5:36 a.m., you will literally be able to see the International Space Station come out from Earth's shadow.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'll see if I can get up early enough to record that. You said
Yeah.
Saturday? Yeah, because it's
Yep.
going to be, if it's crossing near Dallas, it should be close to where we are. Also.
It's Saturday at 5:36 a.m. I believe. Let me look this up. Yes,
Is that your time
5:36
Eastern? So that would be
5:36
Central Time.
5:36 Central Time. 5:36 Central Time. So 5:36 Central Time. You're gonna see the International Space Station come out from behind from Earth's shadow. So it's gonna be in Earth's shadow, and that's gonna come out of it, right on top of Texas.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I know you do your research like that, and I know that there's. I'm not disagreeing if there's something up there. What I disagree is what is it that they're projecting to us, or what is it? You have never been on ISS. I have never been on ISS.
Yeah, but we've seen it.
Right.
We've measured
But what
it.
I'm saying is but we see things in the sky, and in the Bible, which I know you object to, warns us of that. So you're going to object to that because I'm going in the spiritual realm now, and I'm going to talk about things that are in the heavenly realms. It's clear about that.
The second you start talking about religion,
so
nobody cares anymore.
So hey, we live in a time of a lot of images right now.
Okay, we're off to a good start. Hi, Big Mike.
See, you can't ignore that part of reality, that there is augmented reality in our world.
Well, God is definitely doing no favors for you in terms
right,
of.
I already said that you're not going to agree with it, but that doesn't mean that.
What I'm trying to say is I'm about to help you out more than Jesus ever did by telling you to turn off your camera. That might actually help the internet connection.
Okay.
So if you can turn off your camera, that might actually help things. There you go. Perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
So that might actually help the connection because you freeze out at random, and we don't need that.
Right.
So
sorry about that.
Not a problem. Just letting you know. But you're right, because here's the thing: the Bible, nor NASA, nor anyone else for that matter, is stopping you or me or anyone else from doing our own observations with telescopes and making some measurements. We were able to confirm that the ISS is there. It's not in the shape of a plane, and it's traveling really, really high and going really, really fast.
Right.
So, what more is there to?
I know, but okay, this is so what I'm saying is, you're totally ignoring the spiritual realm about this world. So
I don't need to.
I'm bringing something
with trigonometry. I don't need to reference any sort of realm when doing basic measurements like this.
Yeah, but can you measure love? Can you measure, the emotions that we have? I mean,
I don't think love I don't think love or emotions comes into account when we're measuring distance to the space station.
Right. So what I'm saying is that I'm not disagreeing that there's something there, Red. What I already said, there's probably something there. What's being manifested is because again, we're just measuring it from the ground and the speed. Yeah, they give you all that information. That's fine. You're figuring it out.
No, it's not. Let me stop you right there. The information wasn't given to us. We had to actually do the work to measurement. And when I say that NASA had no input into this observation, I mean it. We did not get any values from them.
Right.
We did not consult them. We didn't do anything with them. They were. NASA could literally die tomorrow, and it would do absolutely nothing for doing this observation again.
Right, but NASA is the one that tells us where it is, okay? At least here in the United States. I don't know how it is in Europe or the other,
We can solve for the orbit
countries.
on our own.
But what I'm saying is, it came from NASA.
Yeah, okay? So the craft
itself... So wait a minute. What I'm saying is that NASA, the entity itself, has a lot of you know, on the flat Earth side, we already call them out for all the lies, all stuff. Which I know you do. You try to distinguish yourself from NASA because you wouldn't want to go into that argument about them faking stuff.
No, I don't go into NASA because I don't want flat earthers to disingenuously reject my findings. When
Right.
I say,
Again, I'm not disagreeing that there's something up there.
no, it's not that. It's not that, dude. It's not that. It's that you're bringing up stuff that's literally irrelevant to my observation. When you bring up NASA, you're bringing up something irrelevant. When you bring up the Bible, you're bringing up something irrelevant. When you bring up something irrelevant, you're not actually addressing the issue.
Okay, so you obviously you don't live a spiritual life, which is, you know, that's fine, you know, because it's already it's mentioned that people will not accept it. So I accept that you don't accept that truth. That's fine. But in my reality, because you don't know my faith, I can't prove to you my faith. I live.
I'm not asking you for your faith.
Right. No, but I'm explaining how I observe my reality. Okay.
Yeah. So
because we both live in this world.
Let me just try to bypass a lot of jargon here by asking a very basic question.
Yes, sir.
Does your faith prevent you from accepting a measurement that you could repeat yourself?
Does it prevent me from a measurement?
Does it prevent you from accepting a measurement that you could repeat yourself if you really wanted to?
No.
Okay. With that in mind, if you were to do this observation yourself, and let's say hypothetically you got the same answer I did, would you accept it?
No.
Yes.
Lies.
A little bit of hesitation there, but
well, because I mean, like, I think. Go ahead. You just finish your point.
Okay. So here's my offer to you. Myself and Astronomy Life have made this offer to many flat earthers.
Right.
If you were to come down to Florida, or if not, if you just wanted to remote control one of our telescopes from the comfort of your own home, we will allow you to take control of the telescope and do your own observation with some really badass equipment, which is, in my opinion, better than a cell phone. And you would be able to make this observation yourself. You would be able to measure it yourself. You would be able to see the shape of the International Space Station yourself. You could either do it in person or remotely. If you were to take us up on that offer, well, I guess I should ask first and foremost, if you would take us up on that offer, are you truly a truth seeker to the extent that you will actually take us up on this offer?
If I had the time, yes, I would.
Okay, well, do you have the time to maybe not come down to Florida, but to...
well, I have a friend that lives in Florida that I've been meaning to visit. Are you near Tampa?
Yes.
Tampa.
Actually,
Tampa
that's
Bay.
where they live, in Tampa.
Okay, so let's let me do it like this.
I don't plan on. I mean, that's a plan.
All right.
Out,
so, because what I'm trying to say is that it seems to me that you were limited by the equipment that you had available to you. You had your cell phone, which I'm sorry, is not a telescope. It's not going to be good enough for what you're trying to find out. If you were to use an actual telescope and do proper measurements, you would be able to see, without having to go to NASA, that the International Space Station is real. It's really, really high up and going really, really fast.
Okay.
You would be able to do this yourself. The Bible has nothing to do with it. Faith has nothing to do with it. This is just a measurement, a basic measurement using basic trigonometry that any middle schooler could solve for.
But you do understand, in the flat Earth community, we believe the international is not real. The International Space Station is not real. That they fake a lot of things.
Well, then why can
listen though. Well, wait a minute, because now we're talking about, you're just seeing something in the sky. I'm talking about what they show us on their live feeds, or when they're doing. They're busted on CGI, wires, and stuff like that. So you say you see something, and I'm saying there's no one up there in whatever you see. So whether you see something doesn't prove that there's people in it.
No, that's
something.
That's something.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's.
That's something for a different line of evidence. For example, the fact that we actually recorded with our own telescope astronauts boarding the Dragon spacecraft, not coming back through the crew access arm, and launching the bitch.
Let me ask you something. Have you? It's a little bit off the subject, but have you ever recorded light through the moon?
Light
On the
through
dark
the
side?
moon?
Yes.
No, that's
I
impossible.
got video of that.
Well, then post it. I can't wait to see it. But
Okay.
one thing that I also know.
And so whether there's stars or there's something on the moon, but that there was lights illuminating through the dark side of the moon.
When did you
I
capture?
got video of that, and that's a confirmation
When?
from God because I pray to God and ask Him to show me proofs.
When?
You can believe that or not, but God is showing me every day things that are showing me His creation because we should know God by His creation.
Is God powerful enough, in your opinion, to make
Yes, He's powerful enough.
Hang on, let me finish the question first, otherwise it's dishonest.
Well, I get excited about God because He's the truth, yeah.
What is excited by him?
Let me ask my question. Is God not powerful enough to have man smart enough to build an international space station?
Yeah, we could create things, yeah.
Okay, so So I fail to see why it would be so hard for you to accept that God, being so limited in his nature, had made man that's apparently not smart to build an international space station, instead of the more God-gloating type of position.
Well,
that
let me
would
ask you
say
this.
that God made man that were smart enough
Let
to
me
make an
ask you
international
this,
space
Red.
station.
Do you think everything that man creates is good for us?
No.
Right. So I mean, that falls in that realm for me. Like, okay.
How is the international space station bad?
But what does
though?
the ISS do for mankind?
Oh,
what are
a
they
lot.
doing?
The fact that
What
you're
are they
even
doing?
on the fact that
What
you're
is their
even
mission?
on the fact that you're even on this call right now, you can thank NASA for. You know all that technology in that cell phone that you're using.
That
right
was
now?
created
You can
here
thank
on
NASA
Earth.
for.
That was created here on Earth. Nothing
Through
was created in
NASA
space.
though. Through NASA.
We create
though.
things on Earth. Everything that we make is on Earth.
And it
There's
was
nothing.
through NASA though.
Oh my god, move you fucking
man's creation.
moron.
I mean, that's an
No.
attribute that we have of God.
And also on top of that, the International Space Station is a laboratory where we're actually in the process of developing, medication and stuff that require a zero-G environment in order to properly
Breaking
function.
up, sorry.
That's on your end, not mine. I'm not sure of that. But what I'm basically trying to say is that the technology that's in your phone is through NASA, and that was born out of our ability to do good shit in space. A lot of good things come from NASA. Now, I'm not here to defend
Wow, I almost
the
lost
International
again.
Space Station or its purpose. I'm here to defend my observation of it, and it's an observation that you can do yourself. And not only that, you can observe that the International Space Station changes shape. So we have objects that dock to the space station, then they leave. You can track it later on through your telescope to see that craft most definitely left. And then when they launch another spacecraft, whoa, what do you know? It docked to the space station again. Now that empty parking spot is all of a sudden occupied. Imagine that. It's almost like NASA is actually doing the things that they say that they are doing. And yeah, we filmed that.
Yeah, let me just ask this one extra question.
Okay, I got it.
Can I ask a question?
I'm sorry.
Can I?
Yeah, hold on. Let me turn it up because I'm.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and ask a question. Let's see if I can hear you because I'm on the freeway and I'm getting a lot of humming noise from my tire. I'm deaf in one ear, so it's hard for me to hear. Go ahead.
So my question is, if you can observe it and it's quite clearly up there, what's stopping us from putting someone on it? That's the question.
Are we present when we see them going in? We're just seeing them on TV or video. No one. We're not personally going. We're not personally seeing them go in there. And I mean, there's trickery all the time with cameras and like that's my point. If we don't know what's deceptive or not. I mean, do you agree that everything that we see on TV is real?
No, of course not.
Hello?
Big Mike, if you want to take over.
Yeah. Again, I'm not really referring to anything you see. Just again, you can observe it. It's there.
Well, observing is seeing, and that's what I'm saying. Like, do we see? I don't personally see an astronaut going in a rocket ship and being launched. I just
boarding a plane, but I can be sure that on there.
Yeah, but that's different. That's different because.
What's stopping us from putting something?
But that's a different. That's a different.
Stopping us? What is stopping?
That's a different example because we're saying only certain people are doing it. Not everybody does it. That.
Hey,
Not
Leo.
everybody goes on a rocket ship, flying up to supposed space.
Leo, with all
That's-
Leo, with all due with respect here, you're not actually answering Big Mike's question. He's not.
Okay, I'm
he's
sorry.
not. He's not making a claim on whether or not there is people on the International Space Station. He's just asking you what is stopping us from actually doing the thing of putting people on the space station.
A firmament, God, no one goes up that high. It's not allowed. God.
You can
enclosed
observe
the
that
system.
those things are there.
You can, and I cannot observe that. We can't observe that. You can't. You don't know if someone's going on the ship.
You can. Red just offered that you can do exactly that. And if you don't want to trust Red, guess what? You can get your own telescope and do the same process.
No. I'm talking about people going on that craft. I'm not disagreeing that there's someone up there. There's two different things. I'm saying it can still be deceptive. Just because you're tracking something doesn't mean that's what it really is.
The fact that we measured it and we can see the shape of it, yeah, we know exactly what it is, what and how far up it is and how fast it's going.
Right.
So clearly man can put stuff up there. What is preventing humanity as being part of the stuff that we can put up there?
It's okay. Let me try to. So you're not familiar? Are you familiar with the Bible?
Vaguely, but I doubt to.
Okay, well let me share a biblical story with you because this is important to why I believe
garbage in your book does not matter. Nobody cares.
No one's allowed to go past the firmament. Okay.
My book says that people can do magic with wands.
Yeah, actually, I can.
Who cares?
A lot of people have.
It's bullshit.
No, you're just seeing lights. No. So see again,
Measurements.
I believe there's just we can't rule out. We can't rule out deception. Okay. Again.
Are you saying that my measurements
just because you're seeing
doctored?
something there doesn't mean that it's not. That what I'm saying is, yes, we see an object there, a light.
But it's more than just seeing, Leo. That's the part you're not understanding. We're talking actual measurements that you can repeat yourself.
Right, but how do you know it's not a projection of something?
Because a projection is made of light. I've observed transits. Transits require the object to block light.
Okay. The thing is, in the spiritual realm, which again, it's like, I know you won't understand it because you're not understanding it from the spiritual realm. There are things that get manifested in the heavenly realms, okay? Satan, who you don't believe in, which is fine, because you don't believe in God, you don't believe in Satan.
He really thinks that
Satan, who's a fallen angel,
that spiritual bullshit is hard to understand. No, it's not.
He is a being.
It's just
alive.
nonsense.
He can manifest things to appear if they're real in our reality. You're not going to agree with it. That's fine. So
that's why every single person ever that believes in a religion has different opinions on the same words in the book that has been around for thousands of years. Because nothing in it makes sense. It's just nonsense.
Never answered when you saw that. Timing does significantly matter as the moon.
You will not find two people that have the same beliefs about Christianity, Buddhism, or whatever. Because the words are just words.
That anytime soon?
And stupid words and stupid books.
It's on my
all right,
Google Photos. I'll send it to you.
Then after you post it, we'll talk about it then. But let me just double back to something that you said previously. Okay. You brought up deception. Well, there's only two ways that deception could actually be relevant to what I'm telling you here. You're saying that either I lied about my observation, because that's one way that deception could snake its way into this little thingamajig that we're talking about, or you're saying that my friend Astronomy Live lied because it requires two observers to actually do the observation and make the measurements because parallax. So are you calling me a liar, or are you calling him a liar?
No, you're taking it out of context. I'm saying, how do you know you're not being lied to?
Because trigonomic functions
No,
require.
no. You're not understanding. When you go see a magician and you don't know the trick, are you fooled or not?
If I go, this isn't a magic trick. This is literally.
Wait a minute. It's about illusions and trickery. So what I'm saying is how do you know you're not being fooled? I'm not disagreeing there's something up there. I'm not disagreeing that you're measuring something up there. What I'm disagreeing is, how do you know it's not a manifestation?
Leo, for the same exact reason, I know that depth perception is a thing. You're driving right now on the road. You are using two eyes. They are spaced apart by some distance. Even though you may not know it, your brain is doing real-time calculations between your two eyeballs to judge how far objects are in front of you. That way you're able to drive safely and get to where you gotta go.
Relatively safely.
Eyes, we can use two telescopes spaced apart by some distance, and we can gauge the distance to objects that way. But we can do it more exactly, more accurately,
the more we have.
because we can actually apply numbers to our observations by counting pixels and angles and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And so all of this stuff coming together gives us the ability to say with confidence that the International Space Station is at the altitude that it is, traveling at the speed that it is. It works on the same exact principle as depth perception. For you to say that Satan is lying to us in this aspect would be to say that Satan's giving you bullshit information that's making it unsafe for you to drive home right now, in which case, you better pull over.
No, because I also believe that I'm protected by God, okay? I know we can make
mysterious
I
ways.
know that we can make foolish this, like, there's foolishness in the world, and we can be fooled by things, okay? Again, I look at it from the spiritual realm, because there are prophetic things happening right now in the world. You're going to disagree, whatever, but it's all in the Bible. But you don't read the Bible, so you wouldn't know. It's there. Prophetic things are things that were predicted. Just like you say, NASA predicts the ISS being here. Well, the Bible does the same thing. It predicts time. It predicts what's going to happen. There's prophetic things happening. You can ignore that part, which is, or I can warn you and tell you.
I actually, on the contrary, I choose not to ignore the, what are we up to, 20 failed doomsday predictions supposedly predicted by the Bible?
Yeah, there's false prophets too. Yeah, we're warned about that.
All I'm saying is that this is literally trigonometry. Are you saying that Satan is lying about basic trigonometry?
No, what I'm saying is what we're seeing could be a manifestation of an object that's spiritual. Because Satan is allowing it, like what I'm saying, it's something there that's being projected. Because again, if we're gonna go look inside the space station with these astronauts, there's too many videos of them on wires, CGI. I mean, you name it.
I know you think
so
that.
So either there's no one up there, but you are seeing something, which I'm saying, I'm agreeing that there's possibly something up there. What I'm disagreeing with is that it's actual a spacecraft in space, like orbiting.
There's one thing to note, though. You can see all these components in the different modules and the different vehicles. You can see them on Earth, and then you can see them in the sky in the exact same.
Let me ask you something. How come? So let's just go back to the origins of the ISS. Where are the actual, the building of it? Why was it that recorded?
I have a playlist. One that it shows all the space shuttle and the Soyuz missions and Russian missions they use to assemble it. They're longer, they're full clips because the process takes hours to install even a single module. So if you want that, I can get that to you. Yes, we do.
Sure, I'd like to see that, because that is one of the things that, like, where is the footage of them assembling this this ISS
But
in
there's
space.
but there's a problem. Is that
Yes, sir.
and you just said it yourself. Where's this footage of them assembling it in space? But we all
Okay.
know that whenever we present to you footage from space, it's immediately dismissed as CGI.
Okay. Why haven't you?
Okay.
So what would be the point of us go now? Granted, Big Mike has actually done the work and gathered all these clips, and big props to him
Okay.
for doing the work and making that happen. And yes, I will go ahead and place a link to that playlist in the description after this is all said and done. But at the same time, I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to predict that after you see these videos, or if you see them at all, you will immediately dismiss it as CGI.
Okay. So, would you disagree that NASA uses CGI?
Oh, I would disagree that they use CGI in the way to fool you. Now, in terms of an illustrative purpose, yeah, they use CGI to illustrate stuff, and they're very clear when they're using CGI to illustrate stuff. Like, for example, during the launch of SLS, there was this telemetry view that they went to. They went from the actual cameras filming the damn thing and went to a telemetry view. They said that this was a telemetry view, that this was a computer showing what the rocket is doing, but it wasn't showing the actual rocket itself. That was immediately picked up by flat earthers saying, "Oh, look at that! They're showing us CGI. How foolish do they think we are?" And blah blah blah. When in reality, NASA said this is a telemetry view. You're seeing real-time telemetry. We're not trying to fool your ass into thinking that this is real life. So yes, they use CGI to illustrate stuff, and they're very clear when they do.
Right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen when they flick over to a cartoon and then they flick back to something else and then they flick back to the cartoon. Like they go back and forth between the two images. Whatever they're showing, it's supposed to be live, and then they go back to and they look like a CGI illustration of what it, which I don't understand because it's like again they're trying to mix the two, a CGI and reality thing. That's why I was saying like.
They're not trying to deceive you. It's just that.
Well, wait a minute. But what I'm saying is like, what's the purpose of that? Why do they go? So like, I noticed when they do the CGI, they have stars in the background, but when they go back to the their supposedly real footage, those stars aren't there. So why are you giving two?
It just doesn't make sense if it had stars there.
One, you're projecting stars. The other one, you don't see them. And I'm like, huh? What's the point of that?
Why does Google Earth have the stars when it shouldn't in reality? It's just a representation of something. Representation does not need to see it.
Right, but if they're already in space, why are they? And if they're showing what space really looks like from their, while they're in space, and you don't see stars, why are they showing a CGI?
Because again, it's a
but I don't understand what's the point of that if they should show it the way it really looks on their CGI, like it looks.
But they do. No. Here's the thing, Leo. That's the thing. They do show you the way it really looks by showing you actual footage from space, but that too is automatically dismissed as CGI.
Yeah.
They literally do this. So for example, when you saw
the Artemis, that's a good example because that was the most recent footage of them going back to the moon. I have problems with that. I have problems with all that footage. It looks
I do not doubt
so
this version.
Fake. It looks so fake. There's so much
I was there to
anomalies in there going
Big
on.
Mike was there to film the launch.
No. I'm not talking about the launch. I mean, rockets. Rockets go up, but they come back down. I'm talking about Artemis that was supposed to orbit the moon.
Go to Russia. I'm just gonna point that out. Given there's no ocean to land in, just thousands of miles of tundra to the east.
And also on top of that, I know you didn't know of this, and I'll send it to you. But Astronomy Live not only tracked Artemis during the launch, he also tracked it one orbit later, and while it was on its way to the moon, and while it was coming back, and even predicted where it would land when it arrived back to Earth. I'll send all of this to you.
Okay. Let me ask you: on your telescope, when Artemis was up there, were you trying to find it through your telescope? It orbiting around the moon. Do you have any footage like that?
No, he was able to track it through an actual telescope, meaning that.
Right. But I mean, does he have? like, does he have an actual object in front of the moon, or was that too far to see? Is that what you were gonna say, or you know what I mean?
I'm
When it was
struggling to understand what you're talking about.
okay,
But if I
Artemis was supposed to be orbiting around the moon, right? It wasn't gonna land on the moon. It was just gonna orbit and take photos of the moon surface. So, do you have any footage on a telescope looking at the moon while Artemis is up there? Like, actually, can you see it on your telescope? An object going around the moon?
No, that's not the type of tracking that was done. The way that you do tracking is that you need a background reference in order to make sure that what you're looking at is actually where it is. So, for example, he had his telescope set up in Florida. He also rented time on another telescope down in Chile. So, with these two telescopes, remember your two eyes, depth perception, how that works? You had a telescope down there, you had a telescope up here, mimicking our two eyes, and with that, he was able to make measurements. And the way that you would do that is by looking at Artemis and seeing where it is relative to the stars in the background between the two telescopes. That shift that you're going to see between the two telescopes is parallax, and that can be measured. He was able to do that at different stages of its mission. He wasn't able to do it in one continuous shot because eventually the Earth's going to rotate and you ain't going to see the damn thing anymore. But he was able to do that here, wait a little bit, take another image, wait a little bit, take another image, so on, so on, and so on. And then he was able to build a cumulative case to show where it went and where it was going to come back. And he was able to predict that accurately. And like I said, I will send you this playlist. I will send you this video. It's all there. And on top of that, this is the same telescope, mind you, Leo. This is the same exact telescope that we're offering you a chance to control and to see the space station. You can see the solar panels. You'll be able to see the modules. You'll be able to see the Dragon spacecraft that astronauts take to even get up there in the first place. You'll be able to do all of this on your own with that kit.
Let me ask you something. I think I was listening on the last Friday. I don't know, it was last Friday or the Friday before where TM came in. What's that all about?
Oh, the dude just straight up lied about my observation. He's an absolute bullshit artist. So now keep in mind, measurements and angles are a thing. So I'm just going to give you an example of what he did. Let's say that I measured my my driveway to be 20 feet long or 30 feet long or something like that. And I were to show you the tape measure of me measuring it and it being 30 feet long. He is literally going to people on Twitter and saying, you know, per this example, and saying, oh, well, did you hear Red's Rhetoric only measured his driveway to be 5 feet long? He's literally lying about my measurements. He's lying about what my measurements show. He's lying about the fact that it can be repeated, or that he's saying that it can't be repeated when in fact it actually can. He is just a bullshit artist because he wants people to believe this flat earth nonsense. He doesn't want people to actually go out there and do the observations for themselves. I'm actually a big threat to him because I'm offering people the opportunity to do these observations for themselves, which is not something flat earthers want you to do. Keep this in mind. We always hear over and over and over again that flat earthers want you to quote unquote do your own research. What they actually mean by do your own research is go on the internet, find some memes, and leave it at that.
Oh, I don't completely buy all that because I do my own research, and yes, I follow other people that obviously do research, you know, and so a lot of
long story short, Leo, just to be clear, TM is just lying about my observation. That's what that was about. He was lying about my observation, and I was calling him a lying, disingenuous piece of shit.
Well, it got heated in there, and I kind of broke off from that conversation at the time. That's why when I came back, like, what I was like, what is this all about?
Yeah. Long story short, he's a lying, disingenuous piece of shit.
And the thing is, people are capable of lying. That's why I think that's why there's good and evil. There's bad. People have motives to lie.
That's why we have a hashtag, Leo.
The seed is a real thing. People lie, right? Because they can be disingenuous and make up things for what? I say, I don't care what model it is, flat or globe, we still have to deal with sin, okay? You're not going to agree with that, but there's sin in this world. If not, you know, then what I'm seeing on Twitter, people killing each other, just the evilness is out there, then it's not real.
You can say that activities or behaviors that
because
you don't
the
like
human
within,
heart-
that's fine. But the idea, Leo, that I'm trying to say is that it doesn't matter what your religious beliefs are. You can literally do these observations on your own. The only person that could even remotely lie to you when doing these observations is yourself. That's the only person that's even in the equation at this point. So you can verify this. You can look through the international. You can look through a telescope to see the International Space Station, as Big Mike was able to point out many times before in the past. And like I said, I'm giving you access to a telescope that's literally mirrors and glass.
You know what?
that
I
you wanna
think.
be in.
What's the other guy you said telescope, or what's his name? The other
Astronomy Live.
That's right. You know what? I've had a conversation with him. He did offer me one time to do the same thing, and yeah, I do recall having some conversation with him and in the past on Twitter. And I was asking him about the moon because I have my own footage of lights shining through the moon on the dark side. You know, because
So did you take him up on his offer?
Yeah, and the thing was a timing thing, so it didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Okay. Can that
I
timing
do remember
thing
him
not be-
offering that to me because I was bringing up where I think the discussion was about the moon being its own light and stuff like that, and so I asked him. I think I asked him a person. You know, I think I might have tweeted him separately like I did you, and asked him. And so he didn't respond. I don't remember how he responded to that, but I was like, because again, I have footage of the moon and I have light flashing and, you know, was moving through the dark side, which I was like, wow, what is this? What's going on? You know, again, you know, I believe, I look, let me tell you something. I seen something when I was 10 years old, not 10, maybe 9.
I don't care.
Okay.
Nobody
I grew up in
cares.
Houston, Texas. I was playing in my front yard on the driveway. Mind you, there was a lot of kids in our neighborhood.
I saw an angel.
That day I was outside by myself.
He saved one of my friends.
This little ditch that formed on the side of my driveway, because you know the tire would drive over on the side of the driveway. Well, it created this ditch, and my father filled it up with pea gravel. So I remember playing in it. I was there playing in it, and then
Oh no, the angels saved him.
my mom yelled to me to come inside. So I remember pulling straight up, like I dusted my hands off my knee, and when I went up in the sky, I saw this triangle, shiny, it looked like lightning. This was in the daytime. A triangle. It looked like a pyramid, but upside down. So the base was on top, and the point was pointing down towards the earth. But when I looked at it, it looked like it was spinning on its own axis. It was like it was turning, and it went from one point to another in a matter of, like, I'm talking about seconds, and it did like like 3 E's, like a loop. And so what I saw was the light doing 3 E's, and it disappeared. I was like, what the hell was that?
And this...
I went in and told my mom, well, so what I'm getting at, again, the manifestation of spiritual things. So when you go back and read the Bible, and I know you probably won't, but if you could, read Ezekiel, the book of Ezekiel, and you're going to see what goes on in the heavens in the spiritual realm. And so
yeah, the one thing that I take away from your story is that this upside down pyramid that's spinning is not exactly predictable in terms of where it's going to be, how fast it's going to go, and so on. But for the International Space Station, it is predictable. We can actually, we know for a fact where it's going to be. That's why I can tell you exactly where it's going to be on Saturday, so you can see it yourself.
Right. But what I'm telling you, that things manifest in the heavenly realm, and that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but you're saying that NASA. You're saying that NASA.
No, what I'm telling you, that there's things in the heavenly realm that could be manifested to appear something.
And NASA has access to this.
Let's say NASA.
No.
Can send things in heaven.
NASA is a power at B. They're an entity that's ready. They're created. Again, they have images and videos that we see that have, just a bunch of things that are questionable. You
Let
can
me
call
just
them
let me ask a basic
novice.
question. Let me just
Yes,
ask
sir.
a basic question,
Go ahead.
Leo.
Yeah.
In your opinion, why do you believe NASA put the International Space Station up there? Whether you believe it's a projection or a drone or a balloon or whatever, why do you believe NASA put the International Space Station up there?
It's to keep the space program alive, the heavenly realm open, because
They do.
if it wasn't up there,
Involve the ISS.
if it wasn't up there, would we be talking about the ISS and space? No, because they can't really go out on rockets to the moon. They have that as just a link to it's just a charade to keep up the outer space thing.
Okay,
Because
they can still observe
so
satellites.
so the thing is, what I'm saying is that it's there only as a deception to make us think that we still have access to outer space. You see what I'm getting at? So it
Big
was
Mike.
put there as a deception. So
Big
again,
Mike,
I mean that's
you had a good
that's my
response
answer to
Go
that.
ahead.
That's my answer to that. I think it's just a deceptive tool to to keep people like you and me and asking what the hell is it? Well, you already think
But
it is what it is.
you do realize, Leo, that the ISS isn't the only space station up there.
Right, I've heard. I've seen China footage. It looks just as worse as.
Man,
Believe me.
we've also
I've
seen,
already posted stuff on Twitter about their stuff. It's
yeah,
ridiculous.
but the Chinese space station has been observed using ground-based telescopes, and not only
Okay.
that, but even
Again, we're
if
seeing things
NASA,
in the heavenly realm. I don't disagree.
yeah,
I don't
but not
disagree
just
that things
seeing
could be
it,
put up there.
you're missing the point, dude. Not just seeing it, measuring it. We're actually getting data from these things. And it's not just the space stations that we're talking about, whether they're the International Space Station or the Chinese Space Station, doesn't matter. You can actually do this for a crap ton of satellites up there.
There's also
Geostationary,
where
we
you
can
get-
do it.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to add. There's also a different depth of level that
Jesus.
we're also missing. People routinely communicate with the ISS using ham radio. If it was just
Okay.
something in the heavens, that should be impossible. You can't, unless heaven itself is broadcasting back in SSTV or ham wave radio frequency. That is literally impossible.
Yep, and that, but also the fact that we can do these same measurements with a crap ton of satellites. Geostationary,
Hey,
it can be done.
now I have to finish
low
the
Earth orbit
missions
satellites, it can be done. Like for example,
and
it
farm
can be
those
done with the
stupid
Hubble
Dragon
Space
Balls.
Telescope. There are plenty of
Balls.
options up there, not just the International Space
I don't
Station.
want to
I do-
farm balls.
I don't want to get into that subject because I'm already home. So I'm about to let y'all go, but I do appreciate your conversation and just sharing me your your thoughts and your what you observe. I definitely have to take you up on the offer because I mean you're offering your proof or your evidence or whatever you want to call it, your observation.
A really badass telescope.
And right, but again, I'm not going to disagree that there's something up there, okay? Because again, I believe in the spiritual realm of this earth. You can disagree with that too, but again, I go by the word of God. It's also predictable. It has stuff that's going on today that's prophetic. You can turn a blind eye
It's
to it and just say,
pathetic,
well,
yeah.
it's like me saying it's CGI, it's fake. You're gonna say the same thing about God's word when I say, well, look, it says this, and this is what's going on. You're gonna say, oh, well, that's. I mean, your response is probably gonna be the same way, But there is a spiritual side to the world, and
God has not blessed them with a solid internet connection.
bless them with. Can you hear me?
There you are. Try Starlink next time. It might be better for you.
I got Google Fiber. Anyway, all right. Well, I'm gonna let y'all guys go. I appreciate the conversation. I'd like to chat with you more because look, I don't think the ISS is gonna make me believe that there's a globe because again, I'm gonna look at it through the spiritual lens. That's fine because there are things that manifest in the heavens. I shared with you a story when I was little. Something appeared in the heavens, the sky. It was triangular. It wasn't even an airplane. It was a triangle. Okay. You hear reports of that around the world that people see things in the sky. Okay. We don't, no one's accounting for that stuff. We're just talking about the ISS because NASA,
No one's accounting for that
the
stuff,
space agencies
except
of the world make this ISS. And
we
so
just call it bullshit.
we believe
I'll
that
tell you
it's
what.
up there.
I'll give you some homework. Find
Okay.
a way that we can actually take it into account.
How many thousand people are there every year
we'll
that
get back to you on that.
help other people that have been
So,
abducted by
come to me
fucking
with a game
aliens?
plan, and I'll get
Like,
back to you.
of course you
about the
don't take that
proposal,
into
all right?
account
All right,
because
man.
it's bullshit.
Appreciate it. Thanks for your time and hooking up.
All right, peace.
All right, bro.
Okay. Big Mike. Wow.
Yeah, could have gone better, could have gone worse.
So, space station not convincing because Bible. That's what I got from this conversation.
Yep.
Pretty much. And I want to give him slack for the whole Bible thing, but it's just like his points aren't even valid. It's not like, he's providing, at least with firmament, that's something we can debunk. That's something solid enough, a solid argument, so to say. But it's just, spiritual. He didn't even define that. So it's kind of hard to give him any credence to that.
Yeah, I'm going to rate this conversation maybe, I don't know, 2.5 out of 5 stars, and leave it like that. But I do want to thank you, Big Mike, for showing up. It's always nice to have you on the channel. And I would like to thank all the people who found this stream, even though it was unannounced. So thank you all for showing up. So, Big Mike, I'm about to end it here. So if you have something you would like to say it now or forever. Hold your mustard.
Don't be a flat earther. That's all I have to say.
All right. Yep. Never go full flurf. All right, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I appreciate all of you. And I'll talk to you all later. Bye-bye.
Oh, hi, Jack. Hey, Mike. Not you. Hi. I'm So, Jack, thanks for coming on Best of the Worst.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. It's great to be here.
Yeah, people might know you as some guy in the Hunger Games.
Yep.
Of course, Huey from The Boys.
Sure, yeah.
And most recently, the Ghostface Killer in the new Scream movie.
Huh?
You just...
Spoiler.
It's great to be here.
Oh, it's great to have you here. So, Jack, this is our Plinketto board.
Oh my God, this has been here the whole time?
This has been here the whole time.
Wow.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It helps us randomly select terrible movies.
That it does. And we have a lot on the docket today, huh?
Yeah, let's talk about them.
Okay, what is this one? Because the title's cut off.
Enter something.
Interface. It's not just another fantasy game. These players are serious. Dead serious.
I am too.
Yeah?
About not watching that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, what's after that?
Nailed it. We got Dark Universe.
Wow. This is sure ripping off something.
Yeah. Then we got After Last Season. It's just two people looking sad or asleep in heaven.
It looks like they're sleeping.
Yeah. They're sleeping in heaven.
And I'll probably be sleeping during that.
Oh boy.
Or dead.
I hope dead. Then we got Black Scorpion, starring Joan Severance.
Oh, Severance. That's a good show.
That's not what this is.
No. This looks like a combination of Catwoman and Batman. It's clearly a superhero movie.
Yes, and the tagline is "Justice has a nasty sting." Okay. I thought this was not Brian Bosworth at first. I thought there was Wyatt Russell from a bunch of stuff.
Okay. The full tilt in your face
action picture of the year.
Is Brian Bosworth a wrestler?
I don't know wrestling. I know people that know wrestling. I don't know a ton about wrestling.
I think the Stone Cold part is confusing me because there's a wrestler named Stone Cold.
Okay.
Steve Johnson? So, is that it? It kind of looks like Val Kilmer from Weird.
Val Kilmer?
Kilmer.
Oh,
I pulled a Rich.
This is Val
Pulled over
who
Rich.
goes into
Oh, no.
Kilmer. Val Kilmer.
Hollywood's hottest actor.
And then Choice. And then what is I can't even see the title of this next one.
Yeah, it's got some kind of like glossy print.
It's so glossy.
Interceptor Force. How do you stop the unstoppable?
We got an interceptor force and we got an interface.
Ernie Hudson.
Oh, good. I hope we land on this one.
Yeah.
I always love Ernie Hudson.
I always love an Ernie Hudson flick.
Yep, Ernie Hudson vehicle never lets you down. And then we have Bog.
Here to represent reality. You've just said, well, if the angle that you see is compressed, then this is what I think should happen, with no basis behind it. It's just, I mean, I almost get what you're trying to do. You're trying to explain an idea that you've got in your head, but you've done it with no basis to matching with reality, no way to actually back up what it shows.
Is that okay? So when you stand 2,400 nautical miles away, do you see Polaris at 60 degrees?
I'm going to assume that's correct.
Yes, that's what my graph shows. So obviously it shows basis in reality. If
Yeah,
you stand
okay, right. So,
1,200
you're
miles
right.
away,
Okay, so what you're showing is correct. So you're showing that, at 0 miles away from Polaris, it's at 90 degrees, and at X miles away, it's at X degrees. But your graph doesn't represent reality because of the way you've compressed things along the X and the Y axis. That's not what happens in reality. And that's why it doesn't represent reality.
oh yes it does. In reality, if I stand at a certain distance and I measure an apparent altitude angle, is that star literally dropping or is it only apparently dropping to that altitude angle that I measured?
Well, the altitude angle physically changes.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, if you measure the altitude angle from a different distance, the altitude angle has physically changed. That's almost what you're trying to show with your graph. So if you move,
Polaris
10.
physically drops.
No, I'm saying the angle to Polaris physically changes based on your position.
So Polaris stays always the same altitude, correct? No matter your distance from it.
In reality, it would always be a certain distance above a point because the Earth's a globe and it's millions and billions of miles away. But the actual position of the actual maths of what you see Polaris do when you move away from it is a constant thing. So for every 69 miles, or for every 69 nautical miles, it drops 1 degree, right?
Yeah.
So, but that's not, so even though you've got the numbers correct, you've not shown what happens in reality because your x-axis is changing its scale as it goes. Therefore, it cannot represent reality because that's not what happens in reality.
It does happen in reality. I just explained it with your tiles. It's an
The tiles don't physically change. The tiles' lengths are always the same.
It optically changes.
Yeah, you can't represent what optically happens on a graph that's supposed to represent distance.
So you understand when I say orthographic view?
Yeah, and so this isn't an orthographic view. this is a nonsense view that you've made up in your mind. Because an orthographic view shows how the angle drops, making the surface a curve, because otherwise the actual position of Polaris would change in the sky if you do the trigonometry of that side of the triangle. So my point is that in reality,
remember,
the x-axis
okay,
doesn't squish.
I'm going to ask you something. Is perspective based optical or physical?
Perspective is distance based.
But I'm asking, when you look in three-dimensional view, perspective based, is what you see optical or physical?
Everything that you see is optical. And that's been one of my points for a long time, is that you never see the physical anything. You see the light that is bouncing off of a thing.
Can I quickly share screen?
Yes, sure. Should have permission. One sec.
Yeah, it says because you're sharing screen, I can't. So.
I shouldn't be sharing screen. That's I'm just doing it with virtual camera, so you should be able to share screen now.
Okay, got it. Share screen. There we go. You've obviously.
Vidal, come out to play.
Okay. Still there? That's right, your audio's cut out. Hello? That's right, your audio, I can't hear you.
Hello? Hello? Okay, I see when I share screen, it mutes me.
Ah. Weird. Shouldn't do that.
Yeah, as soon as I start sharing screen, it mutes. But okay, I'm going to just quickly show you that. I don't need to talk, but I just want you to quickly see. What I'm going to show you, it's literally like a few seconds, maybe 30 seconds, and then I'll come explain it to you, okay?
Roger.
Even though you're not an android, you have some great... Here's a gift. Take it before... Now, which battle shall I enjoy? Who will you fight with? Now...
Time is wasting. Let's hurry.
So, sun goes behind the physical thing. Yes. Yeah, you know that, yeah. You know, when you look behind the bucket.
Okay, am I back?
Yeah.
Okay, you saw that. Did you see it was dropping in apparent altitude?
Yeah, and then I saw how it was blocked by a physical horizon, yeah.
Yeah, occulted by things that are in the way of it, like the paint cans.
Yeah, which could be the physical horizon of the Earth. So we saw the sun drop below the physical horizon of the Earth.
But you do know that was a flat surface, and this light was exactly the same altitude going in the distance.
Yeah.
So what you observed there was perspective, correct?
Yeah, and then you saw the sun get physically blocked by something. Yeah, something was physically in the way of us seeing the sun. There wasn't any angle at any point where that bucket could have been above the sun or below the sun, because from that position the sun went below the bucket. It was physically blocked. It wasn't just far enough away. There wasn't a limited viewing angle. The sun was just physically blocked by that bucket.
That is a physical viewing angle.
No, there was zero angle. There was zero angle. There wasn't a limited angle. There was zero angle to the sun. The sun was physically behind that bucket. Yeah.
So I just showed them a sun setting on a flat earth.
only if Flat Earth has several different horizons, because what you showed was the sun being physically blocked by something.
Yes, based on angle.
There was no angle left. The angle was gone. The sun would have been physically below the horizon from that point of view. What you showed was the sun being physically blocked by a physical thing, which wouldn't happen if the Earth was flat. Because the Earth doesn't rise up like you had the camera above the point of where the buckets was, below the point of where the bucket was. So the sun was physically blocked by the bucket. Nothing to do with viewing angle, because there was no viewing angle. That wasn't representative of what would happen if the Earth was flat, because you don't see your position from below the Earth.
Okay, Craig. Remember when my graph, when I said I want to show you in reality that it does look like it's physically dropping, but it's not actually dropping? You just validated that whole graph that you just said was rubbish. Thank you.
No, not at all, because again, the graph doesn't represent reality, because the x-axis. But the x-axis still doesn't change. If you were representing what you just did in that video, the buckets would be equally placed along this, not compressed, because that's not what happens in reality. The point is, you have shown a graph which is not a way to represent reality. You have shown a graph to represent what you think you want it to represent, without any mathematical basis behind it.
Right? Like I said with your tiles, the physical distances are the same. Your apparent distances change due to perspective. That's what that graph is showing. Not the physical distances changing, the apparent distances change.
Yeah, you can't represent that on a graph of distances, because there is no scale to your graph. Therefore, it doesn't have any basis in reality. Have you done anything to confirm that the amount of compression that you've put on that graph is what you would see in reality? Because there would be a mathematical basis behind that. You would be able to do that.
Yes, the radius.
The
radius maximus. Your radius maximus. The maximum of your radius to the circumference is the reason why you have that. And I can show that now on that actual graph.
So therefore there would be a transformation possible from an accurate scale to what you've shown. So can I see that transformation? Because if there isn't a way to transform between one view to the other, then one of them doesn't represent reality. I mean, oh yeah, are you still there? You've gone very quiet. Hello?
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. I wanted to add a new
what
tab.
happened
I wanted to add a new tab, and I'm like talking, and I see no one's there. Okay.
I mean, not to mention the fact that the angular size of the sun in your video reduced by a significant amount, which is not what we see in reality either.
Yeah, but remember this parallax. That's the reason why the sun changes in such small amounts. But anyway, back
but
to
again,
what
that's
we're
not what you
talking
showed in
about.
the video, so...
Yeah, well, it's a much closer distance. That's
So,
right, we'll get to that now.
a more accurate representation of what you've done is to say that there's a mountain blocking the sun or something in your representation.
If it's got a larger angular size, then it limits
now,
the point of
right,
view, correct.
so the height of the bucket, what was the camera? Was the camera above or below the bucket?
Below the bucket. But even
Right.
if I had it
So
above,
in
even
reality,
if I had it above, even if I
what-
had it above and I had the distance far enough, it would still get to a point where you can't see it anymore.
Can you do that and
Anyway,
show us?
back to the
Because I
argument.
don't think it would.
Okay, but can you just get back to the argument? I'm going to share the screen again.
Well, yeah.
Obviously,
yeah,
I can't talk.
yeah.
I'm just going to show it quickly.
Okay,
What I
alright,
want
go
to
ahead.
show, and then I'll explain to you what I'm showing. Okay. Okay.
Why don't we end this?
Fuck these destructo discs. They are the worst bullshit in the game. It's so hard to not get hit by them because
So what I was
yes, you
showing there,
can
see that,
teleport away
that's
from
your
them,
field of
but you
view.
have to do it 2 times.
That's your maximum.
And that is so fucking hard.
So, as the guy was moving further away, you saw the radius can only go maximum to that circumference. So the apparent drop follows that arc of that field of view.
But that's not what you showed in your video.
That's exactly what I showed.
No, what you showed in your video, the red guy on your graph would be below that line, right? So, right, let's talk about the video and what you showed, right? All those buckets were the same height, right? So the height of those buckets would be representing the surface of the Earth, okay? So your camera was below the surface of the Earth, which is not what we see in reality. That, you know, anyone below the surface of the Earth is going to see the sun disappear, whether it's moving away from us or the Earth is rotating. Because that's what you've shown. You've shown the position of someone buried several feet below the ground. If you were to raise the camera to the height of the bucket or just the height of the bucket, that sun would never go out of view.
So changing elevation does push the sun out further, your field of view out further.
Which matches the predictions of the globe, yeah, and doesn't make any sense if the Earth is flat.
So it was a flat surface showing that, so not a globe then.
Well, what you're showing is a flat surface. And my point is,
it
if the surface was flat,
demonstrated
right, if you were to show the representation of a flat surface by having the camera actually on that flat surface, that sun would never disappear, because on a flat Earth, the sun would never set. It could never set. It's very simple. I have modeled this out personally, right? So have a look at this. So we've got 4 cameras of the same view here. One looking at the sun, one looking at the side, I suppose you could call that orthographic, one straight down, and one that's actually the view of the camera itself from where it is on the Earth. And it watches the sun go across the entire Earth. And I mapped this out to an accurate scale of how many miles the Earth is, and put the sun at about 1,000 miles up as just an arbitrary distance, right? And what it shows is that at no point whatsoever would the sun ever go out of view. Across the entire Earth, there's no reason at all, absolutely, that perspective would make the sun disappear. And you know, I've got 4 views here on purpose because I'm taking perspective into account by showing it from the side and the front and everything.
Where's convergence? Shown there?
Describe what you mean by convergence.
I don't see convergence shown there. Perspective
Describe what you mean by convergence.
It converges to your eye level.
What does?
To your eye level. The object you're viewing in the distance is supposed to be converging relative to your eye level.
Well, if it got far enough away, then it may do that, but it's not getting far enough away. The sun the top right view, okay. If you look at the top right view, that is what the person standing in North America would see looking at the sun, as the sun went all the way across the flat Earth to the other side of China, right? And as you can see, the angle is getting lower and lower and lower, and if it kept going, there would be a point where the angle was very, very, very small. But at no point, and this is just making an assumption that the sun's about 1,000 miles up. I don't know an actual distance, but I could do this with any different height of the sun, and from the person viewing the sun, it would always be there.
Okay, and where's the refraction taken here? Where's the compression taken into account here? Where's any optical effects? Because you don't even have
the camera is an optical effect. The camera is optically seeing what the light would show. Obviously, there is no refraction. However, in general, refraction when you're looking up is very limited and wouldn't be a massive amount to take into account. But this is showing that optically, the sun would never disappear.
No, you don't even have convergence in there, so it makes...
Well, no, there is convergence, but the angle isn't getting low enough for it to converge.
But then it's invalid. Show the
Why is it
distance
invalid?
needs-
This is what a flat Earth would show. If the
I
Earth,
literally showed
if the sun was
convergence.
1,000 miles up,
I just showed in a spray booth convergence at 7 meters. You trying to show something that doesn't even converge at 1,000
well, no,
miles.
you showed a graph that makes stuff up, and you didn't show convergence. You showed something
I showed a
hiding the sun.
demonstration in a paint booth. I showed a demonstration in a paint booth.
Yeah, again,
In 7
you had the
meters-
camera below the surface of the Earth. So there
Again,
was no
it
convergence.
wasn't there.
What there was the sun being blocked by the surface of the
Wasn't-
Earth
wasn't
because your
convergence.
camera
Did
was
you see those
below the
lines?
surface of the Earth. My camera
you
is
see those
on the
lines?
surface of the Earth.
Did you see those lines that I had on the screen? The
Which
way
lines?
it said first position, second position, third position.
Yes.
Did it seem to have an apparent drop?
What do you mean an apparent drop? There was different distances on.
That's what convergence is. That is what convergence is. It has an apparent
Convergence
drop
is
relative-
apparent drop.
Yes, just like if you look at light
No,
waves
again,
in distance,
right.
it appears to drop
What
down
don't you
to
understand about the
convergence.
fact that in your demonstration you had the camera below the surface of the Earth? So your observation is invalid because that's not
No,
we don't
you
see things from below the surface of the Earth.
You're literally
Oh.
fighting the argument I'm not even talking about. Ignore the paint cans or where my eye is.
I can't because
The
that's what your video
argument
was.
No, the argument is based on reality, things converge to a lower apparent altitude in the distance. You cannot deny this. This thing
There's
you are showing
a
here does
lower
not
apparent
have a-
elevation angle, yeah, right. And that's what's
This
happening.
thing
If you
you're
look at my
showing
screen,
here-
right, flat, sorry, if you look at my screen, right, if you look at the bottom right one, okay, you can see how the angle between the camera and the sun is getting smaller, right? It's getting smaller and it's getting smaller. And if that sun, right, hold on, let me finish. If that sun kept going to the right, that angle would get smaller and smaller and smaller. Do we agree?
Again, your orthographic view is not perspective based. That's the whole point. That's why the graph I
Yeah,
drew
because there's no way of
was
representing
trying-
what you're trying to show. I am representing reality. You are representing
So
what you would like reality to be.
No.
Well, I'm
literally
representing
showed
reality
you-
if the Earth was
I
flat.
did-
Obviously, the Earth isn't
I
flat.
did an actual demonstration on a flat surface, validating what I've been showing in my explanation of the graph. You have a computer-generated thing here that does not even bring convergence into what you call perspective.
Of course it does. The things are converging. This sun is, from the point of view, if you watch the one on the left, the top left, okay, it shows that the sun drops in position
Sorry,
in the
but
sky,
that's not
right?
reality what you're showing here, Craig. That's not reality what you're showing because it doesn't show perspective.
It is showing perspective from many different angles.
Where's the convergence? Where's the convergence?
Again, the top right, the one showing the sun, right?
That's not
It is.
convergence.
Again, well, let me finish.
No,
Then
that's not convergence.
let me explain how it is convergence, or what you say convergence is. Because if you are the person viewing that sun, the sun is getting closer to the ground. Okay, you can't see it in this angle because I've only got a limited amount of the camera that I could show to fit all four in. But if I was to make that camera angle wider, you could see the floor start to rise towards that sun on the top right as it gets further and further away. All right?
The floor starts to rise. So the
Because
floor
it
rises
would
relative
appear to
higher.
rise as the camera followed the sun. The floor would appear to rise towards the sun as the sun appeared to drop towards the floor because of convergence. That's what that is showing. But you just can't see the floor there because I just wanted to have a camera focused on the
Great.
sun and there wasn't enough
Great,
space.
so you conceive then you conceive then if we look over the ocean would converge upwards then, thus occulting the sun in the distance.
It would never cover it. It would never cover it. What happens with perspective is that things go towards a line. You know what I suppose a lot of flat earthers call the vanishing point. Things above that line go down towards it, and things below that line go up towards it, but they never cross it. If the sun was a constant distance above the Earth, moving directly away from us, it would never drop below the line of vanishing point, or whatever you want to call it. What happens? What would happen is what I'm showing.
No, would you provide an actual demonstration for that where you actually
I'm
show
showing
in
it now.
reality?
And it's a bloody good demonstration with 4 different cameras.
That's not a demonstration. That's a computer program that you got there using orthographic view and calling it perspective.
There's more than orthographic
You do
view
know
there.
this
There's 4 different views.
You do know this program you're using now is showing the orthographic, and it's literally that 3D view you have in there is showing it based on only angle movement, which is only orthographic.
But what about the ones that are directly above, the camera that's directly above, and the camera that's looking directly at the sun, which would be representative of your camera in the thing you showed with the buckets? It's the same thing.
I literally showed actual demonstration where it seems to be dropping downwards.
Yeah, and it is
None of
dropping
these
down. What you don't understand is that sun, from the point of view of the person looking at the sun in the top right, that sun would be dropping down, right? That's what would be happening from that point of view. The camera is shifting down with it, so it doesn't really show it. Maybe I should have... Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, please. Right, if I'd kept that camera steady at this point, right? So, if we let it start again. So if I'd kept that camera steady on the top right... But let me finish. Let me finish. If I'd kept that camera steady on the top right, then that sun would drop down. But I've had the camera follow the sun. Okay? Does that make sense?
I literally got my cursor on the sun when it starts to when it goes in the distance. It does not drop below it.
Right, listen to the words that I said, right? Listen to the words that I'm saying, right? If I had... Flatsoid, you've strawmanned me, so let me say it again so that you understand, right? If I have kept the camera steady, which I have not, but if I kept the camera steady on that top right one at the initial point, then the sun would have dropped down in its position. But I have made the camera follow the sun instead.
Oh, so you just debunked your own argument. So
no, I haven't. That's my entire point, is that the sun still never goes out of view.
Do you have to change your camera angle?
All I did was follow the sun so that I could show that the sun never goes out of view.
And when you look at a sunset over the ocean, do you change your camera angle to look at it, or do you keep your camera at the same place and watch the sun
I
move
look
away
directly at the sun.
Okay, and the sun moves away while you keep your... Let's put this way. You put your camera on the beach on a tripod, and you leave it there.
Yeah, and that's the point. I didn't hear, right? But, so, what I want you to do, I want you to have a thought experiment here, right? And I want you to imagine if the top right there, if the camera stayed still, instead of moving with the sun, what the sun would do. Right, can you do that? Get that in your head. Just imagine that the camera is stationary instead of moving with the sun. What would the sun be doing?
Again.
Just answer that one question. Just answer that one question. What would the sun be doing if that camera was stationary? Would it be dropping down in view? Yes or no?
Yes.
There we go then. That's the point, right? So it shows that it does do convergence, like you say, because the sun would be dropping down towards the horizon line. But what it also shows is that the sun would never, ever, ever actually go out of view. As you can see, if you look at the bottom right, the camera has a view of the sun the entire time. There is no point where that camera doesn't see that sun.
Did I just end this straight away and say no one's ever claimed 1,000 to be at 1,000? What did you say? Kilometers up?
Well, Eric Dubay gave that exact figure, so I was just basing off of that.
I'm not Eric Dubay.
But again, I could do it at any arbitrary distance. It doesn't matter. I could put it at 50 miles. I could put it at 10,000 miles. It doesn't matter.
And secondly, this thing you're showing here is not perspective based. I would like you to actually do an actual demonstration instead of making straw man claims.
Those are just embarrassing. So, die Handynummer von meiner Mutter, ne? Könnt ihr die mal anrufen? Oops. Forgot me food. The only thing being shown is the failures of the education system. Yeah.
There's nothing strawmans about this. This is showing what would happen if the Earth was flat.
What was my argument? Oh yeah.
Your argument was if you were buried under the ground, the sun would disappear, which I agree with.
Listen, what was my original argument? The distances are physical, okay?
Distances are physical, yeah.
The apparent altitude change is apparent, just like my graph showed and my demonstration showed. Now you're trying to move on to something totally different, like going behind
your
paint,
demonstration showed
argument, which is not even. Yeah, but that's not what I.
But your demonstration showed the camera being under the surface of the Earth, which isn't a representation of reality. So
Again,
neither your graph or your representation match reality.
The argument is I can demonstrate in reality how things have convergence.
Okay, I've got a challenge for you then. Right? I've got a challenge for you.
While the distance stays physical. So the distance stays physical, the apparent drop shows compression. Hence, my graph was validated with actual demonstration.
No, again, because your demonstration showed the sun under the camera underneath the surface of the Earth. I've got a challenge for you, right? Wait, hold on. I've got a challenge for you, and that's to redo your demonstration with the camera just above the height of the buckets, right? Do that demonstration with the sun staying at the same height and moving it away, and I guarantee you, at no point will that sun be not visible.
You saw my greater rater thing before, remember?
I saw your what, sorry?
The greater.
Your greater?
Demonstration. Yeah, the cheese grater demonstration.
No.
I called it the greater rater. I made it, showed it having a apparent drop. And I was level to it. Let's try and do that again.
Right, okay, so, but I would like you to do that demonstration that you did with the buckets, right?
I'm doing it up now for you, don't worry. You know? Unlike you guys, we actually do actual demonstrations.
Yeah, I've done lots of demonstrations, but you guys
just
ignore
make
them.
claims. You guys like to make claims and not actually demonstrate it.
No, I demonstrate stuff all the time. But you guys just ignore it.
Like the thing you just showed that doesn't actually have perspective into it. Okay.
Yeah, because a 3D modeling software doesn't have perspective, of course.
I got fucked by slipping.
Do they take refraction?
Once again.
Again, the amount of refraction looking up at the sun is very, very minimal, so it doesn't really matter.
That's bullshit. I mean, you do know when, especially when it gets lower to the horizon.
When it gets lower to the horizon, yes, but as I showed, if the Earth was flat and the sun was 1,000 miles up, it would never get close to the horizon.
So what happens when something gets closer to the horizon with convergence, and there's a thicker atmosphere with refraction? Would it give the sun that apparent drop it needed?
Well, refraction tends to lift things up.
Yeah, the horizon, because it's closer to you.
Most things at distance, the refraction tends to lift it up.
It's the horizon, and because it's got a larger angle close to you, it lifts the horizon over this the further away.
It
planets
lifts
are
everything
further
up.
away.
Yeah, not just the horizon. Refraction in general lifts everything up on Earth. That's what we see.
So you just debunked your whole Black Swan argument as well. Congratulations. Because
No, I.
you
What?
guys claim,
It explains why you can
claim-
see the bloody horizon, because refraction lifts it up.
Ah, so but the horizon was still behind it, even though
Yeah.
it's getting blocked.
Yeah, exactly. Because it was lifted. Refraction was happening to all of the light coming from the horizon and the rigs, because refraction happens, and you know, we can literally model out the refractive index and show how that would happen with certain variations to the air density.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen again.
10 minutes, and then we'll open it up to other people, guys. And you're welcome, MC2. Oh, just before we go on, Flatsoid, I just want to ask you, how do you feel? Oh, you're doing that right now, so I'll ask you when you get back. What are we looking at here? Level. What's level? A hole. I just see the word level on a hole. I don't think you know what level means.
Hey, so you just saw that. It just dropped below the eye level.
That was a pretty interesting shot.
Don't think you know what eye level isn't the same as the horizon or the vanishing point.
Are you stating that the horizon is not relative to eye level?
Who will you fight with?
No, it's not, because horizon drops the higher you get.
Again, you just spoke about perspective, how the floor, the horizon rises relative to eye level, and now you are backpedaling and saying it doesn't.
I'm saying anything in the distance with convergent rises up to it. Looks like it rises up to a point, but the actual point of the horizon, if you have something that has a level, right, as you rise in distance, in elevation, sorry, the horizon drops. That's my point.
So
No matter how far away you are, the horizon will always drop when you raise an elevation.
So what happened with my cheeseburger now? I literally showed it being level, that hole that you saw there with
I mean,
the level.
what did you have as a reference for level? You, have you got anything
You saw it
that
in the
shows?
beginning there. I literally had.
Did you have like
saw it in the beginning.
Did you have like an app or something that shows if it's, you know, vertical or anything, or did you just assume it was?
I literally showed it on screen in the beginning.
I might have missed that bit. But did you have something? Yeah, you had an arrow that says level, but what did you have on the phone to determine that it?
Before that, I literally had it showing it to be level. Must I bring it on screen again where I show it showing its level? Okay, I'm gonna bring it up again and show you. Okay, there we go. Let me just share screen for 2 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead. Right, okay, yeah, no, I see what your point is. Yeah. Yeah, and so but then what have you got in reference to that camera that shows that that's like level with the, you know, there's not really a reference to anything. There's no reference that is like your vanishing point in the distance. Things will drop towards the vanishing point in the distance, and your eye level isn't the vanishing point.
So things do not converge relative to your eye level then, right?
What are you talking about?
Perspective.
If you were like in that video you showed of the camera and the cheese grater, right? If there was a point in the distance that we chose that was in line with eye level, then you would see that hole would never drop below that point. If you had a tangent between the two, but you had no reference of the two. You just had, here is a camera and something moving away. You didn't. You know, there was no. You need 2 points of reference to say that something's dropping below.
There was a point of reference.
No, there was only one point of reference. That was the camera.
The camera was, I literally drew on the screen in that hole that you saw there. It
Yeah.
was the eye level of the
So
camera
where,
right in
so
front
where
of
was the next reference point to show that that thing wasn't dropping below that level line? Because remember, that level line with your convergence will also drop down, right?
Convergence only goes relative to eye level.
Yeah,
The thing
right.
with that
So
cheese
the
grater-
eye
the
level
thing
will
with the
drop
cheese
down
grater-
into the distance, right?
The thing with the cheese grater,
It's
you know,
matching
remember
what we
when
expect.
people like to say shit shrinks?
Yeah.
And because of its proportionalities, that's why it dropped relative below the eye level of the camera, which you said is impossible.
No, I didn't.
But you just said on your
I said if
diagram
you've got a reference point, right, then the things are never going to drop below that. So if you have your camera above the level of those buckets, that sun will never disappear below that level. But if you're starting at the level of the camera and then moving things away, then of course it's going to drop down from that point looking out. But if something starts above the level of the camera, it's never going to disappear below the level of the camera as it goes into the distance.
Great. Okay, so let's do this.
So
way then.
what
When
you
look
did,
at-
right, hold on. So what you did, right, was the complete opposite to the first demonstration. In this one, you had the camera and the hole, which would be representing the surface of the Earth, moving away.
No.
Right? So that shows that it would drop down. But with the other one, you had the camera below the surface of the Earth, which is not what we see in reality, watching the sun move vertically away. So both representations show the different thing in the same way, what we expect, and actually debunks your point.
Okay, let's go look at it this way. Now, when you stand at the beach with your camera on a tripod now, and you're waiting for the sun to go and cause a sunset, it's moving above you, correct? Into the distance.
Yeah, because we're rotating away from it, yeah.
The further it goes away, it's going to drop in apparent altitude.
Well, it doesn't go away because it doesn't get smaller. It just drops in altitude.
Okay. It does actually get smaller even on a heliocentric model. I think it's like 0.001 degrees or something. But
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah, it's
that's caused by
practically
parallax because
nothing.
it's so far away.
On a flat Earth, it would be a lot more.
No, that's
Yeah.
just a straw man.
Yes.
It's not.
And I
It
think
would
that's
be a lot
okay.
more.
I can take two planes at different altitudes flying on top of each other. The one at the bottom will get smaller in altitude before the other one because of parallax. Distance makes a difference because of the
Yeah, so-
percentage difference in distance.
Yeah, you can't
But
deny
anyway,
that if
that's-
something
if
gets
it's sun-
further away, it
sun-
appears to get smaller. That has been your point the entire time, and that does not happen with the sun the way you would expect it to do with a local sun. It simply
Yes,
doesn't
it is.
happen.
It's the same as a mountain that's 100 kilometers away compared to a mountain that's 20 kilometers away. If you drive away, the one
Yeah,
that's
one
100
looks smaller, but that
kilometers
doesn't happen with the
does
sun.
not-
As it gets further away, it doesn't look
change-
smaller.
Listen, it changes in less angular size change compared to the one that's 50 kilometers away because of parallax.
There's one thing with the sun. There's no parallax involved.
The sun is moving the whole time, so the vantage point changes constantly. That's parallax.
Wait, you think parallax
sun
would
not moving?
stop an angular size change of the sun? No.
No,
Something that is
percentage
local, right?
change.
Flatsoid, I don't know why you're trying to deny this fact. Something that is local, like the sun would be on a flat Earth, moving away from us would have a significant drop in angular size. That does not happen in reality.
Okay, prove it. Take something, let's say, like you're 1,000 kilometer away, something, and
I'll prove
that
it right
would
now.
change.
I will prove it to you right now
Is that
with
a
my
1,000
screen.
kilometers? Is that a
Right.
1,000 kilometers away, Craig?
I am saying that as things move away, they will reduce in angular size. And if the sun is local, right? Again, if we're going to take an average flat Earth thing of say 3,000 miles, which was the first claim I heard from actually Nathan Oakley and co. So if you do the calculations of a sun being 3,000 miles up, the angular size change will be 3.7 times throughout the day, and it does not happen.
And I don't claim 3,000 miles, but you making it claim.
Could you give me an estimate of how high the sun is then, so that I don't strawman you?
So I would like you to go and do an actual demonstration of something 3,000 miles away changing in angular size.
Right. How high up is the sun for you? Flatsoid, how high up is the sun for you?
I don't know. Can't validate that. I've never made a claim how high it is.
Right. So all your arguments are kind of mute then. Brilliant.
But no.
But things that move away change in angular size, right? So if you don't have a figure, right, I will use a figure of 3,000 miles, which is an average claim that flat earthers make. And if that is the case, it is a 3.7 times change of angular size.
Can you stop talking at me? That globe thing you just had in front of your face would have a totally
the globe
different
thing?
impact.
You mean the globe?
Yeah, it's a toy. Anyway,
It's not
if it
a toy.
was that same, if that same thing was 100 kilometers away, would you have the same angular size change when it moves in distance?
You would have a angular size change.
Would it have the same one?
No, it would be less, obviously, because it's further away.
Less.
Right?
So
but
if
again,
the
what
sun
you would
is less
expect
hot-
of the sun is at least a 3.7 times angular size change. Because as things get further away, they change in size. But that isn't what happens in reality. Same with the
Okay,
moon.
and,
Here's the moon. If the Earth was
Right,
flat,
so
it would be like...
Why are you trying to work stuff from strawmans that I've never made, Greg?
Well, I'm just flat Earth in general. You don't give a figure, so I'm having to make one for you.
I know, you're literally making what you believe flat Earth to be, so you are...
Well, no, I
creating
don't
a
have any
straw
beliefs
man.
of flat Earth because I don't think a flat Earth exists. But what I'm not strawmanning because I have been told that by flat Earthers.
You know
Not
what a
specifically
strawman
you. Yeah, a straw man
is
is when I'm not having an argument that's in my opponents. However, I have been told by flat earthers that is the case. So I am not strawmanning flat Earth because flat Earth has
No, we can
no
test it out.
definitive figures to be able to strawman.
We can test this out. Take a mountain that's 100 kilometers away. Take it.
I don't have one handy. Sorry.
Now drive 100 kilometers away further. Now you are 200 kilometers away from that mountain.
So do the
What is
maths.
the
Alpha
angular
equals
size?
2 times the arc tan of g over 2r. You can use that to figure out how big the it would appear to be based on how far away you are.
Great. Was that percentage as great as a mountain that was now 20 kilometers away from you and you drove that 100 kilometers away?
Do the maths and tell me.
No, it's a simple question. Now, you had the mountain 20 kilometers away.
Yeah,
When you looked at
obviously
that
there is
100
going to be a smaller change in angular size if something is further and further away. But
No,
there would
now
be a
the
change
sun-
in angular
now
size.
the
There
sun-
would be,
now the
but there
sun-
isn't when we look at the sun in
Now,
reality.
the sun is what? Far away, Craig.
Yeah,
So
93
the
million miles
percentage of
far away.
change would be
Correct.
What? So the percentage of change would be what?
93 million miles away, it would be really, really tiny, like 0.00001%. But if it was local, anything within, say, 100,000 miles, it would be significantly larger and able to be observed with the naked eye, which is not.
I love how you make claims without it being able to back it up.
Well, mathematically, if it was within 100,000 miles, there would be an observable change that you would be able to see. If it was 100,000 miles away, it would be something like a 0.8% change throughout the day, which would be something you could notice.
Great. So, and that's taking atmospheric effects into account?
Again, if you're looking up at the sun, you don't really see many atmospheric effects.
That's bullshit.
Unless it's at the horizon, and that's why it gets squished and stuff when it gets to the horizon. But throughout the day, as you're watching it rise and go over you, and you can take pictures of it throughout the whole day, the angular size change is what you would expect with a sun about 93 million miles away. So unless on the flat Earth, the sun is also 93 million miles away, there's nothing on the flat Earth that would match.
Do you
what we'd see
understand
in
how
reality.
angle of incidence works? Do you understand
Angle of
how
incidence in
incidence-
refraction, yes, I do. A change in density or temperature changes the refractive index.
Does that magnify an apparent size or something?
Does that magnify an apparent size? No, an angle of incidence doesn't magnify an apparent size of something.
Oh, is that so? Then why, when you take a cup of water and stick a straw in it or a pencil, that pencil looks fat?
That's a result of the curved surface of the glass, not an angle of incidence change of refraction. The angle of incidence change shows you that the pencil goes from looking straight to looking crooked, usually like that. That's the angle of incidence. The reason why the pencil looks fatter is because of the curve of the glass that you're looking at through.
Great. So the sun can have that apparent change to keep it looking.
So we're
about
looking
the same.
through a curved, like,
Remember,
cylinder.
When you observe, when you
Right, so
observe
we're
the
outside a
sun-
curved cylinder of liquid that the sun is in. Is that right?
Sorry. You just literally said you can have, in the beginning, your hand is refracted through the atmosphere. Now the sun cannot be refracted through the atmosphere.
I never said the sun wasn't refracted. I said the
You're just
refraction is
fighting-
minimal.
You're fighting against the refraction now.
No, I'm not. You're a nice straw man.
You are. You just
No,
literally
how is explaining to you how refraction works fighting against it?
So the sun does have angle of incidence due to refraction, correct?
Yeah, but a tiny, tiny, tiny amount until it reaches the horizon.
Ah, so that would change its apparent size as well.
No, it would
correct?
not change its apparent size because angle of incidence change doesn't
What
change
the
the apparent
fuck?
size of something. It changes the apparent position.
And
Hacks?
the pencil you just had in a glass of water
Hacks?
changed its apparent
What the
size
fuck?
as well. So
And
now it's
sorry, Flurf reset just happened there.
Oh
I
my
explained
God.
to you why. That's because you're looking through a curved surface of the glass. Like this glass here, right? If I had a pencil in it and it was changing, the pencil would look bigger because of the curved surface of the glass and the shape of the liquid inside of it, because of the curved
And your
surface of the
camera?
glass.
and
But the
your
sun,
camera's lens,
sorry.
and your camera's lens, if you're looking at the sun, is it curved?
Okay, I've still got a lens here, but the sun is not within a cylinder of fluid to make it change in size. It is not the angle of incidence change that changes the apparent size of something. That only changes the apparent position. You have made up
So
something there.
Does your glasses magnify things?
No, my glasses do not
Based on
magnify things.
angle?
My glasses change the apparent position of things so I can see.
So they don't magnify. So if you take your glass off now and stick it to a page with words on it, is it not going to magnify those words?
Do you see any magnification?
Yes, I do.
Really? Right. Me there with no glasses in front of it, and there's my glasses. Where's the magnification?
It literally has it. Great.
Right. Look at my head and map out where it is. And now, where is the magnification for my glasses? There is no magnification. It becomes a little bit more blurred.
Yeah,
I'll do it this way, so it's showing through what I would see. There's without it, and there's with it. There is no magnification. It just makes it so that I can see by refracting the light a little. It doesn't change the size of things. A magnifying glass does that because of the shape of the lens.
You're just going totally against what refraction is, but great.
No,
Congratulations.
refraction is
Because
a
now
change
you
of
just-
incidence which
now
changes
you're
the
just
apparent
telling us-
position, not
wait,
the size.
wait. You claim that we see the pencil growing in angular size due to the curvature of the glass. So
Yeah.
now your glasses don't do the same thing to you. So in other words, you're contradicting yourself.
No. Again, my glasses aren't changing the size of things. They aren't. I don't wear my glasses so that things look bigger. I wear them so that things look clearer. You realise that looking clearer and looking bigger are different things, right? Please tell me you understand that.
No, go ahead.
You do understand that looking
Corrective
clearer and bigger
lenses.
are different things, right?
Corrective lenses will cause objects and prints to appear slightly larger than life. The opposite occurs with glasses near-sightedness. Do you have nearsighted glasses?
I'm long-sighted. Well, sorry, I am nearsighted.
Oh,
Wait,
thank
which
you.
one?
They make
they-
images appear
again.
slightly smaller.
Am I bigger?
Are you nearsighted or?
Again, the glasses, right, are actually slightly curved, right? So if I show the bottom of the glasses there's more of a distortion, right, than right in the middle. More of a distortion right at the edge as I turn it than the middle, right? But looking right through the center, it doesn't change how big things are, because otherwise everything will be bigger to me. Things are clearer.
When something changes the angle of incidence of light, does it change the relative size of something?
No. Angle of
the
incidence
glass
is
is-
just where the position is changed.
So the light's position does not change how you see something.
It doesn't make things look bigger or smaller, it makes them look that changes their apparent position.
Which causes it to look apparently bigger or smaller. Because
No,
it has
raising up or
changed it.
down doesn't make it look bigger or smaller.
So when you guys have this large refraction that you guys love to talk about,
Yeah, refraction
and
changes the position, not the
it
size.
magnifies a certain aspect
They're just
of it.
ruining it in the end.
Does that
No,
not happen?
again, it's not magnification, it's refraction. They're different things.
Nope.
Glasses refract.
But I did
Refraction
try.
causes magnification, does it not?
I did try really hard to mess it up.
Use refraction to make
My
magnification.
God, there's still
thing.
11
You're
left.
changing, everything about the path of the light, but refraction, the angle of incidence changes the apparent position, not the apparent size. You have to have a change in the size of the lens, the thickness of the lens, and everything to be able to change the apparent size of things. An incidence change because of the medium isn't something that causes a changing size. For instance, the glass inside of a magnifying glass doesn't have different densities throughout. That glass is the same density throughout, but the shape of the magnifying glass is what is causing the magnification. There's only one incidence change because the glass's density is uniform throughout.
Right. So glasses are not curved now.
Well, yeah, they are slightly curved so that they can adjust everything to make it properly. But again, refraction, that's because of the shape of the lens, not because of the angle of incidence change. The angle of incidence change is the thing that's making me allowed to be able to see things clearer. It's the shape of a lens that would magnify something. But that's not refraction, that's the shape of the lens. Because refraction, as we know, is an incidence change, right? It is when there's a change in density or temperature, right? That's what refraction is, yeah? You agree?
Through a medium.
Yeah, so do you agree that when there is, right, I just want a yes or a no here, do you agree that refraction is an angle of incidence change, right? So going from one density to another, yeah?
Through a various medium, yeah.
Yeah, right? So, a magnifying glass, does the density of that glass change throughout the glass? Throughout the lens on the magnifying glass, is it one density or is it multiple densities?
The same density. It's
right, okay, so how many angle incidence changes has there been for the light going into that magnifying glass?
It's the angle that changes from every angle it goes. That's what an incident angle is.
Yeah, so how many is there? How many is there when it goes to the magnifying glass? Because the magnifying glass is one density, okay? So it's going from one density, the air, if we assume that air is a constant because it's, very little change, right? So it's going through one density, the air, to another density within the magnifying glass. How many changes of incidence has there been? One.
Compared to one angle. One angle.
So one angle incidence change, okay? Not multiple.
To
one angle incidence change. Right?
No, listen, it depends. Remember, there's different angles coming all at the same time to that same magnifying glass.
Yes.
That's why constant.
But the light still, all of the light coming in only has one angle of incidence change, right?
That's why it changes all those different angle of incidences.
Yeah, so each point of light, so every single photon of light go into that magnifying glass, how many angle of incidence changes is there? One.
Many.
No, one.
No.
For each single photon, there is one.
Listen,
unless we get into quantum mechanics, but that's a bit different.
Okay, but just like your camera that's looking at the sun.
No, don't change the sun. We're talking about magnifying glass. All right, I want to stick specifically to a magnifying glass and what is happening in that magnifying glass. All right, because this is the important point. There is right. Well, I'm wrong. There's more than one. Right. Hold on. I'm wrong because there's more than one. There's two. There's one as it enters and there's one as it exits. There's two angle incidence changes. That's it. The reason the magnifying glass magnifies things is because of the shape of the lens, not because of the refractive conditions changing.
Listen, What is the original argument here? We go to where it changes the angular size
Yeah.
due to refraction of the lens.
And
correct?
as I've just shown, that refraction isn't the thing that changes it; it's the shape of the lens. Now, why don't
Right.
we open this
Why
up to the panel?
the lens-
Because you had someone that
why
wanted
does
to
the
ask me
shape-
something, right?
Last thing, what is the shape of the lens of your camera?
Which one?
The one you usually look at the sun with.
Well, I've got a few different lenses that go on it. Some are convex, some are concave.
Right.
Depends
and
what
do they
depends
all
what I'm
give-
trying to do.
Yeah, and do they all give
Yeah,
different
and
apparent
lenses
effects?
magnify stuff. We can zoom in and things with them. But again, that's not
Thank you
refraction.
for making my point after listening to blabber on.
But
for
again,
about
that's
10
not
minutes.
refraction. That's not an angle of incidence change. That's zooming in.
God damn it.
They're different things. Right. Anyway, let's open up. Toon is going to love me for what I've just done. You're welcome. You're welcome, MC Toon. Before we open up the panel, I did want to ask you, Flatsoid, how do you feel about having your official nomination in for Top Left Award 2023?
I think it doesn't really bother me because it's immature and childish.
Oh, come on,
It
it's
doesn't bother
fun.
me.
It's just funny. Are you going to come and accept your award if you win? I don't want you to win. I want Witsit to win. Toon's pushing hard for you. But if you do win, will you come and accept your award?
Yes, I will. Okay.
Because the winner, we're actually getting a T-shirt printed with the Top Left Award on, right? And if the winner wants it, we will send it to them to accept it, right? But here's the thing, right? When you read the rules like this, it makes it very, very specific that this is a joke. The whole thing is a joke. Yes, we're pointing fun at flat earthers because that's what we do, but we hope that even the flat earthers involved realise that this whole thing is a joke. Right?
No, it's just, I know. That's what I said. It's just immature, but it's fine.
Hey, what's wrong with being immature?
Okay.
Who wants to fucking grow up, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
There
right,
was-
you
there was,
had someone that wanted to ask me something.
I didn't see anybody really wanting to ask anything. Did you guys want to ask Craig something? Did you send your super chats? I'm sure Craig's going to do the same now.
Well, I'm going to open up the panel. I'm going to invite people in, so you can do the same. Just put the Zoom link in your chat, and people can come in and ask us questions. Yeah.
I've got to find it. Where do I? I'll just give the one you sent me on.
Yeah, that works.
I'll just send that.
So, people in my chat, if you would like to come in and ask Flatsoids or any of Flatsoid's crew some questions, please come in. I'll bring you in one at a time. You'll go into a waiting room when you join. And if you've got a question for Flatsoid or for others, then please come in. I know that these things can get heated, but please try and stay respectful. To a point. A bit of banter's fine. You know, Flatsoid knows I think he's an idiot, and I know he thinks I'm an idiot. That's all cool, right? But
yeah,
at least,
at least we know.
Yeah. If you're coming in, have fun, but try and keep it respectful, and stuff as much as possible, and we should have some fun. But I thought when I came in, you said you had someone that wanted to ask me a question about Earth's rotation.
Oh yeah, Michael, but he left already though.
Oh,
he can come back anymore.
He can come back.
I think he went to sleep.
Oh, he went to sleep. Oh
But
dear.
yeah, guys, I did put the link in the chat if you guys want to pop in and come and talk. Do
Right.
feel free.
Oh, we've got quite a few people joining already. We'll bring them in one at a time. Right. Eric.
So this is the extended.
Yes, Nick, dude, this is the. Why is it giving me the Discord link there? I'm trying to give the.
All right, what I'll do is I'll go over to your chat and I'll pop the link there.
Oh, there we go. Okay. No, it's giving me the Discord one. Oh no, there we go. I think that's working now. There, guys, that should work. You don't need Discord. You can just go straight to Zoom, mate.
Yeah.
That is the link for Zoom. Yeah.
Okay, so we had someone join. Who was that?
Eric.
Eric, hello. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Hello, Eric. Welcome.
Hey, so I have a question for Flatsoid. So this is actually dealing with the stars, because that was a while ago. You guys were talking about Polaris. But in history, ancient Greece was actually able to see the Southern Cross, but now it can't anymore. and that's due to the Earth's precession. But the flat Earth model doesn't explain that at all. Do you have any explanation for that?
Yeah, can you validate that was even the truth?
Yeah, because there's a lot of historical evidence, and they actually have, like, I don't have it on my screen right now, but there is stuff from Greece where they have recorded the Southern Cross.
Yeah, he is right. He's not just
People
making
from
up.
Greece, people from Greece even recorded demigods and things happening, so I wouldn't really take it as...
He's talking about like sailors and stuff. Sailors in ancient Greece, noted that they could see Polaris from their position. It was right on the horizon, but they noted that they could see it, and there is reports of being able to see that from times of ancient Greece. Obviously, it's very hard to validate anything from ancient Greece, right? So let's, for the purposes of the conversation, make the assumption that there are those reports and they're correct. What would the explanation be on the flat Earth?
It's a lie.
Okay, I just said to make the assumption that it's correct, right? Just for the purposes of the conversation.
What do the assumption was probably hectic refraction, as you guys like to say.
All right. Well, another thing for precession is it is a long cycle for it, and from precession, in the past, the star Vega used to be the pole star, and it will be again.
I just tried to defend with fuck. I don't know which game just fucked me over, but I had muscle memory happening and I tried to block with L2.
Well,
I'm pretty sure that's like a Devil May Cry or
if there's even history going back to where Vega
or Bayonetta or whatever thing.
But I mean, you can do calculations of
based on how far it's moved in recent history. Yeah. So there's reports from 800 AD of the North Celestial Point being devoid of stars, which would indicate that 1200, 1300, 1400 years ago, that Polaris wasn't the North Star at that point. In fact, there was no North Star.
Yeah, and it was, I think, 14,000 years ago was Vega.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And nobody can validate this because no one was around. No.
Well, back then, no, but we can tell that precession is going on through observation still. It's very little that we can see at the moment because it is a 26,000 year period. But there is a calculation you can do for the precession cycle, how long it is. That's how we know it's 26,000 years. And
but you see, sorry, I'm just saying, but you see, that's based on your belief and using circular reasoning, begging the question of your model that it has that. It's not based on actual observation. It's based on calculations because of your model belief.
But I mean, it's based on. But you can base precession off of, like I gave the example of the Southern Cross, and that is actual, like, factual. I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but there is reports. I mean, that I think it could even be seen from parts of North America as well, not like the U.S., but I think parts of Mexico could see it as well in the past. And sorry if you guys can hear my cat meowing. It's almost time for dinner for her.
No stress. Well, it's nice talking to you, Eric.
Yeah.
I'm going to look more into that. So yeah, thanks. I have heard of the argument before, but I haven't really looked into it that much. But I think I'll look more into it.
Yeah, definitely look into Greece with the Southern Cross. All right, see you.
Cool, right, thank you. Right, now, so that was someone on my side. Flatso, do you see anyone in the waiting room that's on your side?
Oh, I don't even look. Where's the waiting room here?
Go into Zoom and click on participants. It'll show you who's in the waiting room.
Oh, there we go. Okay. No, it's just showing me and you. Is my link even working, guys? Anybody want to come
I see a bunch of people from my side in.
Yeah, you can send another one in while we're waiting. Guys, click the link if you want to ask Craig something.
I'm going to go into your chat and I'll pop the Zoom link in there so you can see as well. I've got quite a few people from my side waiting, so I'm going to bring Brenda in just one sec.
Okay.
Alright guys, there's the Zoom link on Flatsoid choice. Okay, right.
Thank you, thank you.
Brenda. Brenda's always fun.
Yeah. I don't see any. There she is.
Yeah, just joining. Hey Brenda, how you doing?
Hello, Brenda.
Brenda.
Yes,
There we
I'm
go.
here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I would like to ask Flatzoid a question, if I could, please.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, Flatzoid, you mentioned something about parallax, and I don't understand what you mean by parallax. And could you help me out here and explain what parallax is to me?
It's just
No,
the
of course
fact that
not.
Your vantage point changes your incident angle, and that changes the parallax. Like when you look up at a, how can I put it? I'm trying to see if I can get a good image enough for it. Let's take a glass of water, for instance. You know that people love to take the bottle of water to show it level, kind of thing. If you look at it head on, you see it at an angle of incidence. Now, when you look at it from the bottom, it changes that angle of incidence to the horizon line of that. And from the top, it also changes. That's parallax.
That's parallax. Changing the angle.
Because you're changing your vantage points, yeah. You have to have more than one vantage point.
So if I
like
look
the
at, if I
sun-
have, so let me get this straight. So if I have a glass of water on the table and I put my eye level with the top of the water, is that parallax?
Only once you've changed your to a new vantage point.
Oh, so then if I raise my head up and then I can see down at the surface of the glass of the water in the glass, then the difference there, that's parallax, a different angle of incidence? That's parallax.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So I understand what you mean by parallax now.
That's not what I thought it was.
Just like when the sun moves away, it's moving constantly, so you're having a new observation angle. So it's parallax.
Right. And for you, that means parallax.
Not for me, that's what parallax is.
Oh, okay.
Just like even when you take, let's say, Retroachievements and Astronomy Live, when they tried to measure with the ISS, they went, I think, like 700 meters apart from each other.
A mile.
They had different vantage points, so that's parallax.
And you're very confident in that, aren't you?
Yes.
What the fuck just happened?
Very good. Can I ask you a question? Would you please unblock me? You blocked me, and I don't know why.
Because you lied. Live on stream, and I warned you, and you still
did
did.
not. Number one.
Well, now you're lying again because we have it live on stream.
I didn't hear you. Right? You may have heard from your end, but on my
What just
end, I
happened?
didn't hear you, and I don't believe I lied. You might believe I lied, but I don't think I lied.
Okay, then I'm going to tell you this. Go back on that stream. That
I
you
don't know
watched
what that
and
was,
watch it over.
but that was cool.
Okay, maybe I'll publish a video showing what I think happened.
Great.
Great.
I don't know what this is about. Sounds interesting.
It seems trivial, kind of. It's a personal thing, but I think
I
the
like drama.
parallax. I think the parallax was much more interesting.
Yeah. So
yes.
This when we say parallax, this is what I mean, right? So I'll hold my vape and this lighter in line with each other, okay? Right? I'm moving far away, but as I move this way, even though I'm keeping them in line, it looks like the lighter is moving faster than the vape pen, right? But I'm actually keeping them directly in line.
Congratulations, yeah.
So the parallax is the difference in the two, and that isn't what you said.
Vantage point changing. Yeah. That's what parallax is, mate. Thank you.
But that's not
Is
what
the
you
vantage
said
point
parallax
changing?
is. You said parallax was
That
just
is.
looking at the sun moving away. What's your
It
other
changes
reference to
vantage
the
point.
sun? Because like I
It's
was
the
showing,
sun.
there's two things, right? So you've got the vape and the lighter. So for you, you've got the sun, and what else? What are you comparing it to for the parallax?
When you see a sunset, you have the ocean, don't you? Or a mountain, or grass,
So
or
you're
whatever.
comparing the
You don't
sun
just have the sun in your field of view. You have many things in your field of view.
That's not what parallax is.
Make it, Craig. I get worried about your health.
Yeah, me too.
I get worried. Take it easy.
Oh, I have someone on the panel apparently, guys.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Thank you, Flatzoid.
Thank you, Brenda.
Yeah, thank you very
Appreciate
much.
that.
Thank you, Craig.
Someone's saying I do have them on the panel, but I don't see anybody here.
What's their name?
I'm just gonna copy the call again. Maybe it's just not working. I'm gonna copy it direct from here. Guys, if you guys let me on the panel. JP says he wants to come on. There's the link again, Mr. JP.
JP, yeah, JP's in the waiting room. I'll let him in now.
Oh, is he there? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just joining, just waiting for his audio to connect. JP, you need to
I'm
select
still
your
enjoying
mic.
it.
There we go. There's JP.
Hey,
Hey,
JP.
JP. I remember you. You were on Bro Sanchez's the other day.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, JP. How you doing? Yes, JP. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Hey, good to be on the panel. Flat Zoid, this is the first time I heard of you, man, and he was telling me about the debate, and I went to go see your brother. Hey, oh yeah, hey, I'm rocking with you, my man. Good shit. Hey, good shit all the way around it, boss. But yeah, I want to get you in contact with Bro Sanchez, man. It's Flat Earth Ball 2023.
Awesome, yeah, for sure.
Hell yeah. But one last time, I wanted Craig to confirm what he was saying about the lenses. So at the very end, you undoubtedly said the lenses do magnify, but you were saying that your glasses didn't magnify when they were trying to make the point. All throughout the debate, I just want you to know, we rerun this back, we're going to see how many times you contradict yourself. I like the way you was coming at him with the questions, my man. One of my biggest proofs again was like the black swan at 1 foot. Then they tried to put the refraction on it. Then you go all the way out to about Canada, 156 miles out. You can still see these things in the long range photography.
I think you missed the point of the lenses. What echo with you in there? The lens, the magnification isn't the refraction, that's the shape of the lens. But my lenses, the reason I wear these isn't to magnify things, it's so that I can see things. Because of the shape of the lens, at the top or the bottom, there's a little bit of magnification. But when you're looking straight at it like normal, things aren't bigger for me than they are for other people. I'm still seeing the world the same size.
When you rewind this back again, you're gonna see you just contradict yourself yet again. You just said earlier you said they didn't.
Again, I've said if you like I was pointing out, you look at my head now, and then you look at it like this. There's no magnification. There's no change in size, right? But if you bring the lens down to the, if I twist it so you can see like the edges, but the bit that I look through, the main bit, there's no magnification. Things aren't bigger for me when I put my glasses on. Because refraction doesn't cause magnification. They're different things, and that was the point of the argument.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, hey, why did Bro Sanchez boot me off after calling me a liar, by the way?
Fight the flat earth, man. You keep having these debates, you're going to become a flat earth.
Dude, I'm 800 in, 700 in, so I don't think so. Because I debunked every flat earth argument ever. I mean, I've destroyed Brother Sanchez so hard, he's blocked me now.
Brother, I remember you was in a debate talking about your cardiovascular system and your digestive system.
Yeah, I know, hilarious. And someone said that they are connected when, they're not connected systems, they're interacting systems.
And you were trying to defend the fact that astronauts could literally survive in space and all this.
Yeah, there's no reason why they wouldn't be able to survive in zero G, absolutely.
And their digestive system is literally shut down, is what you were saying.
No, I never said that at all.
Brother, I ain't gonna lie. I don't really know too much about you, but I've seen
about
the last
anything,
couple
apparently.
of debates. You're laughable at best. I'm sorry to tell you.
That's because you're too thick to understand things. That's not my fault.
Okay, well, you know what? I won't go with jabs. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, I really am. So I'm gonna go with intellectual things.
Well,
so
hey, can you tell me why Brother Sanchez called me a liar and then blocked me?
Because I believe that I'll tell you exactly. So there were some guys coming on explaining about the air pressure and whatnot and going to the south. Yeah. These arguments I don't really care about, but that's what the context was. And then there was a professor or something like that came in and actually corrected the globe earthers But
No.
you were trying to say that the globe earthers weren't corrected by the professor.
Yeah, so none of the globe earthers in that stream said anything opposite to the professor. The professor said if they did say that, then they were wrong. So I've gone back through that stream and I've clicked every time that they were talking about it, and they all said, including me, the same thing as the professor. I've got those
Well,
clips
your
as
question,
proof.
hey, your question.
So,
your question
Brother
to me is
Sanchez
why-
called me a liar, and wait, hold on. Brother Sanchez called me a liar, and then wouldn't let me respond, and then booted me for wanting to respond. Why is he so emotionally immature?
You know what? I'm gonna be very honest with you. Well, after that debate, I did tell Brother Sanchez that I wish he would have let you stay on.
What the
but,
fuck? How did my
Because
thing? What?
if you watch that debate, right, you'll see that I was nothing but respectful, right?
Talk too much and don't let people respond. Shut up. I'm sorry. Like, you make it hard not to be respectful. Like, I'm trying to.
I'm
talk
sorry.
to you.
Carry
You
on.
cut
Carry
me
on. I'm
off.
sorry. Carry on.
Goodness gracious. You asked me why he kicked you off, and I was telling you the exact reason. In his mind, at that exact time when the professor said that he was correcting the other guys, and you were trying to defend that he wasn't saying that, that's why he kicked you off. Whether that happened or not, I didn't go back and view that exact part, so maybe you're right.
Yeah, of course
but
you
That's
didn't.
the exact reason he kicked you off.
Do you think it's fair that I didn't get a chance to defend myself?
But I mean, like I said, that's not defending the globe or the flat earth. So, and I know there's people on the call that actually want to do that. So I'll get to that. One of the biggest things that got me on flat earth, right, was the simple fact that globe earth, they hold themselves to the fact that they have made a circumference of 24,000 miles. With a diameter of, a radius of 3959. When flat earthers constantly kill the spherical geometry of that and what you are supposed to see, if indeed we are on a ball and these things are over the curve of the earth, the best thing that y'all have to say is, indeed, you're not supposed to see this on a globe. Indeed, you're not. But there's a such thing as refraction, which basically brings it back up exactly to the horizon. And that happens no matter if you're at 1 foot, it does it there. It does it at 3 foot, 8 foot, all the way out to 200 foot. And guess what they say in science? We could actually refract things indefinitely.
Yeah, refraction's a thing. If the refractive index was correct, then it would, if you could have a certain refractive index,
that's what
then it
got
would make
me on
the
flat
globe
earth. And
completely
until
flat.
y'all can come up with a better reason than that, I promise you.
Why would I need a
nothing else
better
to say
reason
on
than
this
the
out.
actual explanation? It's not my fault that you don't accept the explanation because you don't understand it, but that is the explanation. That is the reason.
So basically what you're saying is that Earth could prospectively or visually look as a flat Earth because refraction will let this thing refract literally.
If the refractive index was correct, then it would.
Stop cutting me off.
I'm responding to you.
However far that you say that you can see, it's not because you actually see that. It's because it's being refracted to you.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? You don't see things. You see the light that has bounced off of things, all right? Do you understand that?
So if somebody flew...
Wait. Just stick to that one question. Do you understand the concept that you don't see things? You see the light that has bounced off of something and then come towards your eyes. Do you understand that concept?
Yeah, of the thing, yes.
Yeah. So, you hold your hand out in front of you, right? You aren't literally seeing your hand. You are seeing the light that has bounced off of your hand and come to your eyes. And then it's gone in your eyes and it's...
No, you're seeing your hand. You're seeing your hand.
No, you're seeing the light coming off of your hands because you don't see things. Correct. You see light, right?
I don't deny that light comes off your hands. But
Right, so what you are seeing is the light that has reflected off of your hand and come into your eyes. That's how you see your hand. Because light from a source has bounced off of your hand and then gone into your eyes. That's why if you go into a dark room with no light, you can't see your hand. Doesn't mean your hand isn't there, just because there's no light to bounce off of your hand. So that's what seeing is. Seeing is the light that has bounced off of something coming
Why
into
do I
your
keep
eyes.
doing this?
Now, the light, if that light has gone
I keep
through
on
a
forgetting how
medium
to do
that
the
changes
fucking
angular
special.
incidence enough, then it's going to change the apparent position of something. It doesn't mean that that thing has actually changed its position, just because the light that has bounced off of that thing has to travel through a medium that has changed what the light is doing, and then come into your eyes. That's what seeing is, and that's what refraction is. The light that has bounced off of the horizon, the boats near the horizon, oil rigs, that light has to travel through a medium to come to your eyes, and that medium, naturally on Earth, has varying densities and temperature. So we see the light that has travelled, and it's travelled through something that is changing what the light is doing. It's as simple as that.
But answer if my example of this is correct. So with that exact same thing, what you're seeing, it's not there. So if someone had a helicopter and went to that exact place what your eyes were seeing, nope, that's not where it would be. Nope, it wouldn't be there physically. Nope.
I mean, it might be a very
like if you look at the curve of the Earth.
Yeah. So if something's that far away, that it is technically behind the curve of the Earth, you would have to travel around the curve of the Earth to go and see that thing, right? But it's like if you're looking at your hand, even though that's practically where your hand is, the light has had to be slightly refracted because of the varying density in the air between your hand and your eye. And then your eyes have got a liquid which also refracts the light before it hits the sensors at the back of your eye to be converted into a signal. So every time you're looking at something, there's some kind of refraction happening, all right? Now, the thing about our senses is they give us the best ability to do things, but we don't have the ability to detect 100% exactly where things are at every distance. We just don't have that ability.
Hey man, fight the flat earth. I'm not a debater. I never would. I don't consider myself to be well versed in like these type of matters. But when a person like you and the other people that I see in your scientific community come and try to explain these things, it just lets me know how fabricated and how much of a religion type shit that you guys are on.
You having an ignorance problem.
And you know what? And I do apologize because you're right. I'm taking jabs at you, and I don't want that to be this. I don't want that on Flat Zoid's channel. So I do apologize about that, man.
Yeah, and Gary Webenenger's right in the chat. Yeah, you don't actually touch anything either. I'm not touching my fingers together. My electrons are repulsing each other. It's just how the universe works.
You're touching your fingers too.
Well, no, the electrons that are in the atoms of my fingers are repulsing each other. My fingers aren't actually touching each other. You never touch anything. It's just it's a weird way the world works.
I'm out of here right after this, Flat Zoid. I'm out of here right after this. I just really wanted to come on here and say, man, salute. I really appreciate the debate you had, man. I was following you the whole way. You made this brother drown in his own little science. Yeah, man. Y'all have a good one.
Cheers, JP. Hilarious.
On that, not touching each other's hand, I remember learning about that theory in school.
Well, it's not really a theory. We know that electrons have a charge and they can repulse each other.
Yeah, but you still literally touch yourself. You can
not really. The electrons at the end of your fingers repulse each other. That's what you're feeling. There's no physical connection.
Can you take a knife and cut your hand?
Yeah, so the electrons on the end of the knife are repulsing against the electrons in my skin and forcing it apart. The knife's not actually touching the skin.
You do know they can show things over a microscope how it does actually touch?
And if they showed it even closer at the atomic level, it would show how what's happening is that the electrons between the two materials are simply repulsing each other. Because that's what touching is. Because here's the thing, atoms are mostly empty space. So if I was to literally touch, it would just go through, because most of it is empty space. What actually happens, the physical resistance that you feel, is the electrons in even material repulsing each other. A knife, the tip of the knife is very, very sharp. It's got electrons in. As it's going through whatever it's cutting, it's pushing the electrons of that thing that it's cutting away. The sharper the knife is, the more it can be accurate. But it's still electrons repulsing electrons, not physical. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it is touching, right? But we're talking about what's happening at like the atomic level.
The sharper the knife, the more the pressure, correct?
Yeah, because there's less electrons to go on an area to push them apart.
So it's not the electrons cutting you, then it's...
I just said it's the electrons.
The knife. Thank you.
Yeah, but again, the reason why the knife goes through... Yeah. Anyway, so next person who was in. Let me see. Glenn Williamson. Let's bring in whoever that is. I think there's someone from my side. Remember to keep posting the link in your chat so people can come in.
Guys,
hey Glenn, how you doing?
You there, Flaxoid?
Oh yeah,
hey,
yeah.
Ruhith, of course that's you. How you doing, buddy?
Of course it is, yeah. Lovely, lovely. I have two very quick questions for Flaxoid.
Please go ahead, my
Number
friend.
one, so your Polaris angle diagram where you step away 10 degrees at a time and 600 nautical miles, would that scale down to something on Earth? Yeah, that one, yep. Would that scale down to something on Earth like a tower or a building or whatever, something tall?
I don't understand what you mean. What would it scale down? Of course it would scale. There's the actual measurements on there. I mean, you would agree at 600 nautical miles it drops 10 degrees.
Right.
In
So
reality.
let's say we had some tower and we stepped away 600 meters and it was 80 degrees, and then it was 1200 meters, 70 degrees. Are you saying that would work? That's what we would measure in reality.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Good. So next question, number two, can we model that with geometry and then show that geometry matches reality? Can you and I do that on stream? Not this stream, but can we...
It depends how you want to model it, because your geometry is usually based in 2 dimensions. Perspective is based in 3 dimensions.
You've got a relationship. You've got a relationship here between the angle and the distance, and you said that it does scale down. Are you willing to do that in reality to like a tower or something like that to show that relationship?
But again, that geometry is 2
Oh,
dimensional.
come on.
Perspective is 3 dimensional.
Right, your drawing is 2 dimensional.
No, my drawing is trying to explain 3 dimensional, but it cannot. Remember, like I said, orthographic view doesn't take perspective into account.
Right, but you have
That's
a
why it's got those
relationship.
compressions. That's why it's got those compression relationships at the ends to compress.
Right, but you have this relationship between the angle of elevation and the distance away from it. Are you willing to test that in reality for a scaled down version of something? Yes.
You can literally do that. You can go to 40 degrees latitude.
No, scaled down.
Okay, yeah, you should be able to do it then.
Okay, that's the answer I wanted. Would you be willing to do that on a stream with me?
We can try.
Okay, good.
Sounds good.
That's all I had.
Go on.
Alright, cheers, Ruhith.
Cool, thank you. See you.
Alright, speak soon.
Thanks. Coming. I don't know if anybody's in from me there.
We've got David Weatherhood, Olaf, Luba in China, Dave Berry, or Econ.
I have no idea who they are.
I'm just going to go for the one at the top, so Dave Weatherhead.
Yeah.
I've popped the link in your chat again. I see Arwen there. He should come in for a talk. Dave Weatherhead, you are in the room.
I see his audio is connecting. Okay, there we go.
David, hello.
Me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. It's not really a question, it's more just something that Flatsoid did in the live stream after, I think, your previous debate. And I'd like him to do it because I kind of want to see your reaction, Craig, to this.
Okay.
But it's where Flatsoid debunked maths using 2 cups in a response to a question about movies and DVs.
Sorry, you
I'm
debunked maths, did you say?
I know it's going to be bad for your health, but I thought it would be interesting to see.
I may have misheard, but did you say that Flatsoid debunked maths?
Yeah, so in a stream, I posited his claim about IVs and DVs, but from a mathematical basis, using, for example, a straight line, which is y equals mx plus c, so you have an IV and a DV. And
IV and EVs?
A debunk of maths, and I found it interesting. I would like to see
we're gonna talk about Pokemon?
your reaction to it.
Apparently.
Should I tell my wife to be on standby to call 911 or?
You might need to,
I'm sorry about that, Craig. That's my bad.
Yeah, please, Flatsoid, could you debunk maths for me?
Yeah, maths is not reality. It's a concept. It's a language. It just describes. I mean, you can have a mathematical equation for a unicorn fart. and it works, but does it really mean unicorns exist that can do unicorn farts? So he wants me to do the cup thing I was going. Okay, you can't see right now, but imagine I got one cup in my hand.
Yeah, okay. I've got one cup.
You got one cup in hand. Now, mathematically, I can just plus another cup. So now I have mathematically.
Oh, he's one of those morons that can't. No.
Okay, yeah. Let's say this is another cup. I've got 2 cups. Yeah.
No, but mathematically, I can say I have now 2 cups.
Yeah.
In reality, do you have 2 cups in your hand?
If I make the assumption this moon is a cup, yes, I've got 2 cups.
No, in reality, you don't have 2 cups in your hand. But mathematically, you have 2 cups in your hand.
Sorry, what?
Do you get
He's one of those fucking idiots who basically denies math. It's not real.
Maths is just describing something. So I mean, you're not describing something. You're just making something up. You're just saying, imagine I've got a cup, and then imagine I've got another cup. Is that reality? Well, no, I've just imagined that. But if I've got 1 cup and I add another cup, then I actually do have 2 cups. Because the maths describes reality.
Okay, then let's do it this way. Yanni and Sally walk into an ice cream shop. Yanni only has enough ice cream for 1. But Sally also wants an ice cream.
Well,
So,
Sally's fucked.
he says, fine. We'll just multiply my money mathematically. So you can get an ice cream too.
That's
Just
not how
Yanni
maths works. No one says that you can do that. You're just making... That's not doing maths. That's just making things up. If I went to an ice cream shop, right, and they've only got 1 per portion of ice cream, what I could do mathematically is divide that ice cream by 2 and give each person 0.5 portions of ice cream. There is no physical way that I can multiply that ice cream by 2. There's nothing in reality that says you could do that, and there's no maths that says that you could do that, because that's just making things up. Maths, if I had 2 bits of ice cream, then I would have multiplied them, and I then could do the maths. Hypothetically, I could describe a scenario where I multiply the maths, the ice cream, and get more ice cream, but that's just a hypothetical scenario, and in no way debunks maths representing reality. I'm not entirely sure you know what maths is, Flatsoid.
Please hold the 1 cup in your hand again.
Where do I put it? There.
Just the 1 cup in your hand. Great. So mathematically, you can multiply that cup.
No, I can't.
Mathematically.
I've got nothing to multiply it by. Well, you're right. Mathematically, I can multiply this right now. Multiply it by 1.
Great.
Yep, so I have mathematically multiplied this cup by 1, and it matches reality. I couldn't multiply it by 2 because I don't have the matter to multiply it by 2. If I did, then I could do the sum to say, well, with this amount of matter, I could mathematically have 2 cups. But what I can do, mathematically, that matches reality, is multiply this cup by 1.
So do you understand what the argument is now?
That you can make things up and it doesn't match reality. Because here's the thing. I disagree with your assertion that you can give me a working formula to describe a unicorn fart. There is no working formula to describe a unicorn fart because despite unicorns being my country's national animal, they don't exist.
Okay.
Did you know that? Did you know that, by the way? Did you know that Scotland's national animal is literally the unicorn?
Okay.
I'm not kidding. That's an actual fact. Isn't that crazy?
U equals MCH. U equals MCH. There we go. There's your unicorn.
Again, no, you just made things up. That's nothing representing reality. You do not have a unicorn to test that theory on or to show mathematically that is a thing. You've just said some things and said it represents something. That's not how maths works.
But can that equation describe unicorn farts?
Absolutely not, no.
Now you're making a claim that it can't. Please provide evidence that it cannot.
Well, no, you've just made a positive claim that it can. You have the burden of proof. Please describe, please use that equation to describe unicorn farts, including the variables and data involved. Go on.
Okay. Depending how much horns the unicorn has, it's divided by the unicorn farts. That's what gives it strength. There we go.
Have you got any evidence for that, or have you just made something up in your head?
So, like gravity then? Congratulations.
Gravity isn't made up, gravity is a measured thing, but you have literally just made up some things about a unicorn and said I can mathematically describe it. And again, you didn't mathematically describe it. You just said some things. All right. Give me the maths to actually back up your claim with numbers involved. No, you said a thing. Give me the numbers involved. Where they come from. What generates those numbers involved?
What generates the numbers involved? The belief of unicorns.
There's no such thing as unicorns.
Well, there's no such thing as gravity.
Well, there is. It's measured.
Where is it measured?
I did it.
How do you measure? How do you measure something in the fourth dimension?
You can use a Cavendish experiment to measure gravity easily.
Sorry, is the Cavendish not experiment in 3 dimensions?
The Cavendish experiment measures gravity perfectly.
Is it in 3 dimensions or 4
It
dimensions?
exists in a 3-dimensional universe with the 4th dimension of time. Everything exists in space-time.
How do you measure a 4th dimensional gravity in a 3-dimensional universe?
Because time is the 4th dimension, and you can measure something over a period of time. Boom.
Again, we are 3-dimensional beings, correct?
And time is the 4th dimension, and the movement of the movement through time, the movement of time described by the arrow of entropy is the 4th dimension. If you include a time variable in your experiment, you have included the 4th dimension.
What time?
Time is the entropy of the universe, the direction of entropy.
Oh,
The distance that a photon can travel. How long it takes a photon to travel a certain distance is time. Time is something that you can measure.
Ow!
Time is distance.
I was literally looking at him and
Whatever you want to
blocking.
describe it is to be able to determine that time is something that is measurable. Let me show you time right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm sorry, that's probably a bit too high for you, but 6. I just counted 6 seconds. I showed you what time was. That was the passage of time. That was the 4th dimension. Experiments can exist in that because time is always passing.
Okay, please go back to please go back in time for that quickly.
I never said I go back in time, and that's a straw man to suggest that I even said that.
Is time a concept?
No, absolutely not. Time is a measurable thing. I just measured time
So
by
you
counting.
No, you counted. You didn't measure anything.
I absolutely did. I measured the passage of time.
Can you count to 6 again and have it exactly in the same timeline that you had your other counting in 6 seconds?
If I have something to help me, yeah. But I'm pretty good at counting, so if I did it again, if I went 1, 2,
you do know
3,
you cannot
4, 5, 6. That was probably about the same amount of time that I did it in last time. So yeah, that's the passage of time.
I asked, can you go back to when you did it?
No, absolutely not. Currently, time travel isn't possible.
Great, because it's a concept.
No, time is a measurable thing. I measured it just now. You can't measure concepts.
So I just measured then unicorn farts.
No, you didn't. Unicorn farts are made up. Time is not.
Time is made up. Literally,
No, it's not. Time is measurable. I measured time. Let me measure time again for you. I'll do it a lot more accurate. Here we go. I'm measuring time right now. See, look at this. I'm measuring time. Time is being measured because time is a physical thing that is measurable. I'm currently measuring time there. I've measured 10 seconds and it's still going. Unicorn farts don't exist. Therefore, unicorn farts are not measurable.
What can time do to a person?
Age you?
No, that's entropy. What can time do to a person?
Yeah, time can age you, definitely.
No,
Entropy
that's
is known as the
What can
arrow of time.
do?
The passage
The
of
arrow
time,
of time
the
is
passage of time
time.
causes you to age.
The passage of time is entropy. It's the arrow of time is based on entropy.
Yeah. So
And I'm asking,
so
what
entropy
can do?
describes time perfectly. So the passage of time, which can be described as entropy, causes you to age.
So it's not time then, it's entropy then.
Yeah, again, entropy is the arrow of time.
No, entropy
Yes.
is the microstates and macrostates changing to increase.
Yeah, and the only isolated system that exists, the entire universe, only has one direction of entropy. That is why it is known as the arrow of time. Time is a measurable thing that passes.
No, it's
Time,
known
if
as
you were
the-
doing an experiment, time can cause things to happen. Like my famous teabag experiment that makes Sleeping Warrior cry himself to sleep. Although there's probably many things that make Sleeping Warrior cry
You
himself to
want to
sleep.
have a debate Would you like to have a debate on time sometime?
Absolutely. Time's
Awesome.
great.
I hate this so much.
Relativity proves that time is a tangible thing. Right, let's get someone else in rather than just us waffling.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
who
thanks
we
for
got?
coming, David.
Oh, Dave McKeegan.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Dave McKeegan's in.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you,
Dave
David
McKeegan,
Weatherhead.
Hey, Dave. Okay, it's not in yet. Wait. Hey, Dave McKeegan. Good to see you.
Hello, Dave McKeegan, my friend. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Why would you want to do this yourself?
I don't know. I'm still asking myself that.
Anyone that hasn't seen Dave McKeegan's recent videos on Flat Earth, he has been killing it. Some of his videos have recently been absolutely great. So please go and check out Dave McKeegan's channel. But Dave, welcome to the channel. Do you have a question for our friend Flatzoid here?
I think I do. It's a bit of clarification. I've not been. I've been listening in and out of the stream for a bit, so I just want to go back and clarify something.
I think I'll actually start doing this.
Sure I didn't misunderstand it.
I mean,
Flatzoid,
all of
did
them
you say that refraction
are doable, but
magnifies things.
I'm having zero fun with
So-
it.
It's
annoying.
magnified due to its angle.
Okay, so anytime refraction takes place, then the object is magnified. Yes.
From a certain angle.
I'm just
From a
too
certain
bad at
angle.
vanishing.
So
I can't do
in
the counter
respect
bullshit.
to-
Like, I keep forgetting how to do this.
how
and,
do you know then that the sum
yeah.
is being magnified then?
Easy. You have a focal length on your camera, correct?
Yes.
When you change the focal length, does it magnify the sun?
Not necessarily.
What is focal length?
Focal length is a measurement of the point of convergence of a lens to the camera sensor, and it really is a relationship to the field of view that the lens produces.
Great, so magnification.
Okay, so I have in my hand right now an 11mm focal length. If you go and look at a picture taken with one of those, everything looks tiny.
Yeah.
Right.
Now do it with the 200 mil.
Right, but that's at a different focal length.
So magnification. Thank you.
Right. So if I get if I get a lens that goes from 20mm to 200mm, and I zoom it in, that's refraction and it's magnifying it. Yes.
You're changing the angle, yes?
Right. Now I'm going to change the focal length back to 20mm. Is everything going to get magnified?
If you change the angle, yes. Changing the angle.
So anytime I change the focal length, everything's always going to be magnified.
Anything that you see through any lens is magnified.
Right, okay, I better take one of my lenses back then, because I'm looking through it now and everything looks bloody tiny.
He doesn't know what magnifying
Yeah,
it
but
means.
that's because it's
Like, he does not
focusing
even
your sensor.
understand what the word means. Oh my god.
You just debunked your whole argument, Craig. Ach, Dave.
How exactly have I just debunked the argument? My argument is that I'm looking through a camera
map
lens, and
is
when I
that
zoom
at the
out,
end?
everything gets. My lens is still refracting.
That's the map I'm
light.
playing on
It's
there.
made everything
Is that
smaller.
Namek?
Your claim is refraction only ever makes things bigger.
No, I never said that's a straw
Sure.
man. I never said only makes things bigger.
You said refraction magnifies things.
So magnified doesn't just mean makes bigger. It's the angle that magnifies it. If you change the angle, it's going to get smaller or bigger. So that's
Right.
just a straw man.
So it can go both ways. So it doesn't necessarily mean it makes things bigger. So when Craig put his glasses up to the camera before, it was a presumption of you to say it made things bigger. I'm looking at my screen through glasses right now, and when I move my glasses out of the way, everything stays the same size.
Is it nearsighted or farsighted glasses?
I can't see far away. I can't remember which way round it is, but I can see things close up, can't see far away. Or I can see, but everything's blurry.
144p.
So you nearsighted it. So you farsighted it. No, you say you can't see far, so you're nearsighted.
Near it, whatever it is, someone will put it in the chat, I'm sure. Everything near me is in focus. Further away gets out of focus.
Okay, so what
It's
happens when you
nearsighted.
take those glasses off and you change the angle that you look through the glasses, like Craig did a about a few minutes, 20 minutes ago or something.
Right at this point, I am looking just through the rim of my glasses, and I can see my name on the screen and my name blurry above it. Both are the same size, but one is blurry and one is not. But they're the same size.
I think you should go back off the screen. Or Craig, would you quickly do this with your glasses again? If you can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, so when I change the shape of the lens to make it more curved by doing that, then it changes the magnification. But in general, and forget it's not the refraction doing that; it's the shape of the lens because I've changed the shape of the lens. But in general, like that, there's no difference in size with my face when I've got the camera there or not.
So the angle changes the magnification because of the incident angle. Thank you.
No, not because of the incident angle, because of the shape of the lens. The incident angle has only changed once, right? There's the same incident angle change between this and this. There's still only one change in there's one change in medium, but both of them are showing different things, right?
Right.
Yeah, but there's only one change in incidence. There's not a different amount of changes in incidence. So it's not the refraction that's causing the magnification. What's causing the magnification, or in this case, my chin seems to get smaller, is because I've changed the shape of the lens relative to the camera. The refraction, there's still only one incidence change. One. There's one into the glass and one out. Exactly the same as when I'm like that. The only difference is the shape of the lens relative to the camera. So it's not refraction causing the magnification, it's the shape of... No, you're not, because you're saying it's refraction, but it's not. It's the shape of the lens. That's not refraction. No, the shape of the lens is not refraction.
Sorry, the shape of the lens causes refraction.
The shape of the lens is not refraction. The refraction is the change in incidence angle between going into the lens.
Yeah, cheese it with these items.
What refraction is.
Change the refractive index.
In quotes, cheese it.
No, there's still only one incidence angle change. Just one. And that's not causing the magnification. What's causing the magnification... Like, no matter which way I have it, the incidence angle change is going to be exactly the same. Because the medium of my glasses, the density, is exactly the same no matter which way I'm pointing it towards the screen. So the incidence angle change is... Wait, let me finish. The incidence angle change, the one incidence angle change that is happening is exactly the same whether it's like that or like that. So there is the same refractive index change both ways, but there is a kind of magnification like that, but not like that. So the same refraction, but you change the shape of the lens, and there is magnification or distortion, which destroys your point.
I think you might need to look at this back a few times to actually get what's going on here.
You are cute. You're absolutely adorable.
How
many angle incidence changes are there? How many's happening?
It doesn't matter about how many.
Yes, it does, because if there's more, there's different refraction.
Remember in your argument about the cup, because it's curved.
The shape of the lens, exactly. But there's still only one refractive change. The medium.
When you change your angle of the glasses, it changes the angle towards where it's going. So the
What are combos and barrage attacks?
Changes. The angle of incidence change is what happens when the light enters a different medium. Right, at that point, there's a change in the path of the light.
Also, how do I remove
that angle that the light is changing as it enters my glass is exactly the same, whether I hold it like that or like that. Because the medium of the... it is, because the medium, the glass, the density of the glass does not change. The only thing that changes is the shape of the lens. Right? That's not refraction. The shape of the lens... The shape of the lens is not refraction. The angle of incidence change is exactly the same because the density of the medium is the same.
Okay,
and it's the density of the medium... Wait. It's the density of the medium that decides the angle of incidence change. Not the shape of the lens. It's the density.
Okay, I'm going to quick then based on this. Dave, you obviously know what a rectilinear lens is, correct?
Yes.
How do I remove
incidence change based on
items?
A rectilinear lens
What the fuck?
compared to a wide angle lens?
Sorry, what was that? You broke up a bit there, mate.
I said the angle of incidence. Does that change from a rectilinear lens to a wide angle lens?
Rectilinear and wide angle are the different. That's apples and oranges, mate. Rectilinear versus fisheye. Fisheye distorts everything. Rectilinear uses additional optic. Glass on a lens will naturally try and distort everything. Rectilinear lenses correct for that distortion.
Great. So you would understand it changes the angle of incidence then.
In what?
That's different lenses. I'm talking about the one lens here. I have one lens in my glasses. Light comes in and light goes out. Those are the only time there's incidence changes.
So shape changes the angle now, correct?
No, shape doesn't change the angle of incidence change.
This is hilarious, guys. This is hilarious.
What don't you want?
Flat. So, did you realise, mate, that a camera lens is not a piece of glass? There are a dozen plus different pieces of glass in there with different densities of glass, with different curvature angles. Some will be concave, some will be convex. They're placed in different ways in order to control the light. So when you make this this similarity claim between a pair of glasses to a camera lens, they're nothing close. A pair of glasses, focal glasses on your eyes are one piece of glass that are shaped to correct the focus for your eye.
You would agree then that the camera is just simply trying to focus that angle onto a certain point, so it can make it in focus on the sensor.
Yes, the camera lens is focusing light.
Great. So now when you put a rectilinear lens on compared to a fisheye lens, you see different optical effects, correct?
Yes, because you're putting it through more and more glass.
Great. So the shape changes the angle of incidence.
The angle of incidence is what happens when you go from one medium to another. Inside the glass, there is no change in medium. There is no change in density. There is no angle of incidence change within the glass.
Okay, Craig, if I go and I take a laser and I stick it 90 degrees...
You shouldn't be allowed to touch lasers.
Okay, let's say at 80 degrees towards a barrier. The incident angle would be different than when I point that same laser 20 degrees towards the barrier, correct?
I don't think you know what incidence angle change means.
Oh, yes, I do.
No.
That's why you
right,
are
so
hopelessly
the incidence
losing the
angle
argument
change
here.
is the amount of change that the light has as it goes into a medium, right? Based on the density and temperature change. It's not based on the angle that you point it in, right? The angle that you point it in, it's still going into a different density and will have the same angle of incidence change, because the angle of incidence change is caused by the change in mediums, not the angle of the light going into the medium. That's not what angle of incidence change means. That's where you're confused. You don't know what that... Flatsoid, stop. Flatsoid, stop. Flatsoid, stop. You don't know what angle of incidence change means, and that is your problem.
I'm sorry, have you ever looked at Snell's law equation before?
Yeah, absolutely I have.
Okay, what's N1, sine 1?
What is it? You tell us.
N2 sine 2. Incident index, refracted index, incident angle, refracted angle.
Yes. Because that's what the incident angle is. The incident angle is the change that happens when you go from one medium to another. That's what it is.
Now, what happens when you have changed your incident angle to a point with
the only way you change your incident change angle is by changing the medium that it's going to. Again, listen to the words coming out of my mouth. The incident change angle is the angle that is caused, the angle change in the path of light that is caused by going from one medium to another. It's not to do with the angle of the light going into that medium, it's to do with the change in the medium.
If you change the angle towards the medium, it changes the refracted angle. Does it not? I can show you literally people taking a fish tank, moving the laser pointer around and it changes the angle.
Yeah, because as the angle difference between one medium to another will always be the same.
No, same medium. Same
Yeah,
medium,
yeah, that's what I'm
same
saying.
distance.
And if you look at the
It's
angle of the light going into that
angle.
compared to the angle of the light in it, it will always be the same.
It's never the same. Then you would say it doesn't matter where you point the laser pointer, it's always going to go to
The
same.
amount of change is dependent on the medium. What don't you understand?
Don't get what an incident angle is.
You know,
Congratulations.
you really don't in the slightest, do you? It's incredible.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
Yeah.
you wanna
So
ask,
so
Dave?
do you think that if you go through a medium at an angle, it changes the refractive index of that medium?
What's an internal refraction angle?
Answer my question. Do you think that if you change the angle that you go into a medium, it changes the refractive index of that medium?
No, it doesn't change the index. It changes the refractive angle.
The refractive
Showing you do not
angle?
understand Snell's law. Thank you very much.
You mean the angle that is caused by moving the light going into it? Of course that is going to change. But the angle change isn't what changes the angle of incidence change. That is the amount, that's like an amount of change due to the medium. That's what it is. Obviously, if you change the point going in, it's going to change where the angle is going afterwards. But the amount of change is decided by the medium, not the angle. Okay. Now we've cleared that up. Still there? What's going on? Is anyone still there?
I'm still here.
Flatsoid?
Yeah, I'm trying to just share
you
a
are still there.
screen.
Sorry, I thought you disappeared
yeah.
then.
Seems to be freezing on me. I just want to get to the point where I need to get there, and I'll quickly share the screen so you can see for 2 seconds. Then we can everybody see just how wrong you are, as usual. Thank you.
Just how wrong I am, as usual. Lovely. So again,
Oh,
the
there we go.
amount
Because
that
it's
the
changing the
angle
angle.
changes, is a consequence of the density, right?
Okay, I'm gonna quickly share the screen. Be sure to show everybody.
And a change in angle isn't going to magnify.
So you made it. Now, which battle shall I enjoy?
Yeah, so you're showing something with a gradient as well, not with a that's a constant medium. And so the angle, the amount of angle that changes is dependent on the medium.
Did you just see that?
Yeah, so the amount of the
So
angle
changing
changing
the
is
angle,
dependent
so
on the
changing the
medium,
angle,
right? Yeah,
Changing
so
the angle changes the refracted angle.
yeah, again, the angle of it going in will obviously affect the light angle going in, but the amount of change of that angle, which is the incident change angle, is a consequence of the medium of the density of the medium. What don't you understand about that? Right, so
The
here's my
shape of the
question to you.
lens-
Here's
the shape
my
of the
question to
lens
you.
changes
Here's
the light path, hence can magnify it.
and does not refract it because you
really?
change
So
the
total length
shape
is
of the
not
lens.
based on
That's not
refraction, no?
changing the refractive index. It's not changing the
Total
amount of
length.
refraction that's happening because the medium
total
is still
length
the
is
same,
not based on
right?
refraction.
So
Congratulations.
again,
Okay.
let me ask you a simple question, right? How many instant angle changes is happening in my glasses?
Just one.
2.
No, your refractive.
One in,
angle is
one
changing
out.
your incident angle. You have one incident angle, one refractive angle.
There's 2. There's one in and there's one out. There's 2 changes.
This seems to be good-ish.
2. There's 2 of them in my glasses.
You know what?
But I started with less key, I
Yes, it's the
think.
change between
Right?
mediums.
I didn't really realize
So
it.
there's 2.
Like,
There's one
for
as
the
it comes.
first
Hey, stop. Stop
quite a
talking
while,
about
but I think
third.
I lowered
There's
my
two.
key by
There's
2,
one as it
right?
enters my glasses, and there's one as it exits my glasses, right? So add those together. One as it enters my glasses.
Maybe I should get
and
rid
one
of
as
the
it
thing.
exits my glasses. How
Oh,
many
no,
is that?
actually, I don't know.
Again, you asked how
Yeah.
many
No.
incident
How many is
angles.
that? How many instant angle changes is that? One or you know, one as it enters, and then one as it exits. So when you add those together, how many do you get?
You only have one incident angle and one refractive angle. That
So
second
the
angle
light
is the
doesn't come out of my
refracted
glasses
angle.
then, it just stays in my
The-
glasses.
Again, you only have one incident angle, that's the light coming in, and
Yep.
one refracted angle, that's the light traveling through the medium.
And what happens when it gets to the other side of my glasses? Is there another instance angle change?
Then it has a new angle.
So is it's yes or no question? Is there another instant angle change as it exits my glasses?
Then it becomes a new incident angle to that new refracted angle.
So how many instant
new
angle
me-
changes is
it's
there
a
in my
new
glasses
medium.
altogether? How
That's
many instant angle changes is there in my glasses?
God, I hate the items in this game.
We just talked it
One
through.
medium.
So there's
Oh, you
one as
just
it
don't.
enters. Listen,
Well, that's
listen
kind
to,
of
sorry,
like just because
listen
I'm
the
used to
words
the
coming out of my
items
mouth.
from the second
There's
game,
one
they're so
change in
different.
instant angle as it enters.
I want my
and there's one change in
Tenkaichi
instant
2
angle
items
as
back.
it exits.
And there, at least
So
I
how
knew
many
what
does
they
that make in
did,
total?
or what was
It's
good
gonna
and what
change the incident
wasn't.
angle when it exits.
In
The
this,
incident
I'm
angle
just
only enters.
confused.
A refractive angle exits. Right?
So you're saying that as the light goes from one medium to another, there is no instant angle change? Because that's what an instant angle is, you moron!
The incident angle is the angle hitting the barrier. A refractive angle is the one that's already through the barrier.
Yeah, and
Oh, you
so
did
how
that.
many barriers is there on my glasses? Two. One on each side.
One.
So there's no barrier on the other side. There's
Glass.
nothing for the light.
One glass.
Right. So, as the light goes into my glass, it's got one instant angle change. So it's traveled
Yeah,
through the glass, and what's happening as it leaves the glass and goes that way?
A new instant angle that's in a different
So that's
medium,
two.
right?
So there's two instant angle changes with the glass.
No.
Yes!
One incident angle, one refractive angle. When it leaves the glasses, it now has a new incident angle to the act mode.
So that makes
You
two.
get that?
That's two then.
No.
Yeah,
It's
one
two different
in,
systems.
one from the atmosphere, one to the atmosphere. That
Can I
is-
just keep doing this over and over?
Different systems.
Doesn't
No, they're
that
both
work?
the light in the glass. There's an instant angle change as it enters, and there's an instant angle change as it exits, going from one medium to another.
Is your retina and your cornea the same system? Are they the same thing?
I
But
know, and they're
can
not
I
glasses,
just
so it's
equip
irrelevant.
nothing but
Is the
key?
glasses your eye?
No, and they're.
I keep
I'm
doing
not saying
the
they are, so it's relevant.
well,
We're talking about my glasses.
I mean, can I just equip
We're
key
talking about my glasses, nothing else.
It's not
and
using that. It doesn't mean you have to
In what way
push
am I
my
using? You can't
ult
count to
damage and
two.
just keep spamming this nonsense?
This is getting
But I'm pretty sure that not only does this
Seriously.
kind of
Right.
most of the
An
time
instant angle
work,
change is what happens when the light goes from one medium
but
to
it
another.
also freezes
Do you
the
agree?
timer, I think.
No.
What the fuck?
The refractive angle is what changes due to the infinite angle that hits the medium.
Say that again.
The refracted angle is the thing that changes due to the incident angle that hits the barrier.
So,
Do you know how a mirror works? Do you know how a mirror works?
we're talking about my glasses, right? So, the light enters my glasses, all right? There is an angle of incidence, right? It changes the direction of the light as it enters my glasses, okay? And then, within the glasses, there's the angle of refraction, okay? It is changing the position, the direction the light's changing, okay? Then, it gets to the other side of the glass, and there is now another angle of incidence change as it goes from the glass to the air between my eye and the glasses. There is two angle of incidence changes because of the glass.
So a different system then.
No,
Okay.
the glasses is
By the
one
way,
system.
I got Andre says he wants to ask you a question.
Yeah, fine. Dave, have you finished with your questions for Flatsoid?
Oh, sorry, mate. I forgot I was here. Well, if you've got other people wanting to come in, I can leave it. I was going to ask him something else, but I think I've probably overstayed my welcome.
Well, no, absolutely not. If you've got one more quick question before he brings his guy on, that's absolutely fine.
I'm not really sure if it's quick. It's so Flatsoid. You've mentioned the Black Swan a few times. So you don't agree with the globe concept that it's refraction that's causing us to be able to see further beyond the horizon, no?
That's not what the Black Swan's about. When you say refraction, you're literally going against your globe. The refraction, that's why we want you to say refraction. Remember, your globe has a geometric horizon, correct? It's physically that radius value. You understand that?
Yeah, but that's not what we see, because what we're seeing is the light coming from objects.
Exactly, so refracted. So you sit with a bit of a paradox. You have a geometric horizon radius dictated to you through a refracted observation, correct? So optical.
No, we have a geometric horizon that says something should only be visible this far, but due to refraction, at times we can see it further than that. I just want to know what your standpoint is because flat earthers show the Black Swan and say, oh, you shouldn't be able to see that far. We say it's because of refraction. Do you say no? It can't be because of refraction. It's because the Earth is flat.
Refraction's a real thing. No, refraction's a real thing. Would you actually like to maybe come and talk to me about this? Because I mean, you can go on for hours about this.
Well, I kind of need a flat Earth model in order to debate you because.
No, don't worry about. We talk about
They don't do
refraction and the Black Swan. You don't need to worry about a flat Earth model. It's literally just about the Black Swan and the refraction.
Well, no, because it's all one and the same thing, and I don't want to. You've already had a go at Craig this evening for strawmanning you because what flat earthers believe. So, if you can give me details about what you believe is the flat Earth model, so
come on,
about it.
do the thing, please.
Sorry, but that's just trying to reverse the burden of proof onto me. I don't need to give any model. The model for contention here is your globe. That's what the Black Swan argument is about. You brought up the Black Swan. So this flat Earth has got nothing to do with it.
Right. Well, so
why
no,
would I
no,
bring
right.
that
Sorry,
Earth
maybe I wasn't clear on this. I was trying to get some information about the flat Earth. I was using the Black Swan as an example in order to lead me into the next part.
Okay, but like I said, you can always come and talk about the Black Swan if you want to. It'll be great. And we can talk about Flat Earth too if you want to.
Okay, well, let's see how long it takes me to get over the current headache that I've got, and then I'll consider it.
Hey, Dave, I appreciate you taking your time to come on, my friend. It's a pleasure to have you.
Yeah. You seem like a nice guy at least, Dave.
Thank you. And you too.
Sure.
I'll speak to you soon, Dave. Thanks very much.
All right, take care, guys.
Thank you,
Okay,
bye.
who was it that wanted to come on?
I think it was Andres.
I only see two in the chat. In the room, Etchon and Lubo.
What's the name?
Lubo, who's one of mine, and then Etchon.
It might be Edjon. I don't know.
I'll let them in, and then we'll do Lubo.
Edjon. It might be.
Hey.
Hello, Econ, Etchon.
Hey. Yes. First one was right. So how you doing? I'm from your Discord, your YouTube. Love your channel. Fight.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely amazing stuff you got going on.
Appreciate it.
Flatsoid, I have a question. I was going off topic from that whole lensing thing. About the International Space Station.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not sure what your stance on the International Space Station is, but can you give me a brief overview of what the International Space Station is to you?
It's a mock-up studio in the bottom of a pool in Houston, but we do see something up there, which is probably just a lower altitude drone or something.
A drone. Okay, so it's a drone. So what's holding it up exactly to you?
A drone usually is self-propellant, isn't it?
Okay, now how big is this drone?
I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, it's easy to have something flying at a lower altitude, that mimics the same claimed velocity and the same apparent angular size.
So you think they can recreate a drone that travels at almost 17,000 miles an hour,
It
17,500
doesn't
miles an
actually travel at that speed. It's just something that's smaller.
I mean,
Smaller, slower. Okay.
Yeah. You can
And it
literally do
looks,
it yourself. You can,
and it
you know,
looks
I mean,
just like the ISS.
I mean, Craig literally did that with his two pins in the same debate. It's
Yeah,
called
okay.
parallax.
And this drone looks just like the International Space Station they show us.
Yeah.
So, where's the thing holding it up?
I
Where's
don't
it at?
understand what you mean. Where's the thing holding it up? You guys don't have anything holding up your ISS. The burner, you're trying to reverse the burner proof onto me. The ISS is a globe thing, not a flat Earth thing. So, I don't actually need to give answers on what's holding it up or anything.
Flatoid. Okay. So you said it's a drone.
I said it could be. It's speculation.
Or it could be a drone. Could be a drone. Could be a drone. Now, how could this drone be replicated to look just like the ISS?
Are you telling me you can't build a drone to look the same?
Okay,
And
but
just
you don't.
fly at a lower altitude.
Flatoid. What is holding up this drone?
What do you mean? What's holding up the drone? Drones fly. Have you never
Yes,
seen a
yes.
military
How is
drone
it flying? How is it flying? Can you explain to me how this thing that looks just like the ISS is flying, where you can't see anything that makes it fly?
When you see a drone in the air, a military drone, you see what makes it fly.
A military. Okay, give me an example. A military drone.
It's literally, you don't see anything. That's what a military drone is supposed to be, that you can't really see it. Do you see anything trying to make it move?
I mean, it's got, what's the word for it?
Or how about a high altitude balloon, like the one they shot down apparently in
No, because
China?
there's no
What
balloons
was
holding
making
it up.
it move? What was making it move?
Look, there is no balloon on the ISS.
I'm telling you, you're trying to ask me what is making it stay up there and move? What moves the drone? So I'm literally saying, okay, like a hot air, a high altitude balloon, what makes it move?
From side to side?
Yeah.
Okay, see, this is not... I'm talking about the ISS. There are no balloons on the ISS. Okay? We can confirm this by looking at it.
That's not what I'm saying.
We've also confirmed the height and speed of the ISS.
Yeah, we've also confirmed... I mean, it's...
Okay, that's why I asked you, can something that's just smaller at a lower altitude give the same apparent altitude and angular size of velocity?
Not when
we
measured
have...
from two different
No.
places.
Why
we've
not?
confirmed... no, it can, but we've confirmed the height
Okay,
and
let's
speed.
let's say you look at the moon with your camera at night and a fly or a moth flies past you close to your camera. It has the same angular size as the so-called ISS.
Yeah, I never denied that. I never
Thank
denied
you.
that.
But now that has the same angular size, it has the same apparent velocity, and it's lower at altitude. A moth just destroyed the whole argument.
No, it didn't, because we know how high the International Space Station is,
No,
and we know
you
how
think
fast
you
it's
know. No, you don't know. You think you know.
I mean, it's
There's
also
a
been
difference.
measured with radar. So, I mean, radar
Yeah.
doesn't lie.
Cool.
Cool.
I still don't know what this has got to do with anything.
Okay.
You asked me specifically about me, what I see about the ISS, so I don't know.
Well, how do you
Unless
respond to the
tell me
fact that we've
it's
measured
radar.
the height and speed of it with radar to confirm what NASA say?
Which battle shall I enjoy?
That's interesting. Like I said, he asked me if that's what I thought, and that's what I think. Could be a drone. Not saying it is, I'm just saying it could be.
Okay, but based on the fact that we have confirmed that it's, 300 miles up and traveling at 17,000 miles an hour, what do you say is based on those being known facts?
Even if it is there, what does it got to do with not being a flat Earth anyway? I mean,
How would
last
it be
night I spoke
300
about
miles up,
my
traveling at
firmament thing. I
17,000
don't know if you
miles an hour if the
remember
Earth is
Operation Fishbowl. I spoke about the highest atomic, the atomic bomb that shot was at the ISS altitude. So why is it that that could only shoot that high with a nuke?
That wasn't that they could only. That's just the height they chose to.
Is that so? Can
Yeah,
you
and also
can you
I
show
do
why?
need to talk to you about the fact that you said nuclear power isn't real. As a nuclear
I never said
engineer,
nuclear power isn't real. There's nuclear
someone sent me a
actors
clip of
that
you
are
saying
real.
that. Someone sent me a clip of you saying you don't think nuclear power is real.
Nuclear fission is a real thing.
Nuclear
So that's a
fusion as well.
a lie.
Sorry, what was the lie?
People saying I don't think nuclear fusion's a real thing. It's definitely a real thing. They
I've
wouldn't have
got
nuclear
a clip
plots.
of you saying
Submarines wouldn't be able to work if
Yeah.
nuclear fusion wasn't a real thing.
I'm confused. I literally have a clip of you saying that you don't think it's real.
Nuclear bombs are not
Maybe it was
what they
bombs.
say they are.
I mean,
That's what I said.
I've slept next to one. It's definitely real.
Not what they say they are, right?
What
Not saying it doesn't exist. Not
I
what
mean,
they
they're
say
definitely
they
what they
Two
say
different
they are
things.
because it
But
was
anyway,
kind
you
of
guys
part
are
of my
literally
job to
trying to put
maintain
words in my mouth now.
Again, I worked with the nuclear warheads on V-boats. They're definitely real things.
Yeah, and I never said they're not. So congratulations.
Okay, cool. Right, so do you agree that the ISS could potentially be 300 miles up and traveling at 17,000 miles an hour?
No, not a tin can flying in a vacuum to space.
Except that we've confirmed it.
It could be something up there. We definitely see something up there, but it doesn't mean it's a tin flying can in the vacuums of space.
But we've seen the shape of it.
Yeah, I have a video. I
Like I
actually
said.
just took a picture of it the other night.
Congratulations.
So it's
Cool. I don't know what
definitely
this
a
has got to do
metal
with me.
thing in a
It's
near
your
vacuum.
burden to prove it exists and that it goes against, it can actually exist there where it's supposed to be. Not my burden to try and.
But it
prove
is
whatever
there.
you
We've
want to
proved
prove
that
about
it is there, and we've proved what it is. We've proved the size, shape, and speed of it. So
This is the
Yeah,
picture
and I
I
said
took
that-
of the ISS. It exists, and we know. What?
And you know that's actually a pressurized tin can in the vacuum of space with people on board. Or do you just believe it?
There's 7 people on. Yes.
So that's a
talk
belief.
to them when it
not
goes
a no.
over.
No, that's not a belief.
It just means you're suggestible. You are
right,
gullible.
Flatsoid, get a ham radio, and you can talk to them when they go over you.
Yeah.
So there's some things called relay stations.
Oh right, so there's people just sitting there waiting to talk to people with the relay that's going over.
Relay stations.
Despite the videos,
I can ask, I
the
can ask you the
hour-long
same thing.
videos
Why is there
in
so
the
much
ISS,
fakery on the ISS then if
there's
they're
no
supposed to be real?
fakery on the ISS ever. There's
no fakery on the ISS.
No, there's people not understanding what they're seeing, but there's definitely no fakery.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, mate.
No, I've debunked every bit of supposed fakery I've ever been shown.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Okay, go on my video.
Which
where
one?
I have
You've got a lot now.
Are you suggestible? Are you suggestible? And go try debunk all those things I showed that were fake.
Yeah, I should
Oh, right,
stop
I
trying
was like,
to
what is that
do
about
the
NASA stuff?
dodge thing.
It's called Are You Suggestible?
Yeah.
Just too bad
Has
at
it got
it.
a bunch of NASA
Yeah.
stuff in it, is it?
There's a part in the middle there where it literally shows how fake it is.
Yeah, I
Go
can't
ahead
do
and
the
debunk
combat
it.
in this
Okay,
game.
no worries. Sounds good.
I mean, I could if I would try another, like, I don't know, 20, 30, 50 hours or something like that.
Later. My power's about to go off.
My muscle memory just keeps
Okay,
kicking
well,
in from the second game, and I just keep
Josh wanted to come in and say something.
stalling my brain in mid-combo and bullshit like that.
John, much appreciated. Nice to speak to you.
Appreciate
Appreciate the support as well.
Ekon, if you ever want to just come and talk to me, you can come in my stream and talk sometime. I think it's cool.
Absolutely, I'll definitely make a time to do that.
Alright,
Yeah,
thanks,
we have
buddy.
more time
Appreciate it.
to talk about it.
Alright, and I'm pretty
Appreciate
sure
it, bye.
Josh was on your side, Flatsoid, so I'll let Josh in next, and then we can shut down and do final thoughts and stuff.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Alright, hold on, I gotta figure out how to leave.
I'll
Bye.
see you later.
Bye. Hey, Josh.
Hi, Flatside. Can you hear me? Hey Josh, how you doing? We hear you.
I'm not on your side. Sorry, Flatzoid. I do love you though. You fascinate me, and I'm rooting for you for the top left awards.
Aye, his wits it all the way. You should bloody know that.
Sorry. Well, what I just wanted to ask Flatzoid was like, I just want to follow up on the ISS question by saying, like, not only everything that was just mentioned about the ISS, but also if you have like a phone app, for example, you can track the ISS, and not only does it appear when it says it will appear, but also it orbits the Earth as we say it will orbit, at the speed we say it will orbit.
You should not be allowed to fucking dodge while using this nonsense. God damn it.
Mechanism has it appear, for example, on one side of the Earth and then 2 minutes later on the other side of the Earth? Is it really fast, or is there multiple of them?
You never know. Like I said, it could just be speculation.
What?
That's why I said he asked me based on what I think, and that's just speculation. So you can't just take what I'm saying as fact. I never said it.
Well, no,
I do know. But one thing I do know
we
is
just
fact
like
is
your opinion.
The ISS cannot be a flying tin can in the vacuums of space. It cannot be that orbiting tin can as you guys
Why
said.
not?
Why?
Why? Because it will violate the natural law of thermodynamics.
No, okay, that's a Nathan Oakley moment, and I get
No,
that.
nothing to do with
That's not
Nathan
true.
Oakley. It's literally
Which law would it violate?
the law of entropy, the second law of thermodynamics. That's
What is the second law of thermodynamics? Could you tell it to me, please?
The second law of thermodynamics describes the systems changes macrostate to microstates into an increasing system.
What does the second
Nothing
law?
will decrease.
Which particular type of
Entropy
system?
will never-
Specifically, specifically, what type of system is the second law of thermodynamics referring to?
All three, open,
No,
closed, and
the second law of thermodynamics refers specifically to an isolated system.
And do isolated systems,
The universe.
are they real or are they just hypothetical?
The only one that we know of is the universe.
And is it an isolated system hypothetical or is it actually real?
Well, the only real isolated system we know of is the universe.
Again, it's simple. Is it a hypothetical?
I just
system
told you there's a
or
real
is it-
one, and it's called the universe.
Cool. So you can actually demonstrate a real isolated system for me, please.
The entire universe, yes.
No, not point to the sky on a belief. Show me a real isolated system.
There is only one. It is the entire universe.
You pointing to the sky is not.
I'm not pointing to the sky.
demonstrating
I'm
an
pointing
actual
to the
thermodynamic-
entire universe. The entire universe is the only isolated system in existence. I cannot show you an isolated system apart from the universe, because the
But it's a
universe is the only
hypothetical, that's
isolated
why.
system that exists. And the second law of thermodynamics talks specifically about an isolated system. It
So
doesn't
when you go
mention
and
any
learn-
other kind of systems.
When
It
you go- when you go
specifically
learn
says an
mechanical
isolated
engineering,
system.
When you
Sorry?
go learn mechanical engineering, do they teach
Yeah,
you
I've got a
three
degree
different-
in nuclear engineering.
Do they teach you 3 different systems?
Yes, and they also explain how the second law of thermodynamics talks about an isolated system. That is what it is referring to.
It talks about all 3 systems. It just says the.
Could you please read this? But actually go to the second law of thermodynamics and read it, because the second law of thermodynamics says specifically isolated system. It doesn't talk about any other type of system. It says specific. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Flatsoid, no, wait, Flatsoid, you're wrong. As an engineering degree person holding, I am telling you you are wrong. The second law of thermodynamics specifically references only an isolated system.
Can I debunk you quickly?
You can't, because that is what the second law of thermodynamics is. The only way you can debunk me is by showing me the second law of thermodynamics.
I'm going to give you one word. One word that debunks you. Fridge.
Yeah, that's not an isolated system.
Come on.
No. Does the fridge work on entropy or not? The second law of thermodynamics.
Fuck
the fridge reverses
you.
entropy.
No, so it.
Within the enclosed system, within the system of the fridge and the freezer, it reverses entropy. But the second law of thermodynamics, it literally says, it talks about an isolated system, and that's it. It doesn't talk about any other type of system, only isolated systems.
So so the surrounding system to the fridge, is it increasing entropy?
The surrounding system is, but again, the second law of thermodynamics isn't talking about your fridge.
So what
The
is-
second law of
what is the
thermodynamics stop. Right. What don't you understand? The second law of thermodynamics specifically says in the second law of thermodynamics that it's about an isolated system. Do you understand that?
I can literally bring you up 3 thermodynamic systems. Correct?
That doesn't change what the second law of thermodynamics is. The second law of thermodynamics references isolated system. The second law may be formulated by the observation that the entropy of isolated systems left to spontaneous evolution cannot decrease, as they always arrive at a state of thermodynamic equilibrium. Isolated systems. Do you understand that? That's what the second law of thermodynamics is. Isolated system.
Which is a hypothetical. You know why the universe is the hypothetical isolated system, right? You know why?
Tell us.
Because it's the barrier to the end. There's nothing.
Exactly, and that's the
beyond
only. But it's the only
So
isolated
listen.
system.
So
So the
listen.
second law of thermodynamics is talking about the universe and the entropy existing within the universe. Isolated systems. You cannot refer the second law of thermodynamics to other types of systems because it talks about isolate. Listen, stop talking. Right? I have a degree in engineering. Right? Stop. I have a degree in engineering, and I am using that right now to tell you that you are wrong. You need to learn from what I am telling you. The second law of thermodynamics specifically talks about isolated systems. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Isolated system is a hypothetical because it's
Right, okay.
within the
Listen to the
boundaries.
words coming out of my mouth. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. It's a yes or no question. The second law of thermodynamics specifically talks about isolated systems. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
It's specifically.
And there's still
No,
two.
it's a yes or no question. It's a yes or
And
no
then there's
question.
another 50.
Yes or no question. Do you understand the concept that the second law of thermodynamics only refers to an isolated system? Yes or no?
It doesn't only. That's
Yes,
the
it
line.
does,
That's
because
the
it
problem.
specifically
55.
says that. That's what the second law is. You don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. You literally don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is.
What happens when you stick a closed system with gas, let's say for instance, pressure, and you open it? What's happening to the universe?
The entropy is increasing like it always does in the universe.
Thank you. Thermodynamics in a nutshell. So,
But again, that doesn't change the fact that the second law is specifically about isolated systems. So you can't talk about other things when you're talking about the second law unless you're talking about isolated systems, because that's what the second law of thermodynamics is.
okay, so
Jesus Christ.
Craig, we're not going to use the combustion engine.
That's not an isolated system.
Yeah, but it runs.
So it doesn't.
on
The second law of
more-
thermodynamics doesn't apply because it's not an isolated system. You need to understand these words. Second law, isolated system. Right? Right. Do me a favor. Right? Actually read the second law of thermodynamics, because you haven't. You've never done that. Therefore, you don't know what you're talking about. Right? I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to read it to you once again so that you understand. Okay? It's very, very, very simple. The second law may be formulated by the observation. Well, I'm talking right now. Right? So just listen and learn. It's very important that you learn, okay? The second law may be formulated by the observation that the entropy of isolated systems left to spontaneous evolution cannot decrease, as they always arrive at a state of thermodynamic equilibrium where the entropy is highest at the given internal energy. Isolated systems, right? Do you understand? You heard me say the words. You heard me say the words isolated systems, right?
Isolated system is
Yeah, cool.
hypothetical.
And what is the only isolated system that we know of? The universe.
Because it's the hypothetical boundary.
Yeah,
There's
so,
nothing
and that's
beyond
what the
it.
second law of thermodynamics is talking about.
I can't help. I can't help you don't understand.
So
that
nothing
it's got a
about the
boundary.
ISS is violating the second law of thermodynamics. Nothing at all.
Yes, yes. But anyway, can I bring up a lecture from MIT for you?
If you like. I guarantee you are about to display Toon's Law of Flurf number 1.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let him talk about the 4 laws of thermodynamics for you quickly. How's that sound?
Well, we won't be able to hear because the audio doesn't come through from you, so...
No, not me. It's on the lecture. Well, actually...
Yeah, the audio from your videos doesn't seem to come through.
We just need this one piece. There we go. I'm going to quickly... But
Well,
that's the audio from my video company.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. The audio from your video doesn't seem to come through. So why don't you paraphrase what it
Okay,
says?
it's fine. Then I'm just going to... He's going to draw it down for you. Then I'll explain it to you quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, that was horribly bad.
That was a pretty interesting show. Even though you're not an android, you have some great... Here's a gift. Take it.
I still somehow got it. Don't know how, but I did.
Who will you fight with?
You see that? Thermodynamics?
Yeah.
It's specifically about the heat and the
he
movement.
didn't say the second law, he just said thermodynamics.
But that's specifically about the heat and the movement, correct?
Yeah, but he didn't say the second law of thermodynamics, he just was talking about thermodynamics. You said that the ISS violates the second law of thermodynamics. Nothing about the ISS violates the fact that entropy in the universe always increases. Nothing at all.
The ISS had a, let's say, a hole at one stage, correct?
It's still got one, actually.
And what did they close it up with?
Some duct tape.
Okay, great. Now, what, according to the second law of thermodynamics, if there's a hole in a closed system, that becomes an open system in a low pressure system, surrounding system, what happens? What happens
The second law
to
of
entropy in that
thermodynamics
situation?
refers to isolated systems, so...
What happens? Yeah, the universe is an isolated system, remember? So now the ISS is a closed system inside that isolated system. So remember earlier I said if you take
so
closed
entropy
and open,
increases,
what happens?
the entropy of the universe increases overall, yes, no problem.
Great, okay, but is this instantaneously?
No, it's never instantaneously. It evolves over time. Again, you don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is.
Oh, okay, so I'm going to quickly bring up something again for you, because you seem to not actually get...
I mean, I love the fact that your MIT lecture didn't back you up in any way.
It literally did.
No, because it didn't mention the second law of thermodynamics once.
You understand what's going on?
He didn't say anything about the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, I'm going to bring up something for you here. Let's see if I can share the screen to that. I hope I can. There we go. Okay, I'm going to share something with you.
One of these bulbs, some bromine, and in the other, I have a basket. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one this.
I mean, he says spontaneously, but it wasn't instant. There was a speed that gas went in.
In this case, expansion to a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except action. So without the entropy constant.
There we go.
Yeah. Even though he says spontaneous, it isn't an instant thing. There's a speed that gas travelled. You do realise that, right?
Obviously, everything's got a speed, but that's spontaneously. That's how entropy works. So,
no, entropy doesn't work spontaneously. Entropy is something that evolves over time.
A hole in a vacuum. According to this guy, what did he just show? Would that gas have just evacuated straight into the universe?
There was quite a lot of gas that was going out, yeah, but it was a very small hole. So
okay.
There wasn't.
What happened?
Plus, there's
what
an internal pressure that's being created by stuff that they've got on the ISS, and if the internal pressure on the ISS drops, then they can just turn up the pressure to counter it. And the mass flow rate. Wait, let me finish. I'm still talking. Right. The mass flow rate of the air that was leaving that hole wouldn't have been enough to adjust the pressure within low enough with the increased pressure coming from the stuff that they've already got inside. So
Hey,
a tiny little hole, a tiny little hole with a very, very, very small mass flow rate isn't going to have the ability to instantaneously transfer all of the mass of all of the air in the ISS out of it, because there's too much of it.
Do you know what happens to a ruptured system in a vacuum?
To a ruptured system.
In a vacuum, yeah.
Well, we saw what happened to a ruptured system in a vacuum. They had to fix it because the internal air pressure dropped slightly.
No, I asked, do you know what happens to it?
There's a
let's
change in
take
pressure, yeah.
A little pinprick in a pressurized system. Does it rupture it bigger as soon as that pressure forces?
No, not necessarily. It depends on the materials involved.
Yes, necessarily.
No, it depends on the materials involved. It depends on the materials. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. It depends on the materials involved and the structural integrity of the materials involved.
Like
maybe, just maybe, they designed the ISS in such a way that a tiny little hole wouldn't make the entire thing implode. Maybe, just maybe, when they were designing the ISS, they took the possibilities that there might at points be tiny holes punctured into it into account and designed that to make sure it didn't just implode immediately. Maybe, just maybe that's the case.
Maybe what happens to the airplane at high altitude when it ruptures?
Depends on the size of the hole and the materials involved.
Does that hole get bigger?
Not necessarily, no.
Always. Sorry to burst.
No, absolutely not. Because I've got videos of someone, a pilot, opening the window to put their phone out to take a picture, and the wind taking the phone away. And when he opened that window, the hole didn't get bigger. That doesn't happen every time. It depends on the materials involved and the structural integrity of the materials involved. If there is a fatal flaw, then yes, there's something that will happen that will rip open. And that's what happens sometimes on aeroplanes. There's a fatal flaw that happens and it rips open big. But you can have little holes in pressurized system without massive rupturing happening all the time. In fact, my car, my last car, had 3 holes in the engine that was problematic and reducing the pressure. The engine still worked because it could maintain enough of a pressure, but that pressurized system didn't crumple and rupture just because there was a few holes leading into it. No, it depends on the materials involved.
Okay, last question before we close off. How much ton of pressure can duct tape hold?
I don't know, quite a lot.
Apparently on the ISS, yeah. So I would like.
Did you calculate what the pressure was? Did you calculate what the pressure was? Right. So calculate what the pressure differential was between the inside and the outside of the ISS and the mass flow rate of the air leaving that tiny hole, and see if it was enough for the duct tape. But anyway, if you need to get going, I fully understand. I know it's very late over there. Yeah. So thank you very much for a wonderful chat. I do appreciate it. How about we make this a regular thing?
Oh no, please not.
Thank you.
I hate this dude. He's so fucking annoying.
I was gonna say, how about we make this a regular thing?
Almost as bad as Wizard.
We could even do it once a week on a Saturday or something.
We can see if we can do something regularly. But
yeah,
you must try and get Dave McKeegan to come on. You can
we can set up a proper full-on one-on-one debate.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to get Dave to hate me, apparently. Anyway, cheers, Flatsoid. Speak to you soon.
Short night. Enjoy and...
Well, there was a lot of dirt. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, the amount of things that he understands I could write on a postage note, honestly. Thank you everyone that did come in. It's been an excellently fun stream. I've done quite a lot of streams this week, actually. 4, and then I've got a new episode of Debate Shorts coming out tomorrow. So it's been pretty much something every day on the channel. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm going to read super chats and go to bed because I'm tired. I want to say thank you very much for everyone that's watched it. I think we peaked at like 900, which is fantastic. And again, massive amount of super chats and support means the world to me. Yeah, Rick says the vacuum cleaner never works as well when it as when it first gets. It sucks less, compromised, but still works. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't understand what the second law of thermodynamics was. That's hilarious. He doesn't understand what an angle incidence changes. That's also hilarious. Nathan Oakley's balls for $1.99 says flatsoid for top left. Well, I definitely gave enough clips there to help, but still going to be Wixit. Don't you fucking worry. Turing Test 2, member for 1 month, says hello fellow scrappers. Thank you very much for being a member, my friend. Nathan Oakley's balls for $1.99 says when did flatsoid last sight Polaris and from where? Never. Because he doesn't do experiments. Oh, he does do experiments showing that a camera underground would not see the sun. Which is true, I guess. His experiment's true. Stringer Who's One for $2 says outstanding in a field of view. Adrenochrome Stirper, €1. Thank you very much. PhD Tony, the only real person in the room, for $10 Australian says seismic wave and atmospheric pressure wave circle from the focal point to the antipode and back again over multiple circuits, completely inconsistent with flat geometry. Earth is not flat. Yeah. I am trying to refine my argument around seismic waves and stuff. I'm not an expert on that, so I'm trying to make sure I understand everything perfectly before I take that into debate. Kuros for $5 says, all I hear and see from his viewing angle demonstration is how Flatsoid deserves top left 2023. No, Wits it. Dave Fair for $5 says he was deceptive in the video by having the light over the paint can. Then halfway he stopped moving the can and kept moving the light. Watching it, yeah, I know. That whole video... Right, here's the thing. Never attribute to malice what can be attributed to stupidity, right? Just... I have to make the assumption that people like Flatsoid are just dumb as fuck, right? Because I don't want to believe that he's a lying scumbag. I mean, people like Nathan Oakley is confirmed and Nathan Thompson, right? But, you know, in general, I want to give any flat earther that I speak to the benefit of the doubt that they're just stupid and not horrible. It's not always the case, though. Yeah, no eyes furious for... Mikey Cage, member for 24 months, twice.
Oh, it's kind of weird to go back to these. Like, I can play like absolute garbage and I still get disease.
You'll never make me change my pick for top left 2023. Failzoid. He does seem to have a lot of people rooting for him. He tried to debunk maths by making up unicorn farts. Mannerheim, £5 says, Craig, you will be receiving my medical bills. Apparently level 40 face palm protection does nothing to prevent brain liquefaction. I did say at the beginning of the stream that face palm protection level is over 9,000, so it's not my fault. Dr. Acid Punch Drunk, £5 says, I see why all the kitchen utensils now. He's doing domestic science. Next week he's baking flapjacks. Megan Santanis, member for 28 months, says Wixit Gamma for top left. Final answer. Damn fucking right. Dave McKeegan for £2 says, can we just hand out top left award right now? Wixit's not here, so no. Second best Bob, member for 4 months, says, I've been in Flatsoid's channel. It was mental. I did pop over a little bit. Brad Sweetman, $5 Australian, no message. Thank you very much, Brad. Druku1977 for $2 says, is there a link missing? I have a question. Hopefully you got a chance if you were in there. But I'm going to do more of these, get people in to ask questions because they're quite fun. Huge Arse, member for 10 months, says, I got Gleam to debunk the Black Swan in Flatsoid's chat. He tried to BS to save face. Screenshots taken. Will you mirror my upcoming video? Yeah, why not? Dave Kircher, member for 6 months. Oh, what a monster. One Flatsoid, one cup is about as watchable as the other one cup internet phenomenon. No, Dave. Bad Dave. One of my favourite people on the internet. For $2, for £2 says for €2. And then Robert Luscombe for $4.99 says, FTFE, please check your blood pressure. When Flatsoid said he could debunk maths, I was worried you might put a gasket. Me fucking too, mate. And then Robert Luscombe for another $4.99 says, Flatsoid, what would it take you to realise you're wrong? Never. It just wouldn't happen, I think. Poster X for £5 says, FTFE, does he want to see a physical demo of angular size matching orthographic view? No, he doesn't want to see any evidence that disproves his mental assertions.
Really?
Nearcool, new member, thank you very much, my friend. RateBot, best bot in the house for $5 Australian, says Flatsoid for top left, especially after that whole ice cream shop thing. Rach, come on, you've got to support Wixit, surely. Barry F for $3 says, do nuclear engineers dream of atomic sheep? No, my dreams are... they're scary. You don't want to know what's in my dreams. And then Stringer News 1 for $2 says, Flatsoid made me a mod over there. What? Silly boy. Oh, well guys, thank you very much for being here tonight. I've had great fun. I've had a great week, actually. Oh, Mike Bertelson for $10 says, Flatsoid claim he doesn't need a model. It's just an intellectually dishonest cop-out. He knows he's got nothing. The reality model can explain and predict every single real-world observation. Every one. And of course, by reality model, he means the globe. What a great night and what a great week. Thank you, everybody, for being here for my streams. Gonna end, because why not, with the best rap song you've ever heard. This is Airplanes, a Flat Earth rap.
Can we pretend that airplanes in a night sky are
Albeus for $2 Canadian says, all Flirts are top left. Hell yes.
brain right now, brain
Brain right now.
Good morning, it's Winston with the storm warning. Better batten down the hatches, grab some matches and brace yourself for a long day of misery. YouTube has given me the power to reach up into the sky and show you all that we live on the ball. I bring you science that's comprehensible. Your view is indefensible. You're reprehensible. Who wants to see that? When I was young, I never thought I would be here to see this. A pile of random nonsense dressed up as bull. Your ignorance will be the death of us all. I'm running head first, full speed into a wall. You could always read a book, buy a telescope, set it up and take a photo of the moon, or just be a buffoon. I send you in a balloon up to the stratosphere, page 3.
Dave Keegan for £2. It's your fault, FTFE. Yes, it is. You're right.
The wheel's spinning, but the hamster's dead, and you're as smart as bait. You forgot to pay your brain bill. You're missing a few buttons on the remote control. 24 cents short of the quarter. You're surfing in Nebraska. You're as bright as Alaska in December, and you fell out of your family tree. You don't have cornflakes in one box. You got an IQ of 2, and it takes 3 to grunt. The elevator doesn't go all the way up, and there's a vacancy.
Oh no, there's 2.
Your antenna doesn't pick up all the channels. You're several nuts short of a
You're Mr. Sensible, calm down, don't go too hard. You don't need to have to bury blurbs in your backyard. You're a man of science.
I wonder what happens when I push this character's health.
Get away from those kids. The world is not flat and it doesn't have a lip. Recognize the differences between.
I wonder if the percentage thing actually takes numbers into account or not.
Spreading lies that you like to claim as knowledge and truth. Stop spreading fresh bullshit like the butter on your bread. Maybe a musical assault, knock some sense into your head. I hope one day you'll hear these lyrics and smile, and you realize you used to be a 40-year-old child. Now it's time to wake up, open your eyes and see, and acknowledge the existence of.
You're a few clowns short of a circus. Your phone is off the hook. Your sewing machine is out of thread. You're off phone and no beer. You don't have all your dogs on one leash. An intellect rivaled only by garden tools. There's no grain in your silo, and your skylight leaks a little. Your belt doesn't go through all the loops. You could pour water out of the boot without instructions on the hill. Your sleep is kinked, and you're proof that evolution can work in reverse. A few feathers short of a whole duck, one fruit short of a full bowl.
Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
You thought it was over?
Well, I'm still standing while you're swinging, flinging feces, talking shit just like the human centipede. You've got the mind of a chimp, and I'm here to expedite your shore leave. Cause I'm a seaman, but not the kind I ripped up from your mum's gums. I'm the kind that sailed submarines and fired guns. I could float a boat across the ocean with my eyes closed, circumnavigate the globe with a compass and a bag of sausage rolls. Well, all you can do is nibble on your toes. I'll smack you with the hose that you call a water level, sit and swivel. You nasal gazing muppet, you can stuff it harder than the wallet stuffed by Warren Buffett. And I don't care about your sources unless you're serving them. And I don't care about your lines unless you're curving them. Now step away from me, you're sucking up my oxygen with the vacuum where your brain should be, you dumb fuck. Remember, stupidity's not alright. Fight the fire. Fight the fly. 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 Fight the fly.
Ultimate power.
Good night, all.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the August 2022 Ask Me Anything edition of the Mindscape podcast. I'm your host, Sean Carroll. Speaking here from Santa Fe, New Mexico, where I'm doing one of my occasional visits to the Santa Fe Institute, where I'm a fractal faculty member. SFI, Santa Fe Institute, is, one of the world's most amazing places to just sit and talk and think and do research, full of multidisciplinary people with wonderful ideas who are willing to talk to each other, right?
Hello, Progressives viewer.
Even though you're not an android, you have some great power.
At high res. It takes a lot of people to make a game, especially a game of this scale.
Yeah, but as far as studios go, so the defense or the claim that I saw around a lot, especially when people wanted to deflect any criticism of Paladins, there is that side of the user base, or was at least back then. They would say that, oh, it's high-res studios, they're a small studio, it's a small studio. It really isn't. It really isn't a small studio if you actually look into the numbers and the amount of workers that go through high-res. It's not. It's just not true.
It's not. I'd call that a systemic problem with high res, but whatever, I have no problem telling you this. I told them this, the first day I walked in their building. I was like, your dev team is the same size as the Madden dev team. You are not a small studio. You're basically a AAA studio. You just don't think you guys are. So that leads to you making decisions that make sure that, whichever. High-res has that problem.
And the last question, actually, we've already arrived to it. What would you like to say to the players of the game in general that are still playing, and if you have anything in mind in terms of that?
I've got a hot take here, which shouldn't be a hot take.
Oh no.
Right? Just say GG next. If you're mad, say it the same way. Doesn't matter. You say GG, go next. End of story. Alright? Sure, you can say ha ha ha, you were really good, right? I mean, imagine we're on the baseball. You say GG. Hey, you hated them, you think they played trash and they won anyways? Fine, GG. We bump fists, right? We slap hands, GG, GG. You say GG, you go on. Yeah, I mean, it's not a Paladin's problem, it's an online gaming problem. But you asked, so you got my answer. My answer is, say GG, play the next game.
Well, that was the final question anyways, so thank you.
Cool.
Yep. And,
alright.
That'll be it for the interview.
Awesome. Well, we can wrap. Yeah. Love to see it. Thanks for taking the time. I love to talk to you and talk about Paladins. I still love this game.
Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it. Alright, bye-bye.
Awesome. Yeah, have a good one.
Alright. Today we got to talk a little bit to the devs. This went on for months, and I continued to play throughout this period, even making some content along the way. But at this point, I was actually starting to play other games to just keep my mind off of Paladins, because the atmosphere was rather depressing. Paladins sunk deep into obscurity, seemingly having no future to speak of. But then, something happened. What was left of the Paladins community banded together under
right
one
before
flag,
this point
with
in
one
history,
idea
I actually
and one
played
purpose.
Paladin for a few
Delete
days.
OB64. It was truly
2 or
inspiring.
3.
I've never seen such masterpieces in my life. Everyone chipped in to do their part. Don't know how to draw? That's fine. The less artistic skill, the better. This campaign of fine art went on for days. The battlefield soaked in ink. Even official media outlets caught on to this.
A while ago, we talked about Paladins and how it was controversially adding loot boxes to its free-to-play formula. The so-called Cards Unbound update, where you could buy your way to success, hasn't exactly been going over well, and it sparked perhaps one of my favourite protests I've ever seen. The basic idea is to flood the Paladins subreddit with shitty fan art. I'll have links to every post that I'm showing in the description, but I'm right now just looking at this one that you're now looking at, Sorging with Powell.
Yes, I remember this one, Blue Face. I've seen this one before.
Everyone chipped in to do their part. Don't know how to draw? That's fine. The less artistic skill,
I've
the
seen
better.
this one.
This campaign of fine art went
No.
on for days. The battlefield soaked in ink.
I think I've seen this one before.
Even official media outlets caught on to this.
A while ago, we talked about Paladins and how it was controversially adding loot boxes to its free-to-play formula. The so-called Cards Unbound update, where you could buy your way to success, hasn't exactly been going over well, and it sparked perhaps one of my favourite protests I've ever seen. The basic idea is to flood the Paladins subreddit with shitty fan art. I'll have links to every post that I'm showing in the description, but I'm
Yeah, this one is just...
right now just looking at
I've 100% I've seen this thing before.
this one that you're now looking at, Sorging with Powell. Players dissatisfied with the idea that Paladins is inching
GAF.
closer to a pay-to-win system have taken to MS Paint or their crayons and just drawn the characters really shit. I do so love an artistic expression of one's dissatisfaction.
Oh god, that foot.
Especially
What is
an
going on with that foot? Holy shit.
expression where you don't need any artistic talent. In fact, having none is a plus. Now, I've never heard of a community doing this before. Maybe it's quite common on Reddit, I don't know. I normally just stick to my own echo chamber like every other good Reddit user. But I'm prepared to fall in romantic love with whoever came up with this form of protest. Whether or not this will have any effect is debatable, especially because Hi-Rez, like any company, likes its money, and these sorts of practices are great money makers right now. Nonetheless, I'm enjoying the sense of camaraderie and just the quality shitposting, like I said.
And soon our champions of the realm would get their desired outcome. On February 22, 2018, patch OB67, Hi-Rez conceded.
2018. Yeah, I think this is actually the time where I played the game for the second time for a few days on my Switch. Yeah, that was the time of me playing it for like, I don't know, 10 to 20 rounds on my Switch. Actually, I could look that up. I have I can actually do it right now. Oh no, that's the wrong Switch. The videos are on my old Switch. I think. I would have to walk through my fucking room to pick up the other Switch. All screenshots and videos. 456. Yeah. And 400 plus are from Monster Hunter. I really have to sift through through them at some point and get rid of all of these pictures. Oh wait, no, here it is. I did transfer the paladin thingies. Wait. Why is there no... There's no options. Filter. Dude, I just want to know when they were taken. Posting and editing. Oh, there it is. Paladin's system memory. Yeah, the end of 2018. And what did he say? This was the middle of 2018, right? I got this one on the 9th of August 2018. That was when I was playing. I'm pretty sure this was shortly after this happened.
The good Reddit user. Test whether or not this will hit its money.
Conceded. Conceded. Get their desired out. Conceded.
Camaraderie and just the quality shit posting, like I said.
And soon our champions of the realm would get their desired outcome. On February 22.
February 22.
2018.
Yeah, okay, that I played the game like half a year later. Like 6 months later. Actually, yeah, almost 6 months. See, I'm not that bad. Like, me memories is always working quite well. Also, I'm sorry, but... Wait, you can actually see this. There. See, I'm not lying. Go away, please. Oh wait, you can't actually see this, but oh. Whatever.
Patch OB67 high res conceded.
News got dropped today at 12:23 p.m. February.
Not gonna reset my OBS now.
Mark it down in your Paladins calendars as one of the biggest moments in Paladins history. OB64 is being reverted. No more cards unbound. No more cards unbound.
Actually, I wouldn't have had to reset the OBS.
What's
just
going on, everyone? Kami here.
The thing inside
good
of my...
news. I haven't been able to make a Paladins video
in one of my scenes, but
this
whatever.
is good news. But here I am.
Cards Unbound were no more. The Paladins community would manage to do something that seemed impossible in gaming history. They managed to change a company's mind. And in the moment, Paladins players rejoiced, taking the time to celebrate at least one victory. I even bought a new hat. With that, the darkest
I think
chapter in
ever
Paladins
since
history
this happened,
was
the
over.
game just sank into mediocrity, right?
I'm here with the one and only
Mediocrity?
Yeah, I've seen the memes that have been on the...
Like, nobody cares anymore, basically.
Yeah, they're quite beautiful.
I saw you hung one up.
I didn't hang that up. Someone else hung that on my
Someone else
door.
did.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder who did that. So, yeah, this is our Dev Insight, guys. Sorry we weren't able to do it yesterday. We had some developments, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, there was a system that I guess the community didn't like, Cards Unbound or whatever it was called. I didn't know much about it, to be honest, but yeah, we decided to change that up a little bit. Obviously, we had the reason that it was put in was obviously metrics that we wanted to improve, like player engagement, new user conversion, all the boring like financial stuff, and all the boring like financial stuff.
I guess we should close this out. I know that our friend gets mad when we mess up.
I know, dude.
So,
I was like, it's just sitting in the background.
I'm counting on
Should
you.
we do the outro?
Don't let us down.
I think I'll just kind of cut it sweet and short, and I'll just see you guys later in the round.
there were a few controversies before OB64 and after it, like almost being sold to China.
I screwed it up again.
Yes, Paladins almost sold out to China, and worst of all, it was a company notorious for ruining games named Tencent.
By abusing the law, sabotaging the competition, abusing human rights, and working with the CCP, Tencent has risen to the top and shows no signs of stopping. Because Tencent isn't just a company, they are a weapon of the Chinese government. And now that Tencent's position at the top has been set in stone, the Chinese communists are now eager to exploit it to the fullest. Using Tencent's centralized structure, the CCP has massively increased its global surveillance, censorship, and control. And right now, governments around the world are doing everything they can to destroy Tencent. Because Tencent is one of the most dangerous companies in the world.
Well, I'd say almost. They actually did. Or well, at least they tried. Because Tencent ended up dropping Paladins due to their personal reasons. Some theories say it simply didn't earn enough, or there might have been low interest in the game altogether. Whatever the reason might have been, they were ready to commit another atrocity. And if we take a look at patch notes, it seems they were ready to meet Chinese demands to actually make the game pay to win, which Tencent is again notorious for doing with every game they buy. So who knows, they might have just realized, hey, that's just not good for our own personal business. Or maybe China just ended up dropping them. At the end of the day, only Paladin CEOs can tell you that. Rental skins, which never made it past BTS for obvious reasons. Imagine wanting people to rent skins in a game. Are you joking? The Cover Up Fury of Thighs movement, where people on either side were upset over the lack of, or existence, of leggings on a recent champion of the game, but nothing came even close to the controversy OB64 had caused. Hi-Rez Studios even went as far as to promise that pay-to-win content would never enter the game again, a promise that they have kept to this day. But what was the motivation for OB64? Well, here's my current theory. Do keep in mind that this is based off of events prior to OB64, along with snippets of info that I can restore, and Evil Mojo official posts. Paladins as a game was suffering financially due to the loss of players from the Essence update. With this initial failed attempt to monetize Paladins a little bit more, Hi-Rez would be forced to sit down and brainstorm ideas on how to get the revenue flowing again. In their defense, they would be short on time and could never possibly make a fair system in the first place. It's still a huge mistake, but I see them trying to protect their livelihood. A necessary evil, if you will. Now what this says about Hi-Rez is completely up to you, but unlike some other stories, at the end of it, they did end up siding with their community, something that not many companies actually do. The added crystal monetization for voice packs further proves my theory, with lead devs themselves talking about the revenue loss during live streams.
Paladin actually was not monetizing at all. It was actually losing money every month. And as a company, that's just not something that we can continue to pour resources into. So a lot of our changes were because we wanted to save the game. So the 200 crystals for a voice pack, think of that as that's your little entry fee to keep the game going. So usually we're not this, upfront about why we do things, but in this example...
Chris even caught me by surprise. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I know. Garrett's like, what are you talking about? Don't say that. But no, I mean, Paladins was going to have to downsize the team, potentially go into a whole different way to monetize. Obviously, they tried before I got here to do the cards monetization. The community hated that.
Now the system might have failed, but it did earn them quite a bit of money during the time. Combined with a future Mixer deal, Paladins was set to live on. But what did it cost? So how was the transition from Cards Unbound handled, you may ask? Well, Hi-Rez announced they would be compensating anybody that took part in the Unbound mode with in-game skins. Hooray! Only it turned out to be loot boxes, and the oldest ones at that. The Diamond Chest. As a new player, you would be happy, but as a veteran player like me, you would have already had all of these skins through supporting your favorite game. This compensation was mediocre at best. I brushed it off at the time, thinking they would just cycle in more skins or add newer skins to the chest. Sadly, this wasn't the case, and even 2 years later, when they actually added more skins to that chest, they were for the most part old skins. And for 2 years, I couldn't even open the chest. Hi-Rez, I just want to open the box, please! Besides the compensation, barely any media coverage was given to the removal of Cards Unbound, and a lot of people still think it's part of the game. That just shows you how much media likes to hate everything, but when someone does something good, media never applauds it. Because good things are not a story for media. They only prey on pain. That's my personal opinion. A lack of trust was seen throughout the remaining community. The core surprisingly continued to remain. Paladins finally stopped dropping into obscurity and simply went stagnant, which was better, I guess. And that's when Hi-Rez Studios had an innovational idea. Let's make a battle royale!
Oh no.
The fuck you say to me, you little... You shut up when I'm talking to you! You shut your mouth!
With this began the deconstruction of Paladins to fit a more battle royale-ish style. Paladins Battle Royale. Ah, what an exciting time to be a Paladins player.
I didn't even
With
know
Hi-Rez
that
Expo
was a
already in
thing.
full swing, the crowd at HRX was hyped. I was hyped.
Like I literally did not know that that a battle royale did exist.
Besides the entertaining event itself, where the community was coming together, meeting online friends, cosplay contests, and even the Crown Esports event, we all heard rumors of a special project, a project that was about to be revealed.
Now, we've got one final announcement, because there's a very special project our team has been working on. This is yet another brand new game mode, and it has its roots in one of Paladin's older game modes called Survival. You know, when we turned off the Survival mode, we said we were investigating how we could bring this back even better than before. And I think our team
Probably turned it off
ended
because
up
it was
putting
shit,
together
I
something
guess.
Pretty incredible.
I'm starting to see the finish line. Kind of. There's not that many things left. Except farming money. And Dragon Balls. Actually, there's not even that many items left to buy. I just realized that.
Paladins Battleground. The first ever hero shooter battle royale.
What?
Now, in joining these two genres together, we've come up with something that we think feels completely
Yeah, how
new.
much do I need?
Imagine
1,
a
2,
battle royale
3,
game
4,
that's designed really from the ground up to be played within teams.
5.
You have supports struggling to keep their front line alive.
100K.
Damaged champions are letting the bullets
140,
fly,
160.
and flanks are looking for any possible assassination.
This game mode would have 300 times the size of a normal siege map.
This thing is more than 300 times the size of our biggest siege map today.
Okay, it's
never before seen.
over
mount
300K.
Next, you hop on your mounts and you start exploring.
And 100 players in each match.
But that's not easy with 100 players all fighting to win.
So look out, you gamers, it wouldn't be easy to win. Not easy at all. But But most important of all, it would be free.
This new Battlegrounds mode will
That
be
never
completely
realized, I'm pretty
free
sure.
for all current and future
Was
Paladins
probably
users.
like 50,
Take my money.
Now, who wants to play this thing?
a whole lot of...
You guys are going to be
Oh,
able to
please,
go
no.
hands-on with an alpha build of Paladins Battleground all
There's
weekend
probably
long, next
a
door
whole
against
lot
the
of
Hall.
things that went wrong with this mode that just did not
It was
work.
originally planned to be a part of Paladins, replacing one of the existing game modes. But due to unexpected technical
frames?
problems,
Welcome everybody to some PUBG, or Paladins Battlegrounds as it is better known. So this was shown off at HRX 2018 and I was there to play it, and this is actually gameplay that's probably never seen before, as this is me playing Grover. Actually, it's the Church of Grover, as we have 4 Grovers on our team.
was split from the game entirely and renamed Realm Royale.
Okay, I was a liar, I have played this, and it was not good. Well, actually, kind of was, but I don't like these games. Let's just say it was not horrible, but this is basically the same as that third-person magic game that just died, or is dying, like right now. It was just a game that, yeah. The market is saturated, dudes. Stop doing these games. Just please stop. Stop developing this garbage. Preferably stop developing these games 5 years ago in the past. Like, just stop, please. They were already garbage half a decade ago. Or, well, that's an opinion, but the market was already saturated half a decade ago. Just please stop.
Unfortunately, not unlike Paladins, Realm Royale would drastically change before launch. But in this case, it was a smashing success. Over 100,000 players on Steam alone. And this was on day 1, some calling it the Fortnite killer, the slayer of PUBG, with popular YouTubers and streamers alike actually picking up the game and enjoying it.
Are you guys fighting one another? They're fighting each other.
Yeah, that's what I remember as well. It was kind of like for the first, I don't know, 3 months, 2 months, like most of these games.
100% win ratio, baby. 100% Crown Realm Royale. What's this game? We win. We win, dude. I had 6 eliminations. Ninja, your team placed number 1, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to explain to you the Realm Royal 100K rules. After 10 rounds, the team with the most lowest score wins. I think my Postmates coffee's here. I gotta go.
Keemstar Gnome. Chicken. Are you serious, dude?
I'm chicken. Want a chicken? I'm chicken. I'm gonna, yeah. Mods, ban Radical Sammy 1G. Permaban.
Oh, I see him.
Aber, also
So
wenn der
ist-
Mage gut ist, und der Mage hat auch Legendary Waffe, hat er einen schweren Gegner jetzt.
Woo, got him, dude. And last kill. Full! Woo! Let's go, dude. Let's go, dude.
But wait! There's more!
Almeno in sto gioco non si crasha e scrivono culo culo.
This game will screw up my score for a very, very, very long time. Just look at this. Well, not
That's
screw
gonna
up
be
my
for
score,
Hi-Res.
but
The future for Realm Royale
boost
looks bright.
my
Could it be
score.
an actual hit?
Because I'm pretty sure this will probably become worse over time. Because even more people will play this. Because it's really popular. But nobody actually does these.
Also a reason why 80,000 of those concurrents are no longer playing.
Well, that didn't end well. It had to be some sort of record. The player numbers for Realm
Oh,
Royale
and
dropped
this
harder
dude-
than my YouTube analytics. And that's saying
Is
something.
it Piccolo who
Apparently,
already
Hi-Res
did these
Fashion
Mission
Hi-Res
100
decided to change
things?
everything fun about the game and refused to roll it back when even the most popular
Has to be,
streamers
right?
that were playing the games
Well,
started
actually,
to
no, it
complain on
does
their
not
social
have.
media.
It doesn't
I
have to
understand
be
they never
him.
expected to gain
It
so
could
many
be
players at
also
once and
one
may
of the
have been
random
overwhelmed, but I
quotes
honestly had
randos,
no
one of the
idea
other
why they
ones
didn't just change
that
the
just
game as
ran
players
through
requested.
the
When
missions
they actually
first.
got around to doing that and even made
But
the
is
game
it him?
slightly better, everyone had already forgotten and simply moved on.
No, it's not.
part about it is when you're playing Paladins and you want to change up the game mode, you don't have to change your game now. You're still staying in the same client and you end
Who
up playing
is it?
Battlegrounds, which is awesome. Yeah, I'm actually just
You,
recently a
Dragon
pro
Bell.
player in
I hate this
PUBG.
game.
Fun game. I think this game's gonna rival that. It'll be up there on my list for games to stream.
Yeah,
I would definitely
this game
recommend this game
sucks.
if anyone's looking to try it because it's completely amazing. By the time you probably got to see this, it's going to be in better condition.
Who
than
is
it is
the
now,
person
so I
that
would
already did all the Mission 100 garbage? Or doing the other stuff? Okay, not that person either. No.
This would not be very helpful to the reputation of Paladins either, even if it was being handled by a different dev team. It was around this time that Hi-Res would announce a split into smaller studios, Evil Mojo
Wait.
being the one responsible for Paladins
There's
as a
only
whole.
two?
Oh my.
M for short.
There's
because
only
seeing
two.
EM every single
Why
time
does it
just
tell me
feels
that-
wrong? Even though they already
What?
knew what was up, the player base played along, occasionally poking fun at the needless change. But then something unexpected happened. One of the key figures at Hi-Res Studios, Todd Howard, the CEO, one of the actual CEOs of Hi-Res Studios, would be seen leaving a goodbye message on Twitter and even be made a
Todd
touching video
Howard.
by Evil Mojo Studios, wishing him farewell.
No, it's not Todd.
Well, hello,
Howard.
viewers.
Shut
I'm
up.
Todd Harris.
I was writing games when I was, 12, whatever, and the other kids in the block would say, I'm gonna play quarterback for the Cowboys, and I'd be like, I'm gonna make video games, and everyone's gonna play them. Like, you dork, go back to the chess club. Who's laughing now? Yes, I was in the chess club.
Coincidence? I think not.
Says 3 because I'm the person. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. And I just looked at this thing and was like, what the fuck, why is it 3? Because I just did that, because I am stupid and I did it in the wrong...
However touching this may be, it provided a
Whatever.
peek into what was actually happening behind the Hi-Res curtain, and even revealed the biggest problem of Paladins today, and that's change of leadership and developers. Imagine, you're a construction worker that was given a project by his boss that was almost complete. You've been given rough schematics of the building, and with that, you set off to finish the build. As you head up the stairs, you notice some brooms lodged in between them. That's strange, you think to yourself, and decide to pull them out. They look ugly, of course. Then you continue going further up. On the walls of the second floor, you see vents placed randomly along the walls. Well, clearly it's not aesthetic, so you remove those as well and patch up the holes. Now at the very top, you see a hot air balloon tied to a pole. At this stage, you're seriously confused about what you even walked into. After you deflate the balloon for safety measures, you decide to finish up the work required on the building, and then proceed to turn on the power. Everything seems to work at first, but suddenly it's becoming really hot. You go down the stairs to get outside, but the stairs crumble beneath you as you get on the first step. You desperately call management, and they connect you to the previous construction crew, the ones that actually worked on the project before you. They tell you to turn on the vents, as the building has a bad airflow, and that's where all the heat is coming from. Now, at this point, you clearly can't do that, as you've removed those vents. And then they tell you to go down the stairs, and be very careful, as they're unstable, and the brooms that they set up should hold them together. When you let them know that you can't do that either, they tell you that a hot air balloon is installed on the roof for just such an occasion where you're trapped on the second floor, so that you may safely escape the impending doom. In our case, Paladins has seen more hands than a copy of Twilight at your local library. These constant changes of developers create a completely chaotic situation where no one knows what exactly it is they've done. It's a confusing process, and bugs are just inevitable. Although not the only reason, it does carry some weight. As I'm writing this, the current Paladins lead, Martini, actually stepped down, making this point even more relevant. So we now have another new lead. Adonis? I suppose. Look, I don't even know anymore.
2019 is gonna be the best
year ever!
Now these few past years, Evil Mojo has made a lot of promises to the player base, and they even described what they had planned for 2019. And honestly, almost all of it was achieved. Yeah, I know, I'm just as surprised as you. So let's take a look at some of these promises. Major updates every month? Well, it depends on your definition of an update, or major, but we do get patch changes every month. 6 new champions. Well, almost. They managed to get 4 out by the end of 2019, but they've since definitely increased that flow, dumping truckloads of champions right in our laps.
6 new champions with our coolest kits yet.
Best designs ever. This is absolutely true. The design game for Paladins has had a huge step up from Atlas to Tiberius. They all have something quite unique to bring to the table. Epic story. I don't know. I don't know if I'd use the word epic, but we did get a little bit more lore, but it's kind of bland. It's like having instant ramen without the spice pack. Sure, it's still good and edible, but so is a bath sponge. Questions about Realm. Why does Terminus exist? I'll put that as an almost. I still have way too many questions that they've simply not answered. 6
Did
new
I
maps
say-
plus 3 siege.
I
Now
think
this one
I
they did
said
complete, but
I
after
need
that, they just stopped making maps.
300
So I'd say it's a
something K,
win-lose
right?
situation.
I think it was like
More community
320.
involvement. Count the AOC,
Something,
that's true,
somewhere
but most
around
of the
that.
communication is still dumped on the community manager, making their job a stressful nightmare. Hi-Res could definitely benefit from more community
I
managers.
think I can do that.
PTS cycles.
Like, just through these missions, right?
Longer PTS cycles.
The length of PTS cycles really doesn't matter, since most of the controversial changes still go through anyways. As for minor issues, like balance changes, well, yeah, they do get addressed, and sometimes they don't. Honestly, it's a 50-50. Fixing bugs. Despite popular belief, they do actually release patch information, where you can learn about all the bug fixes they've done for the patch. There's simply way too large a number to fix them all.
Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?
The younglings.
But yeah, some of them do actually get fixed. Clan Wars. Yeah, that didn't happen. Player accommodations. What is that? I'd buy one. Crossplay. This one was achieved, and crossplay is now a thing, but any feeling of progression was killed off, and I'll explain a little bit later. Finally, an end to the burst meta. Oh, Rain Day. You can't kill the burst meta. It's not some concept, it's Paladins. Or so I would want to say, but they actually did. They completely removed the burst meta, and they simply added a double support, double tank one. Hey, that's better, right?
Nice.
Nothing ever dies.
Like Overwatch.
All in all, it was really a positive year for Paladins. Well, certainly better than the OB64 days. Yet the problem of bugs still remained, and a lot of people would start claiming Paladins was a dying game, although not having much proof besides the steady decline of players.
I have no
Now, this
idea.
game was widespread,
Well,
but I
he
understand
probably
why.
shot it
You see a
too.
game slowly
Not-
losing players
not
and think
early
that,
enough.
hey,
Too
it's
late.
dying. In reality, that's not really how you calculate a dying game. To me, a dying game means a game where I cannot find a queue in less than 5 minutes. But hey, to each their own, I suppose. However, Paladins did not want to die, was not ready to just lose the remaining player base that it had, and so they pushed a campaign far and wide to try and regain the lost players. This was done by implementing one of the biggest brain moves in history, a never-before-seen Battle Pass mechanic.
Wow!
With the new Battle Pass also came skin packs, just separate packs of skins that you could buy for crystals. And more skins, even more skins, skins everywhere, buckets of them. Furries, adults, edgy teens, even the weebs. Absolutely everybody was catered to. Every reference you can think of on the internet was thrown into the mix. I mean, at some point a game can become so relatable you start to feel a little sick. Oh, and whatever this is. But you know what skin will definitely make you be both a better gamer and feel all snug and warm during these cold winter nights? That's right, Raven Trick Festive merch. If you're looking to support me and the channel in style, you can pick up a limited edition custom designed hoodie, t-shirt, sweater, you name it. We got mugs, metallic prints, and even socks. So come on down to Raven Trick's store for both festive and non-festive merch through the link in the description below, or somewhere in the pinned comment. Well, the game did not improve, but at least you had a cool new top hat.
I can offer you this hat right here. That hat is a piece of...
Personally, I was very disappointed when my championship belt didn't actually make me a better player. What a ripoff. Now let's take a look at why they did this. Paladins is a free-to-play game, we all know that. Their only way of earning any profit is by you buying skins, or any monetizable feature in the game. OB64 left Paladins with half of their usual player base. This leaves Hi-Rez in a terrible position, where they can barely justify maintaining the game at all. Yes, they made a mistake, but in order to keep developing Paladins, they needed to do some heavy monetization. The truth is, without income, developers don't get paid. Who would have thought? And without developers, there's no game. I personally don't think the skins are slowing the game development down in really any way, and a game as a whole benefits from this monetization. What I do disagree with is aggressively shoving monetization down a new player's throat. Even game critics playing Paladins for the first time, and actually enjoying it, have their experiences ruined and soured by this factor alone. I mean, they had Jim Sterling make a video on them.
One of the more notable adopters of the idea is Paladins, which is already an avalanche of unlocks and premium purchases that pretty much overwhelms the player when they attempt to see what rewards are out there. While the base game is rather good and fun, beware all who want to give it some money and find themselves facing a Founders Pack, a Digital Deluxe Pack, a Champions Pack, premium unlocks for skins, weapons, emotes, MVP poses, sprays, mounts and announcers, at least 3 different types of loot boxes at any given time, each containing its own unique stuff that you can't buy directly, and 19 other loot boxes, currently out of rotation but with their content presented on each character's customization screen, unobtainable, just to further confuse the fuck out of ya.
This type of aggressive marketing can give new Paladins players the impression of, oh, it's just another freemium game, losing their interest before even playing a match. This can easily be avoided by simply removing a few of the monetization by me tips, or even replacing them with, I don't know, maybe actually good tips for playing the game instead of the garbage ones they have now. Oh wow, Cassie does a lot of damage! Thank you, Hi-Rez, very cool. Maybe use the extra space to put a loadouts option as one of the first things the player sees, instead of hiding it in the profile category. I mean, this is the first thing we are greeted with when we launched Paladins. Alright, visual marketing is a good way to sell, but do we really need even more reminders? The game utilizes every monetization tactic under the sun, and you can't help but feel as if somebody's reaching into that pocket for that sweet, sweet green, which to be fair I'd be willing to give for the increase in quality that they've recently done, at least in the department of skins.
Hello. Hi, we're the Paladins art team. That's right. I'm Steve. I'm a character.
On top of that, calling a skin exclusive when it comes back around pretty often just sounds like another scummy way to get people to buy. Just remove that tag completely. You already have one for limited items. Tone it down a bit. Let the players' wallets breathe. But monetization aside, out of nowhere, just like that, came the greatest update I've ever seen. OB68, Siege of Ascension Peak. It seems Evil Mojo was preparing to have something positive replace the sour, disgusting taste of Cards Unbound from the player base mouths. Tastes kinda rusty. This update featured new maps, a cinematic intro for the said map, and environmental elements in the form of fireballs raining down on the battlefield as you fight for your life, and the control of Ascension Peak. It was based on the game's lore, and you could either play for the Magistrate, boo, they suck, or the Chad Resistance, that had Buck. I was seriously impressed with what Evil Mojo managed to pull off, and was excited for future content. This was all new for Paladins, but it was really fun to play. I was actually enjoying the game again for the first time in years. And then, out of nowhere, Evil Mojo RKOs that new progress they made straight into the ground. They took a loyal soldier, a veteran who fought for them countless years and suffered through terrible defeats, was the butt of every single joke in their cinematics, yet didn't complain. A champion that was around since the beginning of time. He suffered through every single buggy update, but no, never did he complain.
That's too bad.
Always looking forward for the future with a shine in his eyes and a happy grin on his chiseled physique. The go-to guy for new and veteran players alike. A champion the player base grew to love, make memes with. A staple in the Paladins history, and they made him into an e-boy.
Oh god. Oh no!
You can already guess that not too many players were actually happy with this change. You don't just change a champion people love for absolutely no reason, aside from you thinking he's not aesthetically pleasing. Excuse me? Are you just assuming what people enjoy aesthetically? That is a terrible decision by the art team. Sure, there were times when Evil Mojo actually made positive visual changes to champions, such as Grok or Eevee. With Grok, for example, he went from pudgy Shrek to an absolute unit. But with Victor, they made him worse. He didn't even resemble the veteran he once was, with all the scars that reminded you of all the hardships that Victor went through. For example, he went from pudgy Shrek to an absolute unit. But with Vic times when Evil Mojo actually made positive visual changes to champions, such as Grok or Eevee. With Grok, for example, he went from pudgy Shrek to an absolute unit. But with Victor, they made him worse. He didn't even resemble the veteran he once was, with all the scars that reminded you of all the hardships that Victor went through. Now he just looked like he was ready to burst into song, like just another generic Disney prince, ready to sing a song about his life, or I don't know. You would think this wasn't a big deal, but the media actually ran with it, and this whole situation just gave them more ammunition to lob at Paladins. For those sweet, sweet clicks, the Paladins player base once again divided, as Victor gets a visual rework. I see what you did there. This change to Victor was never reverted, and his smiling mug will forever remain in our hearts. OB70 would also introduce a replacement for the VIP system, the Battle Pass. I already talked a little bit about this, and monetization as a whole, but we clearly see it's inspired by some other games, such as, well, Fortnite. This system was actually a far better one to reward active players, both free-to-play ones and actually ones that paid for the Battle Pass. They even generously compensated anyone who bought into the VIP system, most notably, the Diamond Chest. Yeah, I know, I needed way more of those. At this point, the poor thing became a scapegoat for all the mistakes that Hi-Rez makes. Again, the compensation was just good for new players. Existing players pretty much got nothing.
Nothing!
The new Battle Pass
always
offers far better
the
rewards
box.
for free-to-play players, at least compared to the VIP system, which just became a grind fest. But that would not be the most important change to come from OB7B. No, that spot would be reserved for the end of Paladins Beta.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
That's right, Paladins was now a big boy, and it was time for its debut. But why now? It couldn't be related to the Nintendo Switch policy of not allowing beta games.
After 70 beta patches, we finally launched Paladins. Then we welcomed a new platform to the realm by launching on Nintendo Switch to an incredible reception.
Oh, okay. So there's a lot of speculation that this drop of the beta tag, which basically served as protection for Hi-Rez, was to allow Paladins access to the Switch market. And it honestly really does seem like it. The game on release didn't really change at all. Well, that's not fair. One thing did change. The company could no longer use the tag, "Oh, it's just a beta," to defend from criticism when they actually made mistakes. So how did they announce this major transition to another console, you may ask? Well... I mean, that just speaks for itself. I really don't know what to add to that. On Nintendo's official channel, the trailer was received pretty well. Paladins had a decently smooth launch, and actually ran at 60 FPS, which at the time was pretty good. Well, close enough.
That's the only real negative.
Eventually.
This is here we go again.
And just like that, Paladins gained a larger player base. Certainly something it needed. But you know what's great? People. Communities. Although I can see why some would disagree.
Don't let your kids watch it!
And even though this was just a business decision, Evil Mojo achieved just that, creating a larger community and even binding them together with the soon-to-be release of Crossplay, a fantastic display of camaraderie. Finally, we would have faster queues. Oh, what's that? You're worried about the advantage PC players would have over console players? Don't worry, Paladins would get an option to toggle on crossplay off. That's it. You could just say no to all those dirty console peasants and game with your Chad PC brothers, if you're that type.
Peasants, I bring news! Join me in PC gaming and ascend, for you are weak, and I am mighty!
Oh dear. Yeah, as usual, new features would be a little bit buggy, so console players and PC players alike had to bond for a little while longer.
You're going nowhere! I got you for 3 minutes! 3 minutes of heat time!
As this problem was looked into, but when it was ironed out, it served as a fantastic community boost, and we even started to see
Macho Man Randy Savage.
Our Discord. Link in the description, by the way, shameless plug. The Paladins devs definitely got a win for this one. Good job! Now coming out of beta is an event-worthy occasion, one that's worthy of a celebration. And what better way to celebrate than shooting any champion that moves slightly faster straight into the kneecaps, multiple times. Through the next several patches, Evil Mojo would nerf anything related to mobility, from cards to champions to even base kits, and sometimes fully reworking a champion to the point of unrecognizability. It's like they had a thing against fun. Obviously a lot of people complained about this, but as usual, the complaints were fallen on deaf ears. This was mainly done to help the console players actually land their shots, but for some reason they did balance changes both for PC and console at the same time. So there were no separate changes for PC and console, they just had one singular balance change. And that was a huge mistake. Now with these slight bumps in the road behind them, Paladins patch 1.1 released, titled The Rise of Fury. Another new map, another new champion, another new cinematic.
You dare enter the abyss. Ascend the tower, mortals. Your soul depends on it. What?
And even a new mechanic, bringing a much-needed change to the Paladin's gameplay, which at this point was as stale as a week-old baguette. The gameplay was platform. Yes, a hero shooter platformer FPS game.
Alright, Mario, it's about time you learn how to use a gun. Guns are cool.
You would traverse a shattered realm, jumping from platform to platform in a desperate attempt to reach the top first. Meanwhile, the abyss would rise below you, making the gameplay pretty fast-paced and actually exciting. Once you reach the top, you would be put into a death match against the opposing team. On top of all of that, you could actually earn shards, which were exchanged for cosmetics at the end of the game. It was a fantastic system, and an actually unique mechanic in the genre. I don't actually know many games that have attempted to do such an event. Of course, it was monetized, and for anyone willing to pay, you could just skip playing altogether, straight up buying the few extra skins. Now at this point, I was blown away at the progress Paladins was making. They were actually heading in the right direction, and I couldn't wait for the next update. I was really excited to see what they'd think of next. It took a little bit longer this time around, but in patch 1.4 we would get another major change to the already improving Paladins formula, with an entirely new game mode called
Wait,
Dragon's
not that.
Call.
What the fuck?
Felt like it was straight out of Rocket League, only instead of cars we would be using the champions that were in the game. And instead of kicking a ball, it would be more of a capture the flag type game mode. Now while this was new and fun, it was easily abused.
Key spawn. Match point. Your team has the key. Your team has the key.
And just like that, Grover became meta. This setback aside, Evil Mojo was on a roll. They were clearly focused on improving the game and would hopefully learn from these experiences along with building on what they already have. With the arrival of patch 1.6, we would be facing the Halloween update with spooky, scary skeletons.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul and seal your doom night.
These monstrosities would spawn in the middle of a match and have the audacity to focus me. This sudden but welcome return of PvE would show just how much Evil Mojo learned from the previous PvE experiments. These weren't just random champions with a default skin, they were more like raid bosses, ones that dropped doubloons, which you could trade in for various goodies. The AI was equipped with skins related to the event and looked pretty cool. With such amazing progress, I was actually convinced that Evil Mojo was improving the game. But then it all stopped. They would continue updating the game with skins and the occasional balance changes, but all the cool new mechanics, they simply vanished. This went on for a while, and just as we were nearing a point where our thirst for new content was becoming too great to ignore, they did it. They gave us
nothing.
A desert. Patch 2.02. It introduced a new map and an event where you could pick up items for very surprisingly bland buffs if you actually bothered to pick them up. Buffs such as jump a little bit higher. Cool, this felt so short compared to all their previous events, and when you combine it with the fact it took so long to release, it just felt like a step back. Don't get me wrong, it was still fun, and I guess it was a new map, but it felt like more of the same, only without everything that made it unique. Gone were the platforming mechanics, cool cinematics, and PvE encounters. No more would Grover rule supreme. All of it just gone. But that wasn't the end of it. After patch 2.02, we would stop seeing unique events altogether, and sadly Evil Mojo themselves said they won't be making any new ones. My assumption is it's because of lack of resources. But why remove the existing ones? All that hard work that developers made was simply swept under the rug. You could bring them back during holiday seasons or something. I don't know, just something extra to look forward to. Overall, this leaves a feeling of wasted potential, but I guess it was fun while it lasted. But while this was all unfolding, Hi-Rez was funding something that would turn out to be their bread and butter for a long while to come.
I just realized that those fights mostly give me like less than 3k, so I will probably be missing over 100k. Like, even if every single fight gives me 3k, I will still be missing over 150k after I'm done with all the missions.
But I've got a special guest here backstage who might be able to do it a little better.
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Let's get down for esports!
Day one of the Paladins World Championship knockout stages here at DreamHack. Atlanta Hi-Rez Expo, and the crowd was out in force for our first semi-final matchup, Envy versus the Pittsburgh Knights. This one started out as a best of 7, quickly became a best of 5, and then a best of 3, and then a best of 1. These two teams were neck and neck, trading wins back and forth throughout the entire set. And wouldn't you guess it, Game 7, that one goes 7 points. In the underdog story of the year, it continues to Pittsburgh Knights in 7 games and 7 points. Take the win over Envy. Our second semifinal of the day, Ninjas in Pajamas versus Virtus Pro. VP, they come into this tournament arguably the hottest team in Paladins, running the fastest play style, but NIP, they were looking to tap in to some of that split one pacing. This one goes 6 games, but right down to the wire in game 6. Both teams through and through, trading back and forth. Nobody able to get really that much momentum. But in game 6, a final point fight, NIP, they're able to edge it out. They punched their tickets to the World's Finals. That's what we had yesterday, 2 of the closest matches of the season in the Paladins World Championship.
Now for this upcoming part, let's welcome one of my guests for today's video, DJ Farron.
Thank you, Raven. So, where were we? Yes, Paladins Esports. This was the best Paladins had to offer. Playing at the top of their game, the creme de la creme of our community.
No, touch the button! Oh, Andros.
Well then, but it truly was entertaining. People enjoyed it, and the free drops, of course.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Unfortunately, this happy time would not last either, as Hi-Rez decided they would stream exclusively on Facebook Live. Come on, guys, you had a good thing going. Well, at least they recently moved over to Mixer.
Get your skins on, Mixer! Oh, it's music in my ears, boys. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Bugs are in the air.
Oh, come on! The Mixer deal, for as long as it lasted, offered an exclusive skin shop where you could only buy stuff from Mixer points, which you got by, you guessed it, watching Paladins on Mixer. In case you weren't drowning in skins already, but hey, free skins. That's a positive in my book. With that, the Paladins esports scene continued to thrive. Until it didn't. For whatever reason, Hi-Rez decided to reduce the main event. In total, viewers would get 3 whole sets of pure, uncut Paladins gameplay. Wow. They also decided that the servers would be EU versus NA only. If you belong to any other part of the world, well, that's too bad. Get a visa and move, you filthy casual. You did have the option to play from your region, but the ping would take its toll. The esports side of Paladins was not happy, to say the least. But budget cuts were already made, and business was taken care of. Apparently at one point, console players who trained to compete in one of these events were put up against PC players.
Peasants, I bring news! yes.
No.
One of these console teams almost made it to top of the World Cup, so I see this as an absolute win for them. You know, aside from the not having an option to face players on an equal ground part. Well, Evil Mojo learned from this experience, and future events had both options available. But, as usual, Paladins would run into more bad luck. Mixer, which funded these tournaments in part, would decide to no longer invest in Paladins, and so the pros lost their salaries. Now, clearly this was a problem for them, and it's not surprising that most simply quit. But Evil Mojo still put up prize pools for a while longer and funded upcoming tournaments in that way, which probably resulted in a far more competitive environment during these last few months of Paladins esports. All the previously existing leagues were squished into one mess, and professional organizations decided to distance themselves from Paladins entirely, some going as far as deleting all of the previously uploaded player achievements. In turn, we saw a lot of talented players leave the scene, some still playing the game to this day, but just for fun. In the end, Paladins esports remained. Just small, but still just as exciting.
Gotta keep the astral marks on. There it is! Oh my God! Juan Raquel from Jera, and he turns the tide of the game, slaying Creatives, Phoenix, Mutu, and Unbelievable. It's a full team wipe on the side of Natus Vincere, and Fnatic might have just won this point.
Nice on Gera, absolute obliteration of Natus Vincere. The world champions do not know what hit them.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I've never seen a better through time and space
than the one we just witnessed here. Coming off very early on, does not connect with any kills. And now Modestina with the cursed arm looking to follow up, able to hit every single shot, and that cursed revolver looking for more as he's able to hit on the back end of her. What a flick shot! Are you kidding me? Modestina, someone put a leash on him. He's showing up right when it matters. He gets himself 2 big kills.
The players still put up with a lot of questionable choices from Evil Mojo, such as format changes, less games, screen time, region restrictions, and of course salary cuts. My respect goes out to those who still bear with it. I'm also rather surprised that Evil Mojo continued to host these events, yet it was definitely welcome. The organization of their panels might not have been the most professional, however, they did provide a nice competitive setting. But what about present day? Well, Paladins Esports is completely dead, with no more prize pools, salaries, or even tournaments. But the community still struggles on. They make their own tournaments through Discord servers for good or competitive play, and even get funded with crystals as prize pool by Evil Mojo, so you can still get a taste of this sort of local competitive scene. But there definitely isn't any money in it, which is bittersweet.
Really, the journey that Fnatic took to get to this point was amazing.
Fuck you, no!
He has Blink Air shot to Soul, finds 2 and as many shots. Another Blink on Ash. Is that a broom or a vacuum she's riding? Because the cleanup crew is here. Makoa survives this sword after, but Penta denied by Bugsy. Follow-up shots are good, and they roll in, chasing Torvald and executing with Blast Shot. Void Grip ain't gonna stop the bloodbath here, and Ash and Charlotte are demolished without a chance.
The big kick bomb is here. Poppy goes down. Will he get 2? This is big. Grumpy Bob. Bob King doing the work, but 90% assert dominance and Fnatic are going on.
Finds the kill on the Bugsy, gotta move in, it's overtime at 99. The damage is here, Flutter gets the double kill, Cybate moves in as well. The Shadow cleans up Bonga, Cybate finds 2 and it's all Fnatic, they're going to the final.
But you know what, I don't mind that Jero holds it. He's gotta keep the outro marks on, there it is! Oh my God! Quad Raquel from Cree, from Jero, and he turns the tide of the game. Slaying Creative, Phoenix, Mutu, and unbelievable, it's a full team wipe.
But now, let's see what an ex-MVP, professional, veteran player for Paladins Esports has to say about it.
Simon Simsulu Andersson from Sweden.
Fuck this game.
Hey, I didn't see you there. It's me, the one and only MVP of 2017, Simsulu, showing you around the Paladins Pittsburgh Knights gaming club. Come in. Don't be shy. So, right here, start off with, we got the main lobby, of course. We got shoes. Here, we have what some people call magic, but honestly, I would probably call this room, since it's mine, the depression chamber. All around me are familiar space. We got some neat stuff, we got water. Pretty good for you, so remember, drink water. It's good for you. But here's what truly the magic happens. Where we practice day in, day night. We got that food making place with King Daddy, aka Cuss Cutie. Here we make our food pretty simple. We have some potato and homemade bulgogi. Bulgogi. I'm Swedish, so I'm not gonna try to pronounce that twice. VOD review place. It's a bathroom. What do you expect? Excitement? Fun? It's a shower. And you brush your teeth. And yeah. Plus cutie room. This is probably the biggest room out of Paladins players around here. That's about it really. That's pretty much all we have here in the Pittsburgh Knights house.
Get out of here.
That's talk.
Get out of here.
Do you want me to have a cam?
That would be great. That would be fantastic.
I haven't put on my makeup, so
That's okay.
like I literally just have like.
That's okay. This will work. All right, sis.
Homer Simpson.
Your name, and sum up paladins in 4 words.
4 words, questionable at best.
That's 3. That's 3.
Questionable at best. I mean, do you need to
Questionable is 1 word.
Do you need a 4th one?
Okay, fair enough. You got it. Next question. What was your biggest accomplishment in Paladins esports? What teams did you represent?
Not all of them I remember on the top of my head. I mean, besides the obvious, Virtus Pro, NIP, Penta, Dispersed Knights. But like before that, it's like people not gonna know me for that. Biggest accomplishment? I mean, winning MSI, getting second at Worlds, with an NA team, you know, that is huge. But Paladins was pretty fun. It was interesting. It was certainly like, you know, rough around the edges, but with the huge maps, how you would have more of like a MOBA-centered hero shooter was a lot more intriguing to me because I came originally from the MOBA games. Like League, Dota, originally Dota.
Who was your favorite champion?
Maeve the most, and also mostly known for Maeve, because she had so many like
Maeve.
decks you could do on her. Some a lot more exploitive, like triple dagger and whatnot, that got fixed eventually, but like dagger cancel, desync dagger froze, a lot of like text that might not seem like it matters, but it actually does a lot in like serious environments. But I would say like I was also known for Pip. I actually like Pip a lot as well, but I like Maeve the most. Currently I'm more of a Sven type of person. Sven standing for 7, because 7 is a very dumb name to have for a champion. Yes, it's incredibly dumb to call your character 7. Pyrus. I like him a lot because of the mobility. It reminds me of how mobility used to be in Paladins, and how you actually could move around the map.
4th question, right off with something positive. What do you think are some of the biggest successes that Paladins itself had? What makes Paladins a good game in general?
Well, I would say the whole concept of Paladins, like just the ground base, if you don't focus on how the game actually performs and how the game plays, if you just don't look at that and you just look at the entire idea of like the item shop, how the champions are made when they work, again, don't think about like the whole aspect entirely as a whole conceptual idea and execution, but think more about the general idea of what they were trying to do with the game. And I think the ideas behind Paladins is by far the best concept of all the hero shooters to date. Still, probably would make the best hero shooter if somebody decided to just copy basically everything that Paladins tried to do, attempted to do. But sadly enough, the game barely works half of the times, which has been the main problem of people mainly getting interested into it than actually sitting around and actually to play it. But the idea of the item shop, most characters' performs and how they play, they feel smoother than in reality they are, because the character designs for most characters are generally interesting. Eevee, Maeve, most of the flankers, and Roxas being still pretty like lame in comparison to like Eevee and Maeve. He's still fun because he has actually like multiple options to himself because of the loadout.
He just ate my thing. I think that was the first time an Android did that. And I actually, like, I didn't say anything, but I was like, he's gonna eat my theme, right? And yes, that's what exactly what happened.
I would say Bright Marsh is just a pretty fair map. I would say pretty bad map is Bazaar, because I'm playing competitively. Bazaar was a one-sided map in drafts, and still is extremely one-sided in drafts.
What would you have wanted Paladins to have done differently?
It just needs a different company. It's like, they have the best game on their hands, but the game is an absolute mess. The game barely works. I know why. Most people know why, because the coding is an absolute mess. I wish they just made a second Paladins. Just call it Paladins 2. Just do the Overwatch special. Don't do any changes. Just clean up the code and just make sure that you can do major changes that is necessary, like falling through the map. You know, I'm kind of tired of playing Talus and falling through the map. It's not fun.
Alright, next question. How did you feel about Paladins Esports being dropped so fast and some teams even deleting the official team's channels?
Just wanted to dip was because there was a lot of promises they did not receive. But you could also make the same argument that, yes, they didn't get a lot of the things that hires promised. At the same time, the organization didn't they promised to do things for the players, and a lot of the times they didn't do it for the players. Basically, think about every organization that let the players live in a hotel. They were the worst, basically. Probably the worst, or they paid enough to justify it, but there was never ever gonna be like enough to justify people to live in a hotel and also have LAN when there's not confirmed housing, and then you have to show up to LAN to essentially compete. And that was a weekly thing, or every other week type of thing. European players, which was not the majority, I think, at the time, which is funny to say, makes sense in the situation that we were put into. It was just an awful time. I was lucky enough to have a living condition, that being with nights and having a house. I mean, like, why would you make it a LAN? Why would you force LAN when you don't have housing for the players, man? And then you also don't have like a reasonable salary. Maybe like for American players, like breaching quotation mark contracts, but this is also, again, this has been leaked so many times. Basically, you can't get paid under 1K, but it's like $1K dollars? Who lives over that? Not everybody got paid that amount, obviously. I don't know the exact amounts. I have a general concept and idea of what I've been told about, but we don't need to go into that. I can just tell you right now is that I earn more from having part-time jobs that I didn't work at than playing esports my entire life. The core argument is that if I earn more from not working, basically I'm getting paid basically minimum, like very, very minimum. And that's still higher than what I get from playing Paladins, and I spend more hours trying to just get good at Paladins in comparison to getting good at my part-time job. It's very yikes. But I was supposed to get a payment from my tournament for multiple years. It was like 2-3 years, and I never got that payment. I didn't really completely complain about it. It was just a thing that I honestly forgot about, but it wasn't like, you know, in the category of like 2K, 30K. It was like 900 something dollars, I think, which is still a lot. Like 900 is 900, and I earned that set amount of money that I was supposed to get, which I never received. Still haven't received. But I wouldn't make that a big deal. I could care less about it. But I don't think, so personally speaking, I never really had a big problem with getting paid from the organizations. When it came to hires paying me from tournament money, that was guaranteed. Like, it was just hires. Like, hire was the problem with that all the time. Like, it took me most of the times, like I finished MSI, it took me like 3-4 months to get it. I forgot what it was called, but it's a certain program that all of these organizations are in, which is supposed to like help out like esports scenes and games. Basically, it's like a boot kick, you could say. Without me going into what those promises were, I think a lot of it, you know, you can just figure it out by yourself what that could be. And a lot of it just couldn't follow through. You could correlate that to also why Navi deleted their YouTube channel for Paladins. You can correlate that into why the organizations didn't seem to care at all about the players, because that's how it felt sometimes for people. They've said it, I've said it. Put it in the video if you like. I don't care, but I have some beef with some of the admins for Paladins. Like, the way they handle tournaments, oh my god. It felt like he made life very difficult to trying to like reach anybody and try to get contacts when some other people weren't as bad. The biggest problem in that area for me was is that the best way for you to get into people of importance, the people that will try to make a change, was not the people that we got told to reach. You went to the casters, like you went to Vox, if people remember him, you went to like Pretty Here, Rain Day, you know, that's great that you can reach the casters to get changes. It's just a problem of why do we have to reach the casters to get changes? I know there are two different separate essential companies, like Skillshot is Skillshot and Hires is Hires. It just felt weird that we got told to talk with these people. We couldn't talk with them. We couldn't talk with the people of
potential importance, the people that would make changes. It doesn't matter if I know why. I think it's because you basically made every European player have to like quit their job, education, even the people from America, Brazil, like Oceania, like those people that had a life prior to going to LAN, they had to like drop it. That to me is so when the entire scene was against it. I don't think there was a single person that was like, yeah, LAN! Let's go, baby! Housing! That's what I've been waiting for! It's like, oh.
What do you think about people that to this day still make Paladins tournaments in the community itself, and even some former pro players that used to play for all these organizations take part in them for like non-monetary gain, just in-game crystals? Do you think that highlights their love for the game and actual potential for the game to thrive in a different setting?
Yeah, I think a lot of people that did play the game semi-seriously didn't originally play it. Well, we didn't, because then that attitude had to change when money got on the line and you had to take the game a little bit more seriously. But I think a majority of the people just want to play it for fun. They also just don't have another game to play. But also just like Paladins so much. I really love Paladins when I think about it. It's weird for me to say that, but when I think about the concept and the ideas, again going to that whole topic, I really like Paladins. I just hate playing it because the game barely works. I think a lot of people go through the same dilemma of the game, stuff that just adds up. Balancing, game bugs. I'm kind of a big deal, you know?
Yes, yes you are.
I have all these jerseys. Floor is so dirty. I didn't even notice that. Whatever. He's never gonna be in the videos.
That's fine.
Nobody needs to know about it. But I got a fair bit. You know, I have 4 jerseys essentially. I have a 5th one, but the burrito one, I never actually wore this on LAN.
Oh, that's a classic.
This one is actually my favorite as well, which is funny because this one is actually very nice to wear. I would say Penta was also pretty clean. I accidentally ordered or asked for a smaller one. I was fatter than I actually thought I was. But it's very clean. Like super.
It looks
super
great.
clean.
Yeah, the black and red together, that's awesome.
We're coming to our least favorite one.
Oh no.
This is like F tier, like FD tier. Because this has a history behind it if nobody knows about it. But this is the Virtus Pro. If you notice, it's the name right there. What is wrong with that name, Trick?
It might have 2 L's.
Yeah. So what if I told you that they have 3 of these? They made 3 of these to me, right? Very nice of them. But all of them have 2 L's, so I was just known as Simsil for the LAN.
Fantastic.
So it's super clustered. It just has a bunch of things on it. I would rate it a G tier.
They're paying G tier for G2A. Ah, I see what you did there. So
wait, what G2A?
Well, they're not paying you, but they're paying you the whole $900. They gotta, you know.
Simsil for the LAN.
Fantastic.
So it's super clustered. It just has a bunch of things on it. I would rate it a G tier.
They're paying G tier for
We're
G2A.
fucking sponsored by G2A.
So, well, they're paying you a whole well, they're not paying you, but they're paying you the whole $900. They gotta, you know, sponsor you up. Earn that money back.
Yeah, Virtus Pro paid me the most. I'm not gonna go into the exact amounts, but they paid me the most out of all the organizations, so that was nice. Valorant people got pretty low salaries, even though people made like a big deal of it. It's just the names. So let's say if you're a big streamer, they got paid, but that was more due to them being big streamers. But like the players, like the people that are just good but didn't have like, you know, 20k viewers, you know.
That kind of sucks.
They got paid Paladins jumps, but that makes sense. They gotta prove themselves before like essentially getting paid more than somebody that can bring attention through other ways. If you lose 13-0, it doesn't matter if you're the one performing, because you're probably playing for an organization that you're gonna drop from anyways. So you're more about proving yourself in
so
that.
the MVP means a lot, actually.
But if you're the MVP of the match, you're probably gonna get a raise, or some other team is gonna try to like buy you to put on tier 2 or something like that. Obviously, I would say the worst idea is to play for a team with that mindset, because you rather just prove yourself in pubs, because proving yourself in a team before joining another one, what normally happens is that your knowledge that you've achieved from your other team is horrendous. So you're kind of getting baited by your own teammates with the knowledge that they're perceiving to you, and then you use that muscle memory in the other team that is actually really good, and then they try to teach you how to undo that, which takes like maybe a month, 2, 3, depending on the player. It can even take years if you're just really bad at undoing past mistakes like that, because you're trying to develop a different basic fundamental of the game than compared to how you normally receive it. Anyways, the more you know with SimSulu when it comes to esports. Here's my MVP trophy. You know, I flashed this, you know, on top of that, you know, the most valuable Paladins Premier League finalist 2017. You know, I'm kind of a big deal.
That's great. I love it. Looks fantastic. Alright, and last question, before we go, what would you like to say to the Paladins community still playing the game?
You're all crazy.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Alright, fair. Thank you.
Yo, crazy. Still playing Paladins. You know, let me tell you. Let me just tell you. Like, you have so much in mind. There's so much meaning, and yet you're still playing Paladins. Probably even a cheater. You know, like, I'm not here to judge. Why are you cheating? Huh? I mean, like, if you're losing, and you just want to climb, I can't blame you. But boy, Paladins, bro. Like, out of all the games you can cheat in, Paladins? What's wrong with you?
Alright, thank you, Sims. Thank you. Alright, that's all the questions we have. Thank you for your time, and yeah, we'll see you around. Probably, if you still play the game. I'm not sure. Barely. Okay, that's a fair answer. Alright, thanks. That's it, Sims. That was all the questions. I'm stopping the recording. With the game finally smoothing out and a small bump in the player base, Evil Mojo decided it was time for another innovational update. Why not take the level system that was meticulously crafted and enjoyed by the entire player base for its reward concept of reaching the max level, and let players, get this, bypass grinding altogether via a fat stack of gold, baby?
And that way, 500
Levels.
years later, it'll be worth billions. Billions!
Oh, I like money.
It was a bad idea. This defeated the whole purpose of leveling up a champion and gave players another reason to be toxic, as level boosted became one of the most frequent insults. I still don't know why they never rolled back the change, giving back the gold and restoring the levels back to their original form. I understand it was to give players a gold sink, but something like that should feel rewarding? Have a purpose. You could have made some unique skins only obtainable for large amounts of gold, some new titles, I don't know. There are so many other options and possibilities. Unique purchasable avatars. Maybe even stickers. What we got was a last-second decision to turn all the gold we had into nothing. Now this is a trend you'll notice throughout the entire remaining history of Paladins. They will have good ideas to improve the game, but completely fail on execution. I believe this is a primary lack of communication between the studio and their player base. A problem Evil Mojo would soon address.
AOC is the Assembly of Champions, and they are Paladins Player Council. Basically, we are developing the game directly with player-elected representatives.
The Assembly of Champions. Evil Mojo's first major attempt at improving communications between player base and devs, using the information they gain to improve the overall game. These brave champions would be chosen by you. Yes, you, the people, for a classified mission. They would receive access to various forms of communication directly with Evil Mojo, alongside with some goodies, of course.
Yippee.
Oh, you forgot that I got you the perfect gift!
The Krabby Patty formula?
But above all, they would be allowed to travel into the deepest, darkest, most abandoned places in all of Hi-Res. Game testing. Pretty much doing what Evil Mojo was supposed to do, only for free.
Oh, that's the spirit! Let's go town river! Let's go town river!
Now, I'll be honest with you, this was a great idea, and it could have been huge, but they forgot to check the names and descriptions of half of the users. The users who submitted their application to be AOC, along with their reasons for doing so, in turn allowing for some unique contestants to make it past the screening stage and go straight to the polls for the people to vote.
And then scroll down and click the first guy
and read it. How long have you played Paladins? 1. Biography, playing game. And there are several people that either are knowingly taking the legit cannot communicate properly. Following categories of individuals will not be eligible for these positions. Current or former employees of high-risk studios. Why is Pixie Kitty in the runnings? This is so amateur. 8th grade school council president elections go smoother than this and look better.
As comedic as that sounds, this really gave players a reason to worry if Evil Mojo was taking this whole thing seriously. Fortunately enough, they were able to pull it all back and form the first ever AOC Council. Poor Paul never stood a chance.
This is only day one, and I'm blown away, and I'll probably be blown away for the next couple days.
So happy to be here with all the devs. They're, as I said, they are so kind.
So we had our player councils in town for 3 days. They met with devs across the teams. They met with tech, they met with art, they met with brand.
It was really good to know that we are making changes and we are trying to get things through that help the community.
Talking about players' concerns, what they think about the game, how can help to improve the game.
Everything gets heard. Obviously, not everything can be done. Some things are out of scope. But they take a lot of what we say and actually do put it into the game.
Assembly had to say was stuff that we would have never thought of specifically as devs, but they were able to bring that feedback from their specific community.
Sometimes people say, oh, I don't know how to speak English, I don't know how to speak Spanish. So having different people from different nationalities in the AOC working together to get something through is really cool.
Thanks to Hi-Res to give us this big opportunity.
I've had plenty of people tell me that the updates have gotten better since like the AOC came in, and we're definitely going to keep that up.
The 2019 AOC Council actually did a pretty good job and took part in additional changes such as balance, champion kit, and even some cards. Sadly, this wouldn't last, and Evil Mojo would go back to implementing changes against the suggestions of their player base, and their AOC for that matter. They would also run into some problems when an AOC delegate from the Xbox community, and you can already see where this is going, who somehow passed the screening, turned out to be a less favorable individual for the job.
How could this happen?
However, to their benefit, they did actually remove the guy from AOC, and they did it in a pretty timely manner. The AOC system remains to this day, and I personally found it quite useful in the past few years. However, we do see that it has become less effective as time went on, yet it's better than nothing, and they still definitely influenced several changes in the game. But now, let's travel back in time.
Wait, what?
Stand behind me.
Is that food in your beer?
Paladins Closed Beta. At first glance, this might seem like the Paladins you love and know today, but once you get deeper into the gameplay, you start to realize this is a completely different we have now. This was a time most veteran players will actually say they enjoyed it more than what we have now. You see, Paladins was never meant to be a straight-up hero shooter. Back in Closed Beta, it actually had depth. Launching on November 17th, 2015, this version of Paladins would have huge maps, a payload that would spawn at one of the 3 locations, the engine itself was destroyable, making that the main objective. After the enemy team spawns in this big boy, you were supposed to stop it from destroying your gates and entering your base. But get this, the siege engine would actually push itself. No more spawn camping until the timer ran out, no more teammates throwing down their allergic to point note they got from their local school nurse. No, you could battle all over the map without having to babysit little Timmy for the entire match. The card system at the time was a little bit different from the evolutions we have now, but still worked in a similar manner. At one point, they even tried to introduce the Beacon from Tribes Ascend, another one of their IPs, as the player spawn point, which you could actually destroy. These minor changes aside, the beta was drastically shaken up with an addition of a mobile champion. That champion was none other than Eevee, the Frost Queen herself. The champion was bugged beyond belief, but being a closed beta, this was well expected and acceptable. Hi-Rez was also starting to do patch previews and giving more insight to the player base as to where the game would go, along with some minor spoilers.
In Paladins, you'll have a lot of different options for customizing your character and applying cosmetics in different areas. The first and probably the most obvious is going to be your first-person experience when you're holding your weapon. So you'll have different weapon skins available for customizing the visual of your weapon and also your hands and anything that you see in first person.
These previews were well put together and very informative overall, but somewhere along the way these previews would become a hectic mess.
King, what's on the docket? Where's the scroll? Do we have the scroll? Peasants? Peasants!
Peasants!
Scroll! My barbarian thing is falling! Peasants? Where is my squire? Do it from memory. From memory. Hold on, let me use my scepter. Oh, I see a lord. A giant lord. You push the lord. Have you seen the lord?
Is strong in the realm.
It's a lord. There are things in the lord. You push it. You push the payload.
Believe me, this was entertaining to watch, but was also a clear warning sign for everyone trying to take the game seriously. I just thought it was art.
It's art.
Back in 2015, Paladins actually started out as a passion project. We just wanted to make an awesome competitive game. And now, 25 million people later, we just can't believe what Paladins is doing.
We wanted to make a good game, man. We wanted to make something that was fun, something that was new, appealed to a large group of people.
So the initial goal of Paladins was to create a really fun first-person hero shooter that had kind of a more whimsical feel to it.
And there were a lot of different ideas we wanted to mesh together. The cards, the mounts, plus the first-person shooter combat, and the objective-based gameplay.
And it kind of felt like the Wild West. There was a little bit of a different goal, I think, every day. Overarching, I think they were just trying to find the fun.
Even today, it's in the top 20 almost every day, and we're continually just blown away by the support that the community gives us.
It was a concept and a project based around, I think, a lot of good people with a great idea. And I always trusted the fact that there are a lot of good people here at Hi-Rez, so I feel confident that this is going to turn into something worthwhile. It certainly did.
A few champion releases later, Kinessa Ying, we get hit with a major change to the siege mode, with the gates being removed and our big boy being replaced by a cart. But this was just the start. Once patch 30 came around, the map sizes were already being reduced to fit a more classic siege mode, one that was found in another popular game, coincidentally being launched around the same time. You guessed it, Overwatch. So imagine this, you have a unique IP with a promising future, but suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, you decide to completely rework the entire game and patch it into oblivion, making it like something else that's similar on the market. Why? Obviously, people started to complain and say that the game was copying Overwatch, and that started up the whole rivalry between Overwatch and Paladins players. In my eyes, this negative press actually did benefit Paladins in the long run, because when people tried the game, they realized it was better than Overwatch in a lot of areas. Still not Overwatch, but it was a different game. I believe that's what brought the majority of the Overwatch player base to know that Paladins even existed, and most of them actually checked it out. The devs have since posted many rants on Reddit and official forums about why they can't be compared to Overwatch, but that remains only something you can decide for yourself. Along with these major changes, Hi-Rez also reworked a few champions, and once again changed the card system, this time turning the burn cards into items, bundled with a new credit system, one that remains to this day. All of this completed, Paladins would proceed into open beta. Players still trying to realize what just happened were flooded with new hungry users who just wanted to add another free game to their list. The old Paladins was no more, butchered and cast aside to remain just a distant memory, a campfire story told only by those who witnessed it, a story about the good old days.
And the game's gone! Hi-Rez. Make sure you guys buy lots of skins in the Battle Pass. But on a serious note, hope you enjoyed this YouTube video, and make sure you actually like and subscribe.
and one that many will never experience. So here we are. It's been quite a journey, a bizarre adventure if you will. What are we to take from this whole story? Well, the first and obvious thing is that Evil Mojo makes mistakes. Yes, shocking, I know. Headline: human developers make mistakes. You have a PTS. Use it. Making PTS into an actual testing ground for changes should be high on that priority list. Use it to engage with players, bring back in-game surveys. Those would actually be great suggestions. But all of this could have been avoided if you just listen to your player base, and if you never pass such changes through the gates of PTS. So I've seen a lot of people say extreme things regarding Evil Mojo, or Hi-Rez as a company, and even though I agree that such behavior doesn't help the situation, it's probably not the best decision to engage these people as a developer of the game. Instead of arguing on Twitter with players, which yes, they've done many times, give your attention to the players who care, those who actually want the game fixed and improved, those who provide constructive criticism, those who play your game and love it, those who spend money and keep your game afloat, or those who act as a number that allows you to get lucrative contracts and keep your company going. Because yes, they've made a lot of these contracts, such as for Epic Games. And the main reason why our servers suck, you also have to accept that a lot of people are talking out of frustration, and I guess they have every right to express their opinion even if you don't agree with it. On the other hand, games these days sometimes forget how lucky they are to have that online connection. See player feedback. Before, games would just flop in sales and the devs would not know what went wrong. They would be left scratching their heads. But you can use this to your advantage, make better games, improve the ones you already have, engage more with your community, and make wonderful projects for years to come. To be fair, Evil Mojo hasn't done the worst job of that, with previous years seeing the rise of AOC and multiple posts made by Evil Mojo explaining what they want for the actual future title. Paladins, Champions of the Realm is still not a dead game, and that is thanks to Hi-Rez Studios, but it's also thanks to the people who actually play the game. But still, it's not enough, because when mistakes happen, Evil Mojo is more or less silent, and silent up until it reaches live. See, Hi-Rez Studios' Paladins team used to be this good friend you'd see playing their own game. They would stream on Twitch and YouTube, being a part of their own community. They had friendly faces, people you could actually see, watch, playing the game, converse with, talk to. You actually saw the people behind the game. Rain Day, Pretty Hair, you can just name all of them.
My name is Rain Day. Paladins making changes that you wouldn't believe. Take you up with my bomb. For all of you that are still saying Androxus is Queen. It will be fun. Your face to see when we go. And nerf Eevee. I could do the forums maybe my IQ rock your comment. It's time to stop if you're still Scott. I'm just gonna block go. And just so the skin unlock. Get to the BTS the patch is sweet. Heard that Makoa was too hard to eat, so we nerf his hook and his ultimate to playing units like drinking some can we got to have a party. Let's get started with 3 days support Deathwall comp go send report Torval being extended.
I don't care anymore. I don't even like Paladins. I never liked it. No. It depends on how you... Well, I don't like the first 2 Grand Theft Autos. Even the third one is questionable at best, but the first 2... I never liked them, even back in the 90s. Yeah, fuck him. It's so funny that he finally got, like, now he's completely fucked because of those pictures that, well, surfaced. Fix it permanently with those magnetic sticks, right? I know that Pokemon had DLC. Pokemon Crystal in Japan had DLC. And I think one of the Sega consoles had just straight up internet connection with a modem. The Pokemon game did it with with your phone. But that was like a Japanese only thing or Japan only thing, and those were very specific phones. The Sega console, I think it was the Saturn? Question mark? That thing just had straight up internet connection with a modem. Nintendo had the Satellaview. So that was, yeah. It was, you were connected to the internet via satellites. I think the normal Nintendo also had internet connection, but there was only like 3 games or something like that. But that was with a modem, I think.
Joystick drift has become the bane of gamers across every single platform. Whether you have the original Nintendo Switch Joy-Con or the latest Thumbmaster Elite 5000
he's talking
for the
about.
PlayStation 5, the end result appears to be the same. These sticks will eventually wear out and start.
And I hope they bring. I actually don't know if you can take these and solder them on a PlayStation controller or Xbox or whatever. Yeah, magnets.
Now that I've reviewed the re-released God Is, I have one more Almondo-related task to do before I move on to reviewing his new book, A Conscious Universe. Now I should be clear, that's a big project. It'll take me a little while, there'll probably be some other stuff in between. But I'll do it, and I'll do it as quickly as possible. I'll probably make the videos in February and then start publishing them either in February or in March. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's not today's business. Today's business is the book release announcement. This was released in early January, and it might be surprising to hear that, because these books were supposed to both release on American Thanksgiving. But I guess Almondo decided he needed a bit of extra time to make sure everything was good, which seems wise, and would be wise, but in the case of God Is, it appears to have made no difference. Hopefully that's just because he was really focusing on A Conscious Universe and really polishing that book, because of course that is by far the more important of the 2 book releases. But enough messing around, let's see what he had to say.
So, I do want to thank everybody for just the amount of support that I got from my first book.
Oh, you're welcome. I know that's directed at me personally, since I'm part of the single-digit number of people who bought your book. I'm sure you dined well on calzones and ice cream for 2 days, and that's not even mentioning all the free publicity. I'm happy to provide.
Listen, for my first book, I mean,
yes, there has been a lot of like trivial, controversy and
Just to be clear, the controversy isn't really trivial. Yeah, it's about a trivial subject, a book that nobody cares about. But the points raised, by which I mostly mean the ones about plagiarism, are not trivial. This is stuff you should be taking seriously. If you're serious about wanting to run a ministry, and especially wanting to be an author, you can't be pulling crap like that. It's not going to help you in any way. It's going to be very bad for your desired career or hobby or whatever you call it. And those problems are not caused by me or anyone else who's commented on it. They're caused by your choices. Your choice to do it in the first place, and when it's pointed out, your choice to not fix it and double down and triple down and try to shift blame onto others or deny the reality of the situation altogether. Now, I guess it's up to you whether you consider what you've done to be trivial. You can choose to interpret it that way if you want. You can choose to ignore the importance of what's been pointed out. It's just not a smart move, that's all.
Rumors.
Yeah, again, see, you're characterizing things in a very denialistic sort of way. You're characterizing criticisms about you plagiarizing half your book as trivial, and now you're characterizing them as rumors, which would mean unsupported stories about you that people are passing around without actually knowing the truth. That's not what's happening. The plagiarism is not a matter of rumor. It's a matter of established fact. It doesn't matter if you like the fact. It doesn't matter if you acknowledge the fact. It doesn't matter if you understand the fact. It's a
Kitty,
fact.
I just gave you food a
Demonstrated
few
that
hours ago.
authority
Go
in the book
away.
reviews. It's there in black and white. And again, you're describing
I give
it
you
in a way
food
that's
like 5
deeply
times a day.
unhelpful to
You get
a way that
twice.
shows a refusal to take responsibility, to acknowledge what it is that you've done. The fact is, it's pretty clear that you're not a well-read guy. It's pretty obvious to me that you don't read books. Fine. It's possible that you just weren't aware of what plagiarism is at the start. It's possible that when you were piecing together God Is, you thought that the way you were doing it would be considered acceptable and normal because other people do that too, you hypothetically assumed. Maybe. I can give you the benefit of the doubt on that what you did initially was not malicious. But the problem is, at this point, it's been pointed out to you so many times in such detail, it's been made so clear what the problem is and why it's a problem, that you continuing to at different moments downplay it or outright deny it makes you look now like a malicious little thief who knew exactly what you were doing all along. It makes it really damn hard for me to have any interest in giving you the benefit of the doubt about what happened originally, because it shows that even if you'd fully understood what you were doing, you would have done it anyway, and then downplayed every criticism as trivial rumor.
Of course, all coming from atheists, dishonest atheists.
Oh yeah, just ignore what's in the book, everybody. Just pretend that it's not there because the dishonest atheists said it was there, and showed you it was there. Reality goes away if the bad people point at it.
They're all coming from people who I've destroyed in debates.
No, they're coming from people who you've challenged to debates with all the bravado and confidence in the universe, and then refused to communicate with and blocked everywhere so they had no way to contact you. That's who they're coming from. Oh, and I think it goes without saying that you've never destroyed anyone in a debate in your entire life. This seems to be some sort of fantasy you're pretending is real. But you know what? Let's say at some point you actually had somehow beaten anyone in a debate, whatever that's supposed to mean. You're still a plagiarist. Your book is still full of plagiarism. The results of a debate about some theological topic don't change the words in your book. If you suddenly won a debate tomorrow, I wouldn't open your book and all of a sudden all the problems would be fixed. That kind of magic isn't real. And if it's not real, then I don't understand what the relevance of mentioning this is. It doesn't matter who's pointing something out. It matters if what they're pointing out is true, which it is. It's proven. It's been proven over and over again. You are a plagiarist. The fact will not change. It doesn't matter how many people you call dishonest or stupid or say you've beaten in debates. Insults and name-calling won't fix the ink on the paper in my house.
People whom I responded to with love and kindness and respect, which they don't like.
Love and kindness and respect. Again, we've seen your responses. Yeah, you've deleted most of them off your channel, but that doesn't mean people haven't seen them. The thing about responding with love and kindness and respect is that you can't just say you've done it and then it's true. For it to be true, you have to actually do it. That's the tricky part. And personally, I don't bother. Neither do you. And we stop pretending.
because, you know, when somebody's angry and somebody wants to come at you, they expect you to come back with that same type of energy.
No, you can come back with whatever tone you want. I don't care about your tone. Be as loving and respectful and kind as you want. I don't care. You're not, but do it if you want to. All I want is a little bit of honesty. I would like that when you talk about your insane plagiarism, you talk about yourself, what you've done, as opposed to calling me dishonest and saying I'm spreading rumors and focusing on trivial things, and all the other things you've said about me across these videos.
But because I don't come back with that same type of energy, I always treat them with love and respect. Even behind the camera, they seem to kind of get a little kicked off about that. So
at what point do I stop giving credence to the idea that this is just self-delusion? I mean, yeah, okay, there's always the possibility, technically, but it's so remote at this point. Surely this is just ridiculously dishonest.
Oh, this is such a bad idea, I think.
Actual belief, right? You know, every time I try to come down on one or the other side of this, I find myself questioning my position and kind of leaning back towards the other side. Because I find this kind of a mind
I wasn't sure I could win this because I'm pretty this baby Vegeta. Well, the big monkey Vegeta, baby Vegeta, has two very high priority blast attacks.
Kindness and respect means. It means accusing everyone who pointed out what you provably did of being an evil...
Like priority, I think it's called like that. Like they basically destroy your beams in some cases.
And yet he's still escalating the rhetoric.
Or rather his ball does. And his like flame breath also destroys a lot of blast attacks.
Right? This has got to be the lamest ever example of someone trying to avoid the problem and hide it, right? Yeah, a bunch of people said that I plagiarized a whole bunch of my book, but they're demons. Not only are they dishonest atheists, they're actual literal demons. So don't look into it or anything. There's definitely nothing credible there, so don't waste your time. It's so hilarious, but it's so painful.
There's demonic spirits and you know, and all those who are unsaved, all those who have rejected Christ.
Oh, right, yeah, that's a very important distinction. We're not actually demons, we're just possessed by actual demons, right? Yeah.
And that's what we battle. So, you know, even though we've had a lot of controversy and disagreements and...
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you disagree. You know damn well what you did. Keep tossing insults around. Keep calling people names. Keep vocally disagreeing. It doesn't matter. It is what it is. It's as clear-cut as if you walk into a store, load up 2 carts with merchandise, walk out the door without paying, and start loading the stuff into your car, and an employee comes up to you and says, "Hey man, what the hell are you doing? You just stole 2 cartloads of stuff from the store." And you say, No, I disagree. I just disagree. I bought it. Yep. And the guy's like, "Well, you didn't pay for it." And you're like, "Yeah, well, you know, it's totally legitimate though. I bought it." And the guy's like, "No, you didn't." And you're like, "What are you, a dishonest atheist demon?" Nobody listened to this guy. He's a demon-possessed atheist. Don't listen to him. I bought this stuff, okay? Don't ask for my receipt or anything, but I bought it. He says I didn't, but I disagree. He's just spreading rumors. Just give it up, man. It's just pathetic to watch.
I guess uncensored and just unnecessary videos, content being published about my book.
Uncensored? What would you have me censor, Armando? What parts don't you like that you think I should bleep? Just all of it?
I do want to just thank them because they have helped promote my book to the point where it's been financially helping me.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, based on my reviews, a few viewers of mine who are very naughty and bad people bought your book just to laugh at it, which they should not have done. Again, don't support this nonsense financially. What I've given him is more than enough, but I can't stop you if you really want to make a bad decision.
It's actually been promoting my new book. And what's up, Jason? God bless you, brother.
I've definitely spread the word about your new book. I do know there's at least one person other than me who's bought the book specifically because of me covering you. He's a terrible, terrible person and should flagellate himself as penance. But, you know, the short-term gains aren't really the point with stuff like this. If you really want to be an author, you have shot yourself in the foot so severely for the long term that there's really no coming back. Now, I know this kind of talk is just you foolishly trying to rescue some of your pride, But even if it were true in some meaningful sense, that doesn't change just how bad what you've done is going to be for you in the future. If you have any intention of seriously continuing on with this plan of...
I think I'm done for now. I will
Speaking of seriously
continue
pursuing
tomorrow.
Plans, is your book in
It's too
Target
late.
and Walmart yet?
My cat
Can't
is
say I've seen
annoying,
it yet,
and
but it must be though. You said you were going to
yeah.
sell it there.
I'm actually going to be selling my
I think
next
it's
book
already
through
like
Barnes
6.
and Noble,
Oh god, I well,
bookstores,
I actually
Target, Walmart.
So of course my failure to find it must
didn't
be
know
my
what
mother.
time it
She
was.
wouldn't lie about something like this. It'd be so obvious. Nobody with a brain would do that.
But as far as my book God is,
Yeah.
I'm not really disappointed by all the content that's being made about me and my channel and my book. It's expected, especially when you're doing this with the Kingdom of God. The devil and his angels are gonna